balance changes for SMGs in the Panzerfaust, some updates to the recall system, and a PvE collaboration flush with interesting enemies. All this and more as we dive into the Update 38.1 patch report. First up, we're doing a balance shuffle for SMGs in the Panzerfaust this update. Across the board, SMGs will have less accurate hipfire, and the MP5K is also seeing a slight reduction in damage. For the Panzerfaust, players will now be restricted from running, jumping, and vaulting while wielding this powerful weapon. And players inside a vehicle will be protected a bit, taking reduced damage from its blast. There are a couple more changes as well to make sure there's enough risk to the Panzerfaust's reward. So let us know how these changes feel. Next, the recall system is getting some alterations. Time required to register blue chips beyond the first will now increase by 5 seconds for each additional chip being registered. We've also added information about how many players are returning to the battlegrounds with each recall, and have removed the Phase 6 recall on 8x8 maps. Once again, let us know how these changes feel once you get in-game. Next, we're dressing up a bit for spooky season with an arcade mode that gives new meaning to the term crapshoot. In this collaboration with the popular internet show Skibidi Toilet, you'll assemble your squad of 4 and plunge into Miramar to clench victory against the toilet invasion. Collect chemical cans to upgrade your weaponry and make flushing your enemy that much easier. Can your squad save Bidet? Or will you get wiped and end up number 2? Will this announcer ever run out of crappy puns? Log in and put a lid on the invasion starting October 22nd on PC and October 30th on console. We've also added destructible terrain to Miramar, which doesn't include building destruction, and updated the pass system to allow for multiple passes at once. This allows us to introduce an event pass tied to the new arcade mode, while still launching a new Survivor Pass. Now you can work on both at the same time. There's also a new ranked season, destructible gas tanks on Destin, map bug fixes, and more. So be sure to check out the patch notes for full details. Update 38.1 is here, so recall some friends, aim down the sights of those SMGs, and dump some rounds into the Skibidi toilets. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
They are the first team really to re-enter Stadium as it speaks. The rest of them are on the outside in Kitchen. Well, now starting to ignite the fire.
It bounces off, he jumps off though. One remains out, gets very stone spray, comes through, the second comes in as well. The growth of Navi has been underpinned though by the Kitchen.
给他判断的这个时间。哎呦，这个轨迹也是完美的，完美。
左点开车去撵人去了，谁倒霉我就搞谁。这我就问你服不服？他继续去撵，没有人敢去扫他，主要是抢2个头。他谁倒地我就撵谁。3个。
6점 내가 K고의 김도환이다 6점 그러나 의지를 보여주겠어 덤벼라 세상아 덤벼라 내가 여기 있어 덤벼라 이제 봤어 자 이제 봤다 여기 와라 덤벼라 플렉시 못 봤어 자 바꾸와 헬멧 끼워줬는데요 자 이거 와봐 내려놨어요 난 누워있었어 젠지
Making a move against Bomb below one of the boys, but it's not going to work out. That boy 2K already down here again. What is going on? What? Kickflip! Oh my! You were stunned. You were stunned that that was able to be up.
위치가 됐는데 약간 불안합니다. 지나가다가 또 끊길 수 있는 위치기도 하고요. 그리고 규민과 딜이 원투펀치로 무리 안 하고 도망치는 거 보세요. 화염병 뿌려놓고 못 들어오게. 안 들어오게. 센스! 도대체 어디까지?
Maybe on Vinny's side, but I'm pretty sure they're going to get shredded just going into that. And you can even see Dreams from Collector. If you can get some kills, why not?
Well, Max has a goal.
Okay.
I think I heard some beep 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 beeps. Looks like they might be sending right into mission ready. They use
Josh is like, hey!
all the way in. Big explosion. Mission ready goes down.
Second one.
เนี่ยทศกัณฐ์12 โดดผ่านไปแล้วนะยังไม่
โอ้ยอารวาสนักเหรอวันนี้ซิสซี่บอกซวยจัดแม่ปกติมอสจิวเป็นคนขับแล้วรอบนี้ซิสซี่จับมาพวงมาลัยน้ำตาไหลเลยโอ้ยเอ็ดดี้มาต่อเนื่องเอ็ดดี้มาคนเดียวได้ไป3น็อกของฮอกในวงนี้ฟุกกี้ติวคิดว่าเฮ้ย
เอาเพย์แบบนี้ไม่มีใครเช็คครับ
เรียบร้อย1และ2
ขอซ่าดิด้วย
และ2แฮมตี้โดนน็อกอีก1โอ้ยเรียบร้อย
เจ๊ขอบเก็บ3
แล้วที่2เป็น ATK นะ
ไม่ออกเป็น ATK
เรียบร้อย
Looking pretty consistent already, 2 chicken dinners, but as I say that, they get eliminated. There was Spec Dev in the center. If they had more members there, they could have tried to play it all out. Meanwhile, full sends.
มาโอ้โหช็อตนี้ต้องจัดแล้วครับจัดไปก่อน1น็อกดาวน์น้องเข้ากล้องโอ้โหสวยงามครับเข้ากล้องจากบริเวณที่ยืนครับแล้วดาว2ไปเลยคุรุเซีย
Bây giờ thì Zero Mercy đang đâm thẳng vào sông bò để loạt tạ đến từ con còn lại là hoàn toàn chính xác. Tưởng chừng như họ trôi nhưng không. Nhưng con xe BRDM2 này vẫn còn rất khỏe. Với TE thì sao đây? Đeo Win Huyền nắp ăn một người bên phía Zero Mercy. Những tên còn lại cố đẩy bên trong khu căn nhà này cũng đã cực kỳ đỏ máu. Họ đang cố gắng tẩu thoát vẻ nhưng không phải là điều dễ dàng ở trong lúc này khi mà Cory cũng đã tới nơi. Rất khó khăn dành đội của Zero Mercy khi mà họ bị quét sạch hoàn toàn và nó top 12 dành cho họ.
You got to make the best of what you can with shotguns and SMGs at close range.
Heaven in a beautiful position.
It's going to give Mir the chance to push up the Shrimp. Stepping up as well. Vixen's caught on.
Greening gets the headshot. Tiggleton repeats the Tripsy. Not landing, that is very, very hard.
Give away those triple points.
Twisted Mind has made history, becoming the first team to claim the championship 3 times in a row.
Really impactful. A couple grenades side of here. They lose a player, but it doesn't matter.
PGC champions, the Expendables!
别人残血，
火，这个火真的太好了！
哇，
就抽一个，
又来，哎呦！
피하면서 이거는 뭐 자 같이 가자. 점심일제 안 돼요.
Aggressiveness, poor control. Overlooking over onto that stone as well, and View.
Settle, BWD making mad dash for it. He goes.
They're moving towards the middle, just onto the controller. Don't take that level up, and he's going to have to get it back on because Nader's good.
Oh, the Panzerfaust from Alo. Hurt back behind.
Will make their crossing. Tifa gets a great knock, actually.
Yeah, hello everyone. I'm Alexander Batulin from Team Twisted Minds.
What's up, everyone? I'm Tiggleton from Team Falcons.
Hello mọi người, mình là Tấn Vũ đến từ đội tuyển Dispensable.
Hello， 大家好，我是17战队的小武。
你好。
I did.
Ready, guys?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alright, 3, 2, 1. Oh, okay.
Alright. I think we're gonna smash another team because our communication skills are much better and faster. So teamwork will help us.
That's just completely wrong. Communication's key, everyone knows this, and I speak perfect Chinese, so Zhao and I are going to take one for free.
Let's go.
Get me? Okay, okay.
Okay. I have shotgun,
me too.
Okay, okay, good.
Let's go, let's go.
Here.
Here, okay.
Go.
Oi, Lalio. Yeah, blue mark.
Good job.
One more.
Kill.
No!
Oh! 好了。
Okay, good job. Now we need to hurry up.
Yeah. Oh!
Hey, this right?
Yeah. Oh, there are so many people.
Oh, so.
Whoa!
Hey! Let's go. Oh! Let's go together.
Let's go together. All good. So we go to Peekaboo now. We need vending machine and then gas tank. Okay.
Whoa.
Oh!
Go.
Go.
Oh no, I don't see any.
Third floor, lucky.
3 sec.
Oh yeah, I found. Let's go. Oh. Okay, nice. I have one.
This is the one that you needed. It's the first
Yeah.
No!
Let's go. Tambu, come to me. I know how to finish the last challenge.
Wait.
Come to my car.
Okay.
Wait to me.
Hey!
Fucking hell.
Lalio.
Let's go, bro.
Lão liêu.
Let's go.
Yo, you have 8 times scope, Zhao.
Yeah!
What?
Oh, people fighting.
Yeah.
You know, there's 2 of them in warehouse.
Huh?
Be careful, Tambu. Maybe there are people here.
Okay.
We're gonna win this game now. Just go with me.
Nice.
One more.
In my house. Oh,
okay.
Wait, where's the last one? Ah, here.
Okay.
Easy.
It is in the casino.
You just go loot.
Oh yeah, go loot.
Go loot it. Yeah.
This is chill, you know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Here.
Gongdo.
Let's go.
Oh, boom, done. Hand up.
We also have to win the game, you know?
Enemies on blue, 4 guys on blue.
Yeah, what? Yo, we're gonna die, you know? Should we just go inside?
Play circle, you know, 2019.
Okay. Falcons, twist the mines. Let's go. Good. Oh no, guys, don't die.
One more.
Good job.
I don't have smoke.
Diggy, you should survive.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm in the middle of the circle.
Oh! Good take.
What?
Holy!
Oh!
What? Yeah. He naded me from this.
Bratella, I coming.
There is a guy coming from blue.
Right.
Orange, you can kill him. Yes. Thanks for saving my life. Wait, I have C4. Let me do it with a style, you know? Don't kill him.
Oh, grenade. Over the bridge. I will push with you, brother. Right side.
Go.
Okay.
Let's go.
Yes. Let's go.
Yeah.
Oh. Wait, we have to be this good.
Yeah, you gotta eat the chickens. You don't want to eat the chicken?
I mean, I mean...
How old is the baby man? Oh, I want the big boy. Come on now, now. Please.
Is it really a loser challenge? You want to leave? I will just bite once.
Isn't it in Chinese? 小飞跟来喽. Here comes the aeroplane. 小飞过来喽.
Lão liêu.
Wait. I'll give you a meaty part. I'll give you.
One more. Thank you. No hot test ya. You like hot shit? 不晕蟹. Oh, okay. It's fucking cold. I think in terms of like public games didn't change too much. Maybe in terms of competitive gameplay, this spot will be played differently. The circles inside will be played differently. So I think it's just more interesting because map changes is always interesting for competitive.
Thì em nghĩ là những cái hòm đồ nó nằm ở giữa đường, mình có thể đem vào trong nhà để mình loot, nó sẽ an toàn hơn.
I'm happy with the update on Minas because with the old Minas layout, people used to camp like the high ground and it was really hard to move around. But now like you can move around a little bit more, push things and have some motion. So definitely a big fan of the changes there and also the gas cans and canisters that are like in the brick buildings and the warehouses.
这个挺好的，因为毕竟有复活机制嘛，很多时候复活的队友下来没有物资据点，然后我觉得这个东西挺好的。拜拜。
Hakatory just doing some Overwatch, trying to figure out what's going on. These are, I mean, unbelievable shots from Hakatory. He's got to have close to 1,000 damage right now. He has 788, so close to 800. A wild fight. Tosi actually going to be the one with the iron sight barrel. Unbelievable. That was some nasty stuff from Tosi.
Now he's had to step away. He surrendered the center dot. He has to fight his way back in. Does get the knock onto example. Spots out Batulins. Hasn't gotten the knock yet. Batulins drops down. It's going to be Tanbu chasing after it. Spots it. And the Expendables mansion take it away.
Let's look and see what happened here for Forest. You know, you don't have many great options. You lost players earlier. You got a BRDM probably not in the best shape of its life, and you feel like, well, this match isn't going to go great. We can probably do something about this. Look at all these dragons being set up here by MRIA. And Olympus just slow rolls it in, and all of a sudden, they try to get out, but they can't.
Just look at them scatter. The defense was so good until it wasn't. And
Nade range, it should be good, but I say Nade range. Here's one team pulling up on another. It's Eaddy. Good nade early on to Lobon, and there's a triple to follow with the MP5 in hand. The nade did the majority of the damage, and it cleans him up with the SMG.
The blue zone gonna drive. He's got to dance in front of it. He's dancing around trying to survive. It's not gonna happen. Alcatsia will get taken down by Bury Rock.
The very last days of the grand final here for PGS9, and we have ourselves an opportunity here for 15 teams to try and breach into the halls of opulence, as Twisted Minds has adorned their walls with gold in the past, and they're looking for yet another crown to take here at PGS9. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, for the finals day for PGS9. Today we will know who is going to be our champion. My name is Kalaris. Joining me to my left-hand side, right-hand side, that's the one. We got Toffees. We got Avenger here to bring everything that's going to be going on. Toffees, we have maybe a foregone conclusion. We'll see if we can see the light at the end of the tunnel for the other teams.
Let me do my job. It's still possible that someone could catch Twisted Minds if they let off the gas in the first few games. Will it happen? We'll find out.
Yeah, we'll see in the first 2 or 3 games, I guess, for sure. But for me, though, it's mostly the story of me asking, please, slow down a little bit. Make it interesting. Make it exciting. Otherwise, you know, when we're done with 2 or 3 games today, we might be like, okay, they won it. Let's see who gets second.
I can't see a world where they let off the gas.
We could see a lot of teams challenge for that second spot if we do not see Twisted Minds have a little bit of a topple throughout our next couple of games. Of course, we have to thank Hero as well as Crafton. Heroes Esports as well as Crafton here for making everything possible for PGS9 and then everything that's going to be going down here throughout the next time. And then, of course, we do have OP.GG here. You can overpower your game by going to OP.GG and checking out all the numbers that are going on there. And of course, we do have ourselves the drops that you can claim, Avenger, because we've got some cool little sprays to give on out, as well as some nameplate. Avenger.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I'm excited to see that, but I also gotta say, I forgot to turn on my PC in the back to get it.
So did I.
I need those. So that's a good reminder. I have to get in and get that done. Connect everything, get things rolling, get the badges, get the emblems.
If our families are watching at home in Poland and Denmark, please turn the PC on and put the stream on so we can actually get the rewards. That'd be very nice.
No, just turn the PC on. I'll log in remotely.
Oh,
wow.
Nice. Yeah, that's impressive. And also, you guys at home, we don't need any remote connections for bingo because you got yourself the QR code. You can potentially win yourself some G-Coin here. Tons of G-Coin being given away, Toffees. I have seen so many people previously been able to get themselves the Bugattis when they were in.
Oh, yeah.
And also, of course, the G-Dragon stuff that was when we gave away all this G-Coin. There's been loads of great stuff.
You want some skibbity toilets? Get the bingo.
I'm not interested.
It's coming. Who knows what it's gonna be?
The kids love Skibbity Toilet. I'm not the age demographic, I think.
My kids are running around the house 6-7 skibbiting all day, so cool.
All right, well, let's take a look at the overall leaderboard from our last 2 days here for the grand final and see where we stand. Because right now, Twisted Minds at #1. It will be difficult to make a comeback against that kind of lead. However, it looks like if anybody's going to do it, feels like a Falcons or a Virtus Pro big run Avenger is going to have to happen.
It could be. And for me, like, what I'm really looking at for this one here is the first couple of games. Does anyone else go for the third party on Twisted Minds, locking them down, closing them out? Because right now, there's a huge price pool difference from first to second to third and all the way down. You have to go for it. And obviously, Falcons boys, they came top and said, guys, we're going for the win today. Like, we're going pedal to the metal.
Yeah, I think the actual quote from Gunnar was first or eighth, which is like kind of a weird random number in the middle to pick. Like, not first or 16th. They just don't think they can fall that far. But I respect that that's the mentality. They're this close to being PGC qualified. They're going to get a ton of points no matter how you slice it. I like this idea of, you know what, we're coming in, we're looking for fights, we're going to try to cut Twisted Minds off. That's cool.
I like what you're saying about, like, it's a weird number to pick if they get 9th. Disaster. We wanted 8th.
I don't understand why he went for 8th specifically, but I loved it.
Of course, we have $300,000 on the line for these teams. At present, it would be Twisted Minds walking away with $100,000 if that continues. And I think, well, regardless of what number Falcons actually finishes on, Martin, I think they just don't want third place. Too many third places this year for Falcons.
I mean, that third place would probably lock them in for PGC, right?
Yeah, probably.
Then that's not going to be the story anymore. The graphics not going to show, oh, you're not qualified for PGC yet, all that stuff. But the $100,000 at the top is the real motivator.
Maybe that's why he chose 8th. Maybe they know that 80 points is the perfect amount of points to guarantee that they advance to PGC.
Probably.
These are the important points that we will be racking up throughout the day. We will have teams walking away with all important points, not only to try and guarantee themselves, but also have the knock-on effect into their regions, Martin, because there are still undecided spots that could be determined by those knock-on effects as we take a look at the current standings.
There's going to be teams at home cheering for specific teams to win things and regions to take things home here. And with Freaks not playing, that does mean no matter what here, Falcons is going to be, you know, tying or breaking that tie and then getting in there and really rolling things through.
The most interesting one for me is on the next page is Na'Vi at the very bottom. Na'Vi came to this event with a chance to punch their own card to PGC.
Sure.
They're in a weird position now where their almost best chance of going to PGC is punching a card for teams who are qualified, like Twisted Minds and VP in particular. So I'm curious to see how they sort of handle this when they see those teams in the kill feed.
I know exactly what you're saying, because especially when we get to PGS 10, there is a very strange dynamic that could occur, but that's how the system is working for these points and how they work out.
Pretty sure with Twisted Minds doing this well here, I think they're going to be going through.
You think so, guaranteed?
I don't see a world when Na'Vi doesn't go to.
Well, if we ended now, if there was no other games played, nothing here today, this would be our standings. And there has been a little bit of movement here, Toffees, coming into this top 8, if we were to stop right now.
Right. And I know what everyone's going to type right now is, but there's a PGS 10 coming after this.
That is
yes,
true.
there is, but our job is to sort of get an idea of expectations, right? DN Freaks, they didn't even qualify for this one. So things like that, can happen. So when you look at those teams that are in the middle spot, VP right now I think is really, really nice to see up there with 330 points. Very much deserved with this roster. And Gen G, who they need to qualify here to maintain one of two teams who have been to every single PGC. FaZe and Gen G are it so far. They don't want to lose that.
And the knock-on effects into PGS 10 does give an interesting window into BB team situation here, Martin, because I feel like there's a world where 420 points by the end of this one, the cutoff's 280. I feel like the cutoff might be like around 400-ish, something like that. It could be very close.
I think it's going to be very, very close for BB team.
Yeah.
And honestly, it really comes down to how does the team stack up here, but also most importantly, we have more points for PGS 10, right? How does that stack up for PGS 10? And for me, I would love to see a BB team, but yeah, it's looking a little bit dicey, to be honest, with the team that's currently making their way in.
Sketchy indeed. Let's take a look at the highlights from the last 2 days of gameplay, because we've had some excellent stuff across the board. Not to mention the fact that, again, we keep saying it, but Gen G, they've surpassed all my expectations from EWC into the groups and now here into the final.
We have had rough expectations for them, but for me, Orca has breached those and has opened the door for me to say maybe Gen G is a world-class team. If they come out in the top 3 here, then I'm going to give them that props as we roll into PGS 10.
For me, especially in this case here, yesterday, let's just really quickly, Virtus Pro, a lot of circles on their way, but they took the advantage of it. They were proactive about it. We saw some huge Corexy clutches here. You see how excited Nixie is jumping over to Corexy. Just like Corexy's like, oh guys, that was fine. I clutched it up for the boys.
Business as usual.
No problem. That's Finns don't often like being assaulted and just grabbed. A big hug for the Finn. But yes, as we take a look a little bit further again, the thing is, is that we're looking at Falcons here as well. And like, truth be told, if it wasn't for Twisted Minds looking like Twisted Minds does at some of these tournaments, we would be constantly singing the praises of Falcons. They're still in second, looking phenomenal.
Absolutely, that's the problem. Is second and third place has been playing great PUBG. There was nothing wrong with their strategy, and I think that's kind of why when you talk about the Falcons, they're saying we're going first or eighth, because they are not. They're saying, you know what, we did perfect. There's nothing that we can do about this. Twisted Minds was just a little bit stronger, and we have to catch them by doing that.
We've played 12 games so far, so let's compare it a little bit to Esports World Cup, right? If Falcons had the amount of points they had right now, they would have won Esports World Cup. Even Virtus Pro in third, they would have won.
Right.
Because it was 89 points, right?
Yep.
So it's a great performance. Sure, it was very close to the Esports World Cup, but that also talks the story of how deep and how far the run for Twisted Minds already has been, right? It's insane. More than 10 points per game, more than a win per game average here. Absolutely nuts for them. So the kind of level that they've played up to, as we're talking about in the green room, guys, like, just average 3 points per game, and they're actually going to be winning the whole thing, unless we see insane performances from some of the teams that are, from second down to fifth potentially.
The biggest issue with that is that middle of the leaderboard is so tightly packed. No one's going to make bad choices for the first 4 games, because those PGC points and of course the money means that everyone in the middle is like, hey, because of Twisted Minds, one good game takes us to the top.
All right, well, let's take a look at the top damage dealers as,
Europe? Oh, no, man, that's the whole tournament.
Is this PUC? Is this actually TWIS, if you could just, keep stum for a moment, all right?
I'm going to see myself off.
The EMEA boys are going to talk about this, so look at that. Twisted Minds, Na'Vi, Virtus Pro. Where's everybody else, Martin?
They are close, but they're not top 5. And that's the really cool thing about this, right?
Yeah.
Also, to have 3 out of the top 5 spots here. Batulin's obviously being the fragging IGL. He's pretty damn close as well, to be honest. But as we've sent TWIS off, we're down to a 2-man desk.
No, it's fine. TWIS, you can come back. EMEA time is done. I know. Just poor guy. Sorry,
Shrimpsy's close. He's been doing it.
And Liquid's in last.
No, we shouldn't have laughed like that. Stop. Anyway, I'm hoping that they're able to persevere and get back up. Because the thing is actually very important is for them to, get more PGS points on the board, get more prize pool on the board. Every single placement means something here, as our players are going to be making their way into the arena here, TWIS.
And I mean, no matter how you slice it, in 1.5 weeks' time, we take the field again, right? And so that is something where every team, whether or not you're on the bottom or you're having a rough go of things, this is clean up, pick up, get up time, because this is the last chance you're going to have to put some reps in with whatever you think might work for you at the next PGS a couple of weeks away. So I expect all of our teams to come out, even the ones on the bottom, maybe to shake things up a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, because yes, we have a week off. Yes, technically the teams can go and practice and things like that, but it's still not the same pressure, not the same environment as tournament games are when they look like this, Avenger.
Yeah, for sure. For me, though, I mean, us starting on Miramar here, it's a great start for Twisted Minds, and that's really the scary thing, right? We're finishing in a wrangle, which is very calculated, and that's where I really like, if they have a big enough lead against potentially only a second place, like there's only maybe 1 or 2 teams chasing.
Yeah.
That's where they can kind of change their strategy a little bit to maybe doing some third parties, maybe setting some gatekeeps up rather than focusing on what they've been doing so far.
It's all up in the air here, but Twisted Minds is going to have to be caught up. It is time to get this going. Day number 3 of the grand final for PGS 9.
The first time I played PUBG was actually at a friend's house. And I still remember my first kill. It was right outside Ruins, west of the church. I know I'm going to be playing against the best players in the world. It is my first finals. It's also DIY's first finals, so I think anything could happen.
PGS 1 champions! And he's got the win!
站在台上捧杯的那一下，肯定感觉是没有值得的。
Thì sau cái vòng loại PGS 7 anh em mình bị loại ở Thái Lan ấy, thì anh em mình thấy khá là buồn và cảm giác hụt hẫng. Cũng bảo là còn cái giải PGC anh em mình vẫn còn thời gian để trên team mà ăn ý với nhau hơn. Nên là anh em mình tìm cách mọi thứ và chen cùng nhau rất là nhiều để anh em mình có thể đạt được những thành tích cao hơn.
I think this game was the most memorable
because we were not disciplined enough and we let him win against us. So yeah, next time we're not gonna let him stay alive.
We've gotten third 3 times this year, so it would be nice to finally win one because it's been so bittersweet, but for the most part, we're just forward thinking.
Гра на кваліфікаціях трішки відрізняється від фіналу, тому що стоїть питання в тому, щоб пройти в сам фінал. Тому гра в фіналі не буде відрізнятися від наших кваліфікаційних ігор. Будемо включатися в перші гри, будемо здобувати цей трофей.
เรารู้สึกว่าก็เป็นแรงผลักดันครับเพราะว่าโซนเราอย่างแบบ APAC อย่างเงี้ยครับก็มีทีมมาหลายทีมที่เก่งมากๆอย่างเช่นเซอร์เบลัสที่เคยได้แชมป์ PGS มาก่อนเหมือนกันแล้วก็ที่เป็นแชมป์โลกก็เราก็อยากเป็นทีมไทยที่สามารถเป็นแชมป์ในระดับโลกได้เหมือนกันครับ
The reason why I've been playing for so many years is I want to lift an international trophy. I have won regionally in Europe, but I'm still yet to win like a world championship or something. And I think the day I do that, I might be done, you know, then the job is done.
I know I'm going to be playing against the best players in the world, but I think it's the same game, and I have the same teammates, and I'm the same person. So I think if we play good PUBG and we play to what we know, we will be able to win.
첸시는 명문팀이니까 명문 선수만 들어올 수 있다 생각하고 그에 대해서 부담감은 결국 성적으로 증명하는 거라 생각합니다.
우승에 한 발자국 다가가서 트로피 올려드리도록 하겠습니다.
Put in the blood, sweat, tears. Better know you got this. No matter the pain or fear, you better know you got this. On your marks, get set, let's go. 2 more sets, let's rep 1 more. Know that your time is here. You better know you got this. Best know what you're doing this for. Hit this again, let's rep 1 more. Get fired up, let it burn in your core. You better know you got this. 1 more, 1 more. You better know you got this. 1 more, 1 more. You better know you got this.
The stage is set, everything is chalked up and ready to go. Today we crown the PGS9 champions here in Malaysia. And what better 16 teams to have on a server than the ones we have sat ready to play here right now. Everyone eyeing Twisted Minds, currently sat in first place by quite the margin, trying to see if they can take them down. Will it be Virtus.pro? Will it be the Falcons? Or will it be somebody else to come up and claim that trophy? We'll find out in just about 6 games time. I'm Toby, joined by Porosaurus. And Poro, my oh my, if there is a set of teams to try and catch on to the lead that Twisted Minds have just set themselves, I couldn't come up with a better lobby of 15 other than the ones we have playing here today to try and make that happen.
No, you're absolutely right. Every single one of these teams in this lobby has shown at one point or another through the group stages and the grand final or the final stage that they have the ability to have those pop-off games. Can you string multiple ones together, though? That's the question.
The danger right now is, as much as everyone can play good games, it has been practically impossible for teams to deny Twisted Minds points.
Yeah.
There has been no game where Twisted has done nothing, and that's the main caveat right now. Yes, you can get good points alongside them, but you need to prevent them from getting them too.
That's the thing. They're operating just on a different level right now, and I don't see any of that slowing down, honestly. No. Like, I don't think that they'll start doing anything crazy. I think they know what they've done to get to this point. There's no reason why they wouldn't keep doing that at this point, right? You're not going to be preventing anybody from getting into PGS 10 off of this.
Yeah.
I guess there's the argument that you could probably maybe prevent somebody from getting into PGC, but you still got PGS 10 on the horizon. So, you know, why not just keep doing what you've been doing, boys?
We heard it from the desk. I mean, talking about Falcons now, they said either we win this thing or we risk it all trying to go for it. And I was sitting watching the games, obviously, yesterday. I tuned in to Tick's stream where they were watching with the Falcons POV. They were, as much as there was action going on everywhere, they always had one guy committed to try and tell where's Falcons. Where's Twisted Minds. We need specifically to know where Twisted Minds are, because any single chance we get to take them down, we go for it. No matter if the odds are against us, we have to try and stop them. And you know what? They get a chance to do that right here, right now, as we get into game number 1 over on Miramar.
Let's go. And yeah, I mean, you talk about Falcons in the stretch. I don't think that we're talking about any hot drops or anything like that.
Oh, no.
But one of the things that Falcons has been specifically really, really good about so far this tournament is stealing kills away. Right now,
yes.
I think they're +7 overall in terms of kills stolen versus kills lost. That's 7 points, man. That's a lot. That's the difference between placement going up and down the leaderboard. And there's some teams that have been really, really struggling in that regard.
Yep, definitely. Both Twisted and Falcons will have good access points to the drop spots off of this plane path. It is somewhat southwestern skewed, so if you're a Zaha or Terra Bronca hard-committed looting team, you might be in for a bit of a journey. But luckily, we don't have those situations happening right now, as everyone's going to hop out of the plane, get down to their loot spots as fast as can be.
And right off the bat, I don't think any of these guys so much concerned about C1 or where that goes. Where it really starts getting a little bit more complicated, a little bit more difficult, is are we going to have another one of those days where we see hard shift after hard shift after hard shift? Because that has been a struggle for some of these teams as they try to make their way into the late game and get as many points as possible.
And that is true. Seeing teams fly side by side, of course, with the southwestern plane path. You are fighting for vehicles to try and make your way further towards that northeast. Foy and Burram going alongside one another, flying right next to Full Sense as well down on that southern side. A team who, I mean, they've been struggling a bit here in the finals, now set at 8th place, but everyone's sat so tight together in that mid-pack on the leaderboard. And with a circle like this, for Full Sense, they're hoping to get a lot going.
Yeah, to be completely honest, and it's just been a rough tournament so far altogether for all the 8-pack teams. I mean, you look, who would have thought our defending PGC champion, the Expendables, would be in dead last place right now. Now, they made the final, so that's half the job done, right? But it's just not been a final that's seen them get their wheels under them.
And that's the main thing, right? Because as they played a somewhat mediocre group stage, then yeah, sure, you could say, maybe it was just a one-time thing, but they played incredibly well through the group stages, but just have not been able to string those same successes together here in the finals. And well, speaking of Expendables, already under fire now, DocJuice, lucky that Roth was set up there with the UMP in hand, so he should be able to get away safely.
Yes, indeed. And unfortunately for Alcatia, not going to be playing today with their young fragger Cowboy.
That is true.
Who was having an illness, so they're going to be he's going to be replaced by Jam today. So yet another first-time international LAN fragger coming through in Jam. But we'll see if Alcatia can maybe try to salvage a few more points. I mean, they're down in 14th at this point. Anything they can get in, going up the leaderboard is all money.
Yep, Alcatia forcing DocJuice away, but DocJuice might be going from one set of trouble straight into another. Lukarux obviously hearing the vehicle coming in, but he sat here alone, so I don't think it's worth the risk for him to go for it. He's holding the angle. He's making sure that if anything happens, he can go for a shot if he gets a freebie on it. But for now, he's going to be waiting for his teammates to come in his direction. They're all still in and around Los Leones proper. Only Corexi is currently making his way towards him. So going to be playing it slow, as Expendables also will try and fortify that hilltop position.
Yeah, discretion may be the better part of valor here for Lukarux, who has had such a great tournament so far. He's looked really good, but looks like he's just going to go ahead and take the shots. He's got, the rest of the boys. At least one of the boys is starting to arrive now, so he does have a backup plan just in case. Didn't get that knock. Probably wouldn't have even gotten the flush had he gotten it, but it at least keeps the Expendables on their toes.
Now, I'm not sure this was part of the plan, but I love the idea that it could have been. You saw Corexi driving around, literally doing donuts in the field down on the southern side of that compound. I think he was baiting, hoping that maybe if you hear a car driving around down there, you go up for a quick peek, and that's when Lukarux could take him out. So a nice attempt at a setup potentially there to get a free kill early on, but Expendables didn't take the bait, or the bait, I should say.
Wouldn't be surprised coming from Virtus Pro. Obviously, one of the best performances we've seen for them at an international in quite some time now.
Yesterday.
Now, if we're being completely honest, and I know the EU desk with sad toffees stepping away for it, but Virtus Pro did get a lot of circle luck yesterday. But they capitalized on it. That's the huge thing here. As Delwyn will take a few shots over towards a running away Lukarux, but looks like no harm, no foul.
tech here and a stun gun. Not usually the second or third option we see for teams of this caliber. But we'll see if they end up putting it to use or if this was just an early game loot situation that might end up being changed because delve in there. The med kit as well, trying to make sure that they have this area for themselves. Will be able to go down and pick up his vehicle, at least try to, but Lukarux at a distance, hitting some good shots with that 3x.
Yeah, can't get too cavalier around here, especially when all these teams are going to be rotating in this area, Delwyn. You don't want to get caught out in no man's land. Is Beamy going to go and retreat back towards Nixie? Not sure if that's a pickup or more just going for alternate angles, maybe a 2-2 split here from VP.
If you're coming to pick up your teammate in the middle of a field with a buggy, you have a whole set of trouble lined up for you. So
you gotta use the tools that you're presented
well, I mean,
with.
yeah, true, but that's not what they would want to have happen. Full sense, we talked about them before. They have the high ground control, very dead center in the circle. So we'll see if they opt to try and actually, no, on the southern side, I should say, try to see if they'll maintain control of that. As Twisted Minds now our current first place team, the team, as I said, that everyone is trying to shut down early on, because with this 24-point gap down to second, it's just rare that Twisted throws a lead like this.
Absolutely. Heroes of the lobby so far, and they probably have a very good idea just who that is. That
they do.
Right in front of them after leaving in Pachinki. But do they know about Gen G making their way around? Looks like Gen G is going to hear the shots, avoid the shots, and they're going to start making their way over towards Navi, who's got Fairest kind of out on an island here by himself.
Yeah, sat on his own, spots Orca in the field. Good thing he didn't commit to that one, because Orca actually spun out for a bit there. Able to get back to safety over the hilltop. Fairest will scare him away. So everyone getting their somewhat center positions here early on. No big confrontations right off the bat, but again, also goes to show the what's at risk, because Twisted is so far away. I mean, the mid-pack from 4th all the way down to 12th with Navi. I mean, that's 23 points. That's one great win, maybe 2 good games, and all of a sudden you're set in top 5, right? Teams are playing extra careful here on the final day.
Well, Gen G, maybe a little bit dangerous here, but Orca should be okay. But now they have on the other side. Oh, Fairest hitting that last one.
And that position too, difficult for Orca to get rest. Flame is going to commit to it. Able to get him as well. I'm not sure Twisted realizes this knock came through just on the other side of the road. If they do, an easy nade lopped on over. That could be a point freely.
Yeah, that...
It's right on the other side, but he got
well,
back
that's
up.
the thing. It's like I feel like if you're Twisted, you only hear one set of gunshots going on around because nobody else is shooting right now. It would be pretty easy to put 2 and 2 together there, but they are comfortable in their split right now. So that goes to show Twisted Minds sticking with the game plan, not doing anything too overly aggressive that would risk going out early.
I mean, again, there's no need to, right? They brought it up on the desk. I think, I mean, if they can hit just 4-point average, it's doable for sure by teams with a great day, but if they can hit just 4 points per game today, it would be very difficult for anyone to catch them. So they're not looking for the big early game action moments that could potentially get them eliminated. They just want to get the save points, as they honestly pretty usually do.
Absolutely. Well, we saw the Falcons coming in late, just north of Los Leones, one of our last arriving teams into the Circle. Forest, meanwhile, on the complete opposite side, just leaving Vidamar. We do have Begopa going down on the island and wrapping around, so we see them come up north through Partona here at some point. But yeah, you get a idea of what Olympus is doing. See, even Forest Gaming has, I think, surprised a lot of people here at this grand final.
They also, I mean, just they came into the grand finals so well, especially on Miramar on that day one. Their first 2 games were looking so good, but then they just fell apart in the wildcards, and I feel like it took them a bit too long to really get back in the groove, but now they are here, set in 6th place, and they're back on Miramar again. I mean, if they can string together 2 really good Miramar games, they're looking for a top 3 potentially.
Yeah, Kiss proving once again that he is a new and up-and-coming superstar here for Forest, as we check in with another APAC team that has been doing very well for themselves here in the grand final, E-Arena.
I mean, look at the leaderboard. 6th, 7th, 8th is Thailand galore. And they're all out here showing their capabilities. Again, it's just about being able to string those games together, being able to avoid the 0-pointers most importantly. Because as good games as they have, I mean, one good game is practically nullified if you have back-to-back 0-pointers to follow. So got to be able to stay consistent throughout. Falcons here. looking into the same field that we just saw Fairy shooting at Orca in, feeling that, yeah, this is a little too tight. No reason to run for this one early on. Only 20 seconds for the circle to pop as well.
Yeah, maybe a little hot and ease off to the east, maybe.
A lot of puffer fishing being done from these teams right now. A lot of shots taken, not necessarily at a target, just to make it clear that, hey, we're here, this is taken, don't even think about crashing us. This next circle could have big ramifications. Again, it's only phase 1 into 2, but look at how split this circle is. Look at how much control has already been taken, and we go towards the hills down on the southern side.
I think that's about the circle that would make the most teams happy here, right? Just given how the setups are. As you see, Virtus Pro dead center. Yeah, they're going to bring Nixie and Beamy over and rejoin the squad.
As they have
to. 2-2 split. Yeah, FaZe is probably going to see that. Earina and Begopa, though, very close to each other, as Begopa has finally made their way across that bridge, working their way to the north. And Opans, he has been a revelation so far this tournament for Earina. And Begopa, they're actually going to pull in here, maybe.
Yep, they're contesting this. I think Begopa were initially looking to go further forward, but they're too split in their rotations. I have to turn around on it. It's going to be Akan to find the first one. Gurion traded back in return, though, so a 1-for-1 trade thus far. As Akan tries to reposition, his teammate will fall, but now Park Pro is here as well, and Earina, okay, they are fortifying. I was going to say, are they leaving him alone? No, they are coming in.
Yeah, the other issue they have, you can see Flash and Belmoth just off to the west, uphill. They're going to have angles on this, kind of control how this comes through, as he is blind as a bat, but it doesn't matter. Akan will find the knock on the Lyrics and the flush.
So many angles to try and peek through. I'm a little worried that Lyrics got too trigger happy on that one, had two teammates literally 5 seconds out, hold it for a moment longer. It could be good, and there is that third party you were talking about, Paul. Dragunov straight to the dome, finds Park Pro.
Ain't the way you want to go out, especially in a fight like this. Park Pro fortunately had the smoke wall laid down. Khan looks like he's considering his options here. Do I go for the res? Do I go for the push? The Opans explosive has been absolutely deadly so far this tourney, as he is looking to see if he can maybe catch Akan moving through the window, through the door. He's going to be the aggressor, and he's going to find him, but Songjang is there for the trade.
Great immediate trade off of that one, too. He had him dead to rights. Able to get him through the window. He is on fire, Akan now, so that should be the flush to follow. Indeed, it will be. So Songjang on his own. It is a 1v1 against Norrens, and look at the minimap. Who's looking this direction to FaZe? The success that they have gotten in these games has been through third-party engagements, and here they have a good chance of potentially cleaning up this compound, too.
A giant wide split from FaZe, and I think Songjang finding out the hard way
One
now
more
that
shot.
they have vision on him, and there he goes. Begopa out in 16th place.
Not the way they would have wanted to start this one. Sat down in 14th coming into it. And even, I mean, looking at the leaderboard right now, it only takes a good game or two, and they could be right up there in the mix again, but not going to be the case, at least not this time around.
Earina taking a pretty big L there as well. Nuren's now the last player left alive, so he's in salvage mode with two teams looking right down at him. Now, the fortunate thing for him is that both FaZe and Full Sense are maintaining their big, wide information gathering splits for the time being, as Lilghost is going to get spotted out by Lu. Another point in the bag for Twisted Minds.
Very patient play from Twisted as well. Lu was running, creeping along those rocks forever, trying to set up an opportunity for Twisted to get anywhere inside the circle. And well, here you go. It's small openings, the ones you make yourself, that can sometimes be your entry point to it. Nice rotation, nice play by Lu to make that happen.
The pressure from Gen G from behind, though, forcing Twisted to kind of push into a more safe situation as they're getting pinched. That E pickup from 17 gets popped. We'll see if they decide to take it as the circle is collapsing.
Interestingly enough, this area of the map up in the north where Twisted is would normally be around where Falcons is playing in from too, but they opted early on to wrap hard east on it. Look where they are now down on that southeast side. They went all the way through Las Leones, out around the east. Now they can come up north into this one, and with FaZe being split the way they are, Falcons should actually have a pretty direct path into it.
Not a bad look playing south to north in this circle either.
Not at all, especially on the eastern side.
As long as they can avoid the pressure that from FaZe, if FaZe does decide to hang out on that cliff side. And then you see Navi as well.
Yep.
A 2-2 split over there on that southeastern corner. Meanwhile, Team Liquid trying to make their way through, and they are in between Alcacia. Well, really Alcacia. I mean, Navi, or the Expendables, not even finding a shot here, as Nurens was able to pick up the chips.
Is he in Patona?
Was he able to get all three? If he is, yeah. There you go, Partona. He's going to be able to bring all his boys back.
Yep, able to do just that. Hopefully, at least. FaZe able to position themselves too. With no one being on the hillside proper right now, they should be able to sit down here for free. Same thing for Team Liquid. Because Virtus Pro, who have the hillside under control right now, are opting to play from inside the compound. There isn't really being pressure to apply from up high on any of these two teams down on the low ground. So they can flex out a bit, try and go for a couple of shots, and at least, if anything, get a read on who's playing around them.
And you worry a little bit about mortar bait there with that dip, but that dip is so wide and it's so easy to kind of move around and defend that I don't think it's as much of a concern, particularly here for Liquid, at least at this phase of the game.
Yeah, as we said, Falcons creeping back up on the northern side, wanting to surpass Na'Vi. They do have an opportunity to wrap even further north, but we talked about it on day one. I will mention it here again for anyone watching the map feed. Gen G right now has an enormous amount of space on the northeast side, and Falcons will soon realize that they're going into that split. Force, in the meantime, trying to contest in from the southwest, where they're surrounded by 4am, Full Sense, and now Khan from Burram.
Fun to see 4am back in the mix as well.
Yeah,
Big performance from them so far after they had one bad day. And now the rest of it has been good, but Bean will get taken down by Shrimsy. Tosi been spotted out. He's down to half HP. Falcons making sure that they finish those flushes as quickly as possible so they can secure the point. Tosi will try to get in the vehicle and just get away. The wide split that Gen G has been having so much success with, biting them in the backside this time.
Exactly, and that's the issue, right? Because yes, it's great for info gathering, but when everyone knows this is the playstyle you'd like to utilize, as soon as Shrimsy gets that knock on the first one, they know we have the numbers advantage, because there's no way Gen G has all four sat on top of each other on the edge this early on, so they will happily push further forward, which is also why Tosi instantly got in that vehicle and just dipped, because there's no bluffing, there's no doing anything. They know you're sat there on your own.
Maybe should have done that a little bit sooner.
Yeah.
if you're in a you're in a big wide split and you see a couple of cars coming your way,
played it safe.
Dip out.
Yeah.
Play it safe, as you said. And there we go. The new circle pops, and there is the return of our E-Arena boys, and it is going to center up. So no massive hard shift again. So that is probably good news for most of these teams. Team Liquid in that dip still looking pretty good for the time being, but you have to worry still. How safe is it going to be as everything starts to collapse?
My eyes right now are almost exclusively on the Expendables. Set in a wide 2-1-1 split. How long are they going to be able, how long are they going to dare to try and maintain the split for? Because they're taking up some pretty big real estate as the arena, try to make landfall, but are being contested in doing so. I don't think 4am saw them. If they do, I was going to say this should be easy pickings. They're going to hunt them. They have to. This is free kills.
Absolutely free kills. They got to do this. They were scouting out, trying to find a place to go, and they just see free food dropping down in front of them. That is the easiest Uber Eats you'll ever see in your life, as Shen will pick off Jacob, but are they going to stick around for it? They're not. They're going to go ahead and move in.
You know what? This is a mature decision. A, it's outside circle. B, this is where E-Arena fought. They're landing on their crates and getting everything back instantly. Very smart decision making here by 4am to not get too greedy on that one.
I think it's mostly just the fact that E-Arena was smart enough to land inside a compound, and
they knew it's where they died, right? So they have their crates. Yeah.
But it's not even just that. But it's also the fact that it would take too long, right? 4am knows that fight would take too long, but 17, meanwhile, they're going to push right into Alcancia. Alcancia ready for the scrap as Relo finds the opening knock on a Xiaowu.
Such a hard compound to push.
Huge from Jam.
Do exactly what they have to here. Shut them down before they even make it past that wall. It is such an easy compound for other teams to try and engage, and once the fight is happening, once you're committed to one side, teams can pull in from the other. So the only way to counteract that is to finish any fight that comes your way as fast as can be, and it literally couldn't have been done any better than what we saw there as we now go down to 4am and Full Sense in the south.
A great way to get Jam his sea legs as he gets a kill to start things off. Holds off one of the defending champions of this lobby. 4 Angry Men still playing along this cliffside. Full Sense trading, but they're pinned. They've got Forest coming up around the back as well. 4am needs to worry about that too.
To make matters even worse, E-Arena, the survivors of E-Arena, because Jacob did fall, are now making their way in here as well. 4am is starting to realize that. So we have all these teams kind of pearls on a string right now on that southern side. No one daring to peek one another, but they're being forced to by the teams from the north.
Cliffside absolutely brutal right now. Forest, you got to feel like, is probably in the best position, but they've still got to be on their toes, as you never know. You got Virtus Pro looking down there. You got Bury Round that has a place to go. Full Sense, they're just trying to survive at this point.
Hiss is on a flank of the Sentries, trying to wrap all the way around the southern side here. Does manage to bait one, so Barn able to find Shen. That's at a distance, though. Do they know that they have Full Sense? They're running past them. They're trying to shortcut their way to the east.
they are, but ooh, the big spray gonna force Tigger back as a good head there on Olympus to make sure that he keeps eyes up there as Tigger gets the heal through the grenade. In full sense, still just surviving at this point.
Yeah, Flash is sat inside circle right now. I am interested in seeing when he opts to engage in this. He should be able to get an off angle. The issue is he's in and around that shack, and he's being contested by the teams from the northeast right now. Nice flank around the side, though. Taker, they allowed through Forest, and then he jumps down to follow and finds them himself, but he's going to have an issue with the circle real soon if he doesn't get back up.
Absolutely. 4 AM is actually feasting off of this. They're able to stay alive. They're still playing around on that edge. They now might have to worry about Navi, as Navi has gotten a whiff of things going on this cliff edge. They're going to see if they can maybe third party from range.
They need to get inside circle. They're hearing all this action taking place up high. So you know they're wounded. You know they have players down already. Try and see if you can get something going. It happened off screen, but FaZe actually pushed over towards the arena. They pushed out of their own dip to nade towards the arena when they came in, got 2 players down with it. So they're now back up to 2 alive on the side of the arena, but with Navi right behind them, the arena stays look counted for.
I think Navi actually looking at 2-2 split, looking at E-Arena more than they are at what's going on the cliffside. Yeah. Buriram, they're going to be taking it right to the face of Virtus Pro. Lukarux and Corexi, the last 2 up. Eaddy has that high ground, but Forest is coming through. Baron will get the seat swap, and now it throws Buriram's plans into disarray.
Whoever comes out victorious of this hillside fight is going to be in a great position to get so many points with it. VP want to be that team, but they need to be able to keep all alive, and they've already lost Beamy. Buriram back up to 2 alive. We'll try and see what they can make happen, but they need to play things slow. They need to try and get healed on up. Can't take too much time, though. Baron is on run side, and Khan is forced into the compound.
Yeah, Buriram, now they know that they have Baron on their back.
Yeah.
And they have to make the push in. Finally, we'll get the knock on a Corexi. Damasti, nice spray from him. The smoke slowing things down. Lukarux just listening for any footsteps, any hints. Doesn't look like he has any utility that he can really throw over in that direction. He's going to go through. He's going to spot out Damasti.
Able to get the first one. They should know that it's just a 1 player left alive on the side of Buriram by now. But again, making the mature decision, going for the rest first. Let Lukarux get those footstep cues going your way. Fights taking place elsewhere, but we're sticking with this one for now. It's Virtus Pro able to stay alive with this one. Atongmu able to take down the entirety of Full Sense as well on the opposite side of the circle, down towards the southeast. This fight should stop for a moment now if Baron gets spotted, taken out, but no, not quite the case. Able to fight one prone down and stay alive.
Man, Twisted Mind's killing everybody in the lobby, even each other. Baron is a problem
he gets
right now.
him too.
And he gets the flush. That is absolutely brutal for Virtus Pro, as Corexi will finish him off. And that'll be one snake pulled out of their mist. But as you said, they had this high ground position that was looking really nice, but all of a sudden you lose 2. Exactly. Now you got to play forward as a duo.
And that's the issue, right? You just cannot take up all this space. I mean, if the circle comes south now, they're going to be kicking themselves over not being at least just 3 up, which it is. This would have been a huge position for whoever comes out victorious in 4 AM or VP. I mean, if 4 AM takes out VP here, which should be their next move, they are in a golden position to shoot at literally the entire lobby.
We'll see what Virtus Pro can do as a duo. As you said, that position is really strong. We'll see how much they can get off of it. Gen G, meanwhile, backs up against the wall. As Tosi goes down, it's all down to Flame. Has to heal through the smoke, but it does not look like Twisted Minds want to let him do that. They want to come over here and make sure they secure that final point for themselves. Flame with that grenade. That could be dangerous depending on how they move.
And they don't see him either. Flame is going to start shooting now, so now they realize Nate should be about, and indeed they are. Going to be locked on up. Flame with back towards the blue. A lot of util expended here by Twisted Minds, trying to make sure to take him down as fast as can be. That nade looks good. The second one around, and it is. Patulins finds Gen G, and Twisted Minds still alive in this one, but not inside circle yet.
That's the problem. The Expendables was watching all of this. They forced Twisted to play inside that dip on the roadside, so now Twisted Minds going to have to figure out how to get out. Team Falcons, meanwhile, still having to play on that eastern side, getting pinched by, looks like FaZe might be having an angle onto this, Navi having an angle. Falcons have some decision-making ahead of them as Team Liquid, they're starting to go down to some well-placed utility from Alcazia.
There's nowhere you go from here that doesn't involve pulling up, and I think that's what Falcons are doing right now. They finally get across the road. Shen able to find the first one, but now they're within Nate range of other teams. Twisted Minds actually might get angles on Falcons real soon too, but they've made the crossover. Twisted yet to do that. First, second place teams set out on that eastern side together as Navi now finally make the play forward towards FaZe.
Get tired of having to look at FaZe, and oh, what a flick from Hakatory.
What? He got the second?
Oh my god, he got H-Win too.
There's no way!
Who is this kid? And what has he had for breakfast? That might be a good grenade, though it is, and Na'Vi will get eliminated.
Absolutely humbled by the double headshot from Hakatory there. They will be able to reset, though. Twisted Minds, instead of engaging on the east, will try and make their way northwest instead. The fight between Alcatzia and VP were going on for a bit, with Liquid in there as well. Twisted saw a good opportunity to claim some points off it as FaZe fall as well. They were within nade range, and 4AM alongside Na'Vi take them out.
And 4AM going to take the spot that FaZe was just occupying, so Falcons doesn't even have a clear path into this next zone. They're going to go for the res on to H-Win, but it doesn't matter. Tongmu in perfect position, gets the double kill. H-Win gets re-knocked by Clories. Falcons gets eliminated in 6.
Kill number 7 for Tongmu. Welcome back to the Grand Finals. Might make it 8 with a knock onto Delwyn here. 4AM, from having been low performers throughout for a while on the global stage, really rises into the occasion here in the finals.
Twisted Minds trying to take out Alcatzia. Last bullet from Example will get the knock on Relo, as Alcatzia is still surviving through the smokes, if only just barely, but now Virtus Pro, they have an angle. Nixie goes down though, so Corexi gonna have to take a minute to stop and get him back on his feet.
3 kills for Corexi, almost 1,100 damage done in this game so far.
Bragging.
He is the beast from Finland, and he is not done yet. Once that smoke fades, he has an open angle, and both of them spots the first one, takes him down. He has now Roth running around doing donuts in the open. Good thing that the help is there on the backside.
Oh, the smoke's going down at the worst possible time for Alcatzia, and now they're getting pinched by Twisted Minds as well. It is not looking good for the boys in yellow, and yes, they will go down in 5th place as Twisted Minds manages to keep Example and Batulin's alive, working around on that northern side, and now they turn their attention over to the Expendables.
How do you stop Twisted Minds? They were outside circle. They had to fight through 3 teams to make it in. Now they have the north under control with 7 kills to boot and in the top 4. They are playing extremely good PUBG right now.
They are looking almost inevitable at this point. Down to 2, it's still terrifying prospect to try to take a fight with them, as the Expendables, they've managed to keep 4 up, or yep, they got 4 up. 4AM's got 4 up. Somehow, some way, these two teams have not run into each other just yet, as it looks like the Expendables going to look over towards Twisted Minds, but that is dangerous treading, my friend.
Saw it there on the stats. 38% of their games they've been in the top 4. That is unheard of. And they're not done just yet. Only 2 left alive, but does not matter. Example, doing a lot of damage on one side. Duck Juice will find the knock with the MP5 though. Batulin's there to trade it. They'll went down. Goes for the other one. Can't find him at a distance.
Meanwhile, while this is going on, Virtus Pro starting to make their way down here. Fortunately for Twisted, they let that smoke down, the defensive smoke cloud, to try to prevent any lines of sight onto their right flank. And 4AM, they want to finish this off as quickly as possible. They're coming in here and taking advantage while the Expendables have a man down.
Exactly, they need to do so right now because they know VP is looking along the western side. They don't want to get backstabbed, so they've left Shen up on the hillside himself.
Huge position
so a 3-man push here, but Expendables are doing a great job of stalling. They don't need to do much. Just a few pieces of util to dissuade 4AM. Again, there's a lot to lose, not coming out victorious here. They know they have the numbers. They got to play it smart, 4AM.
Absolutely, got to keep them safe. Got to make sure that they don't take any unnecessary knocks and flushes, as Tanvu has to leave the hard cover of the vehicle, but will stay alive for his troubled Duck Shoes. Does not look like it's going to be able to get him back on his feet. Example, and Batulins still have the smallest bit of a ridge line to work with, and that might be all they need.
I mean, go back 2 circles. Any other team had been in Twisted Minds position, they would have been done for. Correct, he continues, might be in for a record-breaking game here. He's going to be closing in on 13 or 1,400 damage already. Curious to see what the exact number is. As example, does he go for the rest here? Zone is going to start closing in 35 seconds, so he has time to go for it. Now with the blue up, yeah, he's going to go for it. No one is within nade range. So dares to go for it once more. And again, this is part of the success of Twisted Minds. Their ability to always get each other back up, to always fall back, being able to just instantly hit the defense button, go for the reset, and then go out aggressive again.
Instant re-knock from Clories, though. Yep. Honestly, I think Twisted would be, as long as Virtus Pro doesn't get these points, I think they'd be happy with this, considering
this is an insane
the situation that they're in right now. No helmets, no nothing, no anything. As Batulins will try to find another knock, and he does. Clories will go down, and there we go. Tanvu will get the knock, and Example just will fight to survive as long as he can, goes out in 4th, but those points, one going over to the Expendables, one going over to Virtus Pro. As Virtus Pro, we said they're down to a duo, but don't count them out.
Those are some of the hardest fought for 11 points Twisted Minds have ever gotten, and somehow they made it look easy. 4AM, again, they know they have the numbers advantage, but you have Tanwu with a Groza in hand. You cannot take anything for granted. Use your util and use it wisely. That should get him down, and indeed it does. There's a push over the top. Nixie able to find one. Shen gone down.
Nixie could be a hero here for Virtus Pro. Everything going on the other side of the map from him right now as Duckjuice and Clory's still alive, but what kind of situation are they in? 4AM, they've lost Shen, and they have everybody down in the same spot of the map here, pinned with their backs against the wall. This is not by any means an easy one. Good spray there will take out Duckjuice as the car flips.
Goes for the second one as well. Just 1 health left to work with on that side, but once again, Nixie opens up. He doesn't care that it's the 3v1. He will happily go for it as 4AM fights one more. Now it's up to Nixie, the European beast of a player, to try and see if he can make the impossible happen.
I mean, at this point, 9 kills for Virtus Pro, 107 points overall, 2nd place secured, and they are looking very, very strong, but we'll get flanked, and 4AM will get another win.
It is very rare that I come out of a game in this area of the map and think, what an insane performance. But everyone came into today with one goal in mind. Maximize with every single opportunity you get. What an incredible start to the final day of the Grand Finals.
Absolutely huge for Virtus Pro as well. Despite not getting the win, they are now well within striking distance of Twisted Minds, but Twisted Minds has shown that they are still that team that you have to worry about. They are climbing.
Their tenacity, their ability to make something, and not just something, but a lot out of nothing. They got double-digit in a circle they should have never gotten into, but that is your Twisted Minds, and that's why they're in first place.
I've never seen 4AM so excited about a victory here as they're able to take game number 1 of day 3 of their grand finals here for PGS9. Yes! And they look formidable coming in from that southeast side. Joining me, Toffees, as well as Avenger, to talk about this one.
The video game.
The video games.
Yes, for sure. Obviously, another somewhat southern circle here.
Yeah.
And, you know, usually we say over the course of a best of 18, it's going to break this. No.
Nope.
All your Miramars have been down here. It seemed like the group stage where we had tons of military games, but I'll say this though, guys. We needed someone to stop Twisted Minds, and they said no.
Right.
They were in there. Example, Batulins, they were trying for it.
Yeah.
I will say this though, the amount of kind of pressure that got to them, and the reason why they lost 2 players, it did feel like the magnifying glass was a little bit on them.
I'm not going to say it wasn't for lack of trying that Twisted Minds got, like everybody, that Twisted Minds was able to do so well. Everyone did try to stop them. They did get involved if they saw them. The problem is Twisted Minds is just Twisted Minds, and they are able to make the points on the board. Now, 4AM, again, is climbing up that leaderboard and doing so without God V here. These are the 4 young guns playing, I don't say young, but 4 guns playing it out, getting some points, and doing their best.
Or angry gun.
You know, and God V watching from home.
Particularly angry guns, that's right. But I think that one thing what you're saying about Twisted Minds on the position that they were in, even when it's Batulins an example at the very end, it's just the resilience. Non-stop picking each other up, knowing that they can just duck behind that, and just causing problems for the rest of the lobby as they continue to still stay alive. That said, look at this man on screen at the moment, Jam. They destroyed 17 Gaming on a breach going forwards, and Liquid as well.
And Liquid's giving a bump.
I mean, considering, obviously, if they've had to have a sub come on in here. Jam, damn, what a first start for him.
Yeah, I mean, Cowboy's sick. Not even in the stadium it's so bad. Jam steps in on short notice. He looked a little bit nervous when I went over and saw them at the start of the day today, but coming out in game 1, Martin, like that is a huge boost of confidence. And I think you said probably one of the best subs available, right?
Yeah, I think he's one of the biggest grinders here. I always see him playing, always like mid-time, daytime. I play with him myself as when I got time as well. he's a very good player. To come in here and to break that first game kind of nerves with kills and do it like, oh, it's this easy. Oh, wait, Lancer is kind of insane, guys. I got 0 ping. Let me go out and frag some guys.
Like butter.
That said, a big game here, as we mentioned, for RM. And actually, I should have brought this up earlier in this segment, but a Tongmu was blasting. I think he ended up with 7 or 8 kills in this game. He looked spectacular through this Toffees.
He did. You know, yesterday we said, I'm dropping 17 players from my roster. I'm not picking up 4 AM players. Ooh. Maybe that regret is starting to come into play because of Tongmu in particular looking really, really good, but also Kurexi, VP recent addition, unstoppable.
Yeah, 1,357 damage here. If it wouldn't be for anyone to have him on his fantasy team, though, guys.
Oh, shut up.
Martin has him.
Yeah, I have him. I'm happy for that, but still.
But that's a new record for the tournament.
We got it. It is.
I believe so.
It is. But also, we got to say here, for Tongmu to get half of the kills here for Foreign, the amount of control that they took, and the 24 teams to kind of put themselves in this, they're going to be within striking distance to the top 2.
Yeah.
Maybe if they continue this, they could take second place away from Falcons.
Maybe. I mean, a pretty heavy game to get things going. 24 points, as you say, for a 4 Angry Men. Virtus Pro with the big bump up. Twisted Minds continues to move the goalposts, though, in our first game. It was a real decent fight for all of these teams trying to challenge. Now 3 teams breach that 100-point mark, with 4 Angry Men about to breach it as well. I feel like there's such a struggle.
Right.
You can see that these teams want to catch up, but Twisted Minds just keeps getting the bits.
But it's like when you'd hop out of the car to open the gate for your dad, and then when you tried to climb back in the truck, you'd like inch forward a little bit, and then inch forward a little bit.
I do that.
Chasing them all the way up to the house. Yeah. That's what it feels like to play against Twisted Minds right now, because they do leave a door open. You see 2 of them go down. You see an opportunity to try to cut them off, but they are so good as a 4-man that it doesn't matter. Even limping, they are stronger than most teams running. And I don't know how you deal with that.
I mean, Batulin's example, like that, the amount of pressure they put on to multiple teams as a 2-man, that game was just insane. 25 and 27 points behind for second and third place. Still doable though, guys. They just need to have a bad game for Twisted Mind.
I could foresee a whole day where Virtus Pro, Falcons, and now even 4 AM could continue to make this potentially a thing. But anyway, thank you, gentlemen. Time to head over to our last Miramar here for PGS 9 as we head over to the casters.
Will they be stopped? If you give them an inch, they'll take a mile. If you put their back so hard against the wall that there's nowhere to run, they will find a jackhammer and break down the wall and go the other way. Twisted had no right to come out with 11 points in that previous game, but they did it, and again, they made it look effortless. And it's everything. It's their utility usage. It's their rotations, their awareness of what's happening around them. They are so clinical in their approach to this game. Oh, it is insane.
Yeah, I mean, I think you said it. They're putting on a clinic right now, and it is going to be tough sledding for any of these teams that are in the chase to try to catch them, because it does not look like they have any intentions of slowing down here, as we see the average damage top 4 for Miramar. Right now, Hakatory still up at the top, and wow, Tanvu's still up there too. I gotta say, man, Tanvu and the Expendables have kind of been a little bit ghosty.
It's been forgettable
in the grand final, but 2.4 average kills, I guess that must be still, is that just for final stage? Yeah, I guess so.
It's been forgettable, but here we have it. I mean, again,
it's all the other maps.
A lot, if not near all the success for Virtus Pro has come off of this map, and as they sit on the desk, and as we all well know, this is the final chance they get at bringing home a big buck of points on Miramar. So if you're Virtus Pro, you better maximize or step up your performance on the other maps, because, well, you ain't getting more chances than this.
That's the problem, too, isn't it? You see 10.4 average points, which is great, but then you got 9.6 for Twisted Minds, so it's like, man, what do I even do here?
Exactly. Well, Circle gives us a little bit new. Up towards the north we go. Oh no, oftentimes the Campbell Militar teams get to be inside phase 1, but there you have it. And as we look at the Tongmu here, at 4 AM, I had written them off harder than I wrote off Gen G, and that's saying something coming into this tournament. But oh my, has this been a tournament of Toby's predicted D tier just going full S?
I mean, look, I think they've shocked everybody. I don't think anybody was expecting this type of turnaround from them, but
not at all.
So far, man, delivering in a big way. You see there, our man of the match, Tongmu, 7 kills. I mean, it just seems like they just seem like different players. It just goes to show the importance of having good team chemistry.
Yes.
And finding those other players that you can play with that just highlight all of your positives and can cover up for any of your weaknesses.
Also, there is a point to be made that once you get on a roll, when you have back-to-back game days like we do here, once you get on the roll, your communication is on point. Like, once you've figured out the small things, it doesn't always take a huge roster change or big things like that. It can be within the same roster. The smallest things you need to change, sometimes, boom, it just clicks. And we're seeing the success of that right here. Tongmu, again, his positioning. Every single time they had a third party, he always, look back at all these highlights, he always gets the first shot off. He always knows, predicts incredibly well where the opponent is going to be peeking from, giving him the advantage in quite literally every single fight he took in that previous game.
He's looked really, really good, and good thing to start off the day here as they have that fantastic first win, and now they find themselves dead center circle on game number 2.
14 kills.
14 kills, man.
4
a.m., man. Who knew? How many people got 4 a.m. players on their
Probably not a
fantasy
lot.
rosters today?
Probably not
Everybody
a lot.
keeps expecting the downfall.
Well, that's the
like
thing.
They expect them to come back down to earth.
Yep.
But they just keep on building on their success.
And you know what? If there's one thing I like in this game that's been proven wrong, whenever teams just, decide to take matters into their own hand and step up, that is amazing. So Flame just saw rifts in this compound. Okay, now I'm saying he did, but he can't have it. There's no... Oh, okay!
Oh my god!
Okay, I did... You know what, Flame? I don't care if you saw him or not, your reaction speed on that one. He must have gotten out of the car and hip-fire headshot him with the first bullet.
He sent him back to Thailand. Holy moly, Flame.
My, oh my. Level 3 gear helped him a bit there, but that was a way to start things off.
Just
and
bodied.
With where he is, unless if the circles go hard north there, I don't think Burram get their 4th back.
Yeah, Ruse gonna have to be sitting around thinking about that one for a while he watches his team play this one out as they discuss whether or not he's worthy of a blue chip pickup off of that one.
That's where you go, like, guys, can we check him PC? Because I just got sat down in the most filthy way ever. That was incredible. But again, it goes to show the skill of these players on this server. As Orca able to find extends mid rotation. Na'Vi very used to making these north side rotations, and normally Genji and Na'Vi don't scrap in this area of the map, but now they do as expendables. They found Long sat on his own here as well. Do we go for the fight or do we try to back off? I don't think he has an escape route here. He has to just fight through it.
Yeah, this is so, we always talk about...
We smoked off his car.
We talk about circle luck. Like, oh, these guys got circle. They're dead center C1. Well, the problem is that everybody else is going to collapse on top of you. If you're not ready for it, if you're still split, which at 5 minutes, man, that's still a pretty aggressive time to be splitting considering how quickly teams rotate in these lobbies. You will get caught out, and that is just bad news for 4 a.m. off of that big win.
This story of, oh, you're the military looting team, you should always win on military. Nah, it ain't always the case. Sometimes the teams that come in real late and just get to linger behind everyone else fighting, trying to stay alive, are the ones that come out victorious more often. In this area of the map too, yes, you're set circle center, but you're forced into those awkward split positions in this area of the map where lines of sight between teammates is terrible. You can't really feed info across that a team might be pulling up on someone else, and as we saw here, getting out into that vehicle and getting away safely is nigh on impossible when you have a full team pull up. Here we get a replay of this. That is...
Dude, Ruse, how do you
Let's see. Does he hip fire him? No, he actually gets the line of sight in fast enough.
That's bodied, man.
Filthy. Filthy.
Yeah,
He's laughing too, going,
that.
bro, I just got sat down.
Yeah.
I got sat down.
What can you even do with that?
Nothing.
You got to laugh about it sometimes. Like,
I love that reaction.
Hey, GG, brother.
Can't even be frustrated. But you know what? We have a guys in first place. Those are Twisted Minds. And Betulin has a couple of words you want to share with us.
I would say that we still didn't win PGC, so it's our first motivation. That's all. I would say that winning this type of PGS before PGC would just mean that we are ready for the final trophy this year. Yeah, just showing our consistency, our power to other teams too. Yeah, definitely, like, we are kind of forced to change our strategies because, like, everyone take an eye at our, like, whatever we do. So we have to change, adapt to something else just because otherwise we'll not win anymore. So, yeah.
Yes, right off the bat, going to talk about what Mr. Betulin says, but we got a little bit of a scrappy confrontation here between Bego, Pa, and Forrest. Peekaboo already taken one. Baron going to go down. Scappy hiding around that wall, but a nice grenade from the cat ears of Park Pro will take him down.
Yep, able to flush Baron as well. They want to make this happen. They want to claim this compound. Gurren is only now getting into the compound, but they seemingly don't really need him. Xiaoyang able to find one more. Now it's just Kiss left alive on the backside of the vehicle. Able to find the first, but will be traded immediately after. Peekaboo sat dead last right now, trying to make something happen. And you know what? I mean, now is as good a time as any to try and climb that leaderboard, because as much as there's a long jump up to first, look at how tight it is right ahead of them.
Absolutely.
It's 14 points into top 8.
I mean, they could stand to gain a lot of money and a lot of PGC points.
Oh, yes. Oh, definitely.
Something going their way here today. Virtus Pro. Yep, that is a blue chip.
Bye-bye,
for-
Gustav.
Who we're going to say? I think that's one of the phase boys.
No, it's Gustav.
Or is
He
it-
gone.
Yep. Goodbye, Gustav. We hardly knew ye.
Was the Viking sent off?
Yeah, the Viking funeral. You know what? I'm down. I'm down to just start calling it that, to be honest.
We've shot the arrow of fire into the boat sailing off into the sea, and there he goes. Out of the lobby, out of Miramar for the rest of the tournament.
Well, Team Liquid, a little bit of a struggle in game one, a little bit of a struggle in days 1 and 2 as well.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
at this point, you got nothing left to lose, right? So
That is true.
You start throwing caution to the wind. Those high risk, high reward plays start looking a little bit more spicy. We'll see what they decide to do, as they can see Alcacia making the rotation in parallel with them right now, but they got that dust storm right behind them. So I don't think they'll be running into each other anytime soon. But do they know? There's no way they know. They got
Nah, they have no clue.
off to their north as well.
I mean, they probably expect it. I mean, always have your eyes open, of
Sure,
course,
sure.
but they shouldn't be aware of the E-Arena rotation just yet. But I mean, to just echo what I was saying moments ago, is for Liquid, as much as, yes, first place might be out of reach, you still have good motivation in climbing that leaderboard, because it is so incredibly close. So I think for Liquid, as motivated as ever to try and make it into that top 8, which they could effectively do with a good game or two.
I could see a good decision there to slow things down, as they weren't able to scout out their next move, and they're going to spot out H-Win actually as soon as that dust storm goes away. So shots being traded between them, as the rest of FaZe minus Gustav. It looks like James is aware that Buriram is down there, but he's got nobody anywhere near him for support. So this might just be keeping eyes and making sure that they don't go anywhere.
Yeah, Fex is hearing the full sense rotation coming in, as we see it on screen taking place here as well. So that's just even more reason to not go for any drastic solo plays right now. Because if you get knocked, if a fight brews right as full sense comes in, you know full well that they're going to try and pull up on it. New circle, Pups, we're going up north. It's Cruz de Valle, and oh my, Peekaboo are now happy that they got to claim that compound without taking any casualties.
Sure are, as full sense going to be breezing right by James, just being a sneaky little lad. Now he does have Tigger, the last player that's coming through. Might take shots at that one as Buriram will do a little jousting here, and there you go. James gets the trailing man, and that is about as textbook as you're ever going to see.
And that's why you ride as a pack when you go on rotations like these. Leave one straggling behind, and he will be taken out, and there's nothing you can do in terms of, saying to your teammate, why didn't you see him? Well, he wasn't really revealing himself all that much, so
very sneaky.
Yeah, smart on James to wait for a potential final guy before making a move, as everyone now will try and make their way further towards the north. For Alcacia, they've taken over. Good read on this one too. They saw Falcons grouping up further east, and they say, you know what, if they're going to give us a free compound inside circle, might not be prime real estate, but we'll take it.
Easy peasy.
Yes, sir.
We'll hang out over here on the western side. Now they do have Twisted Minds just above them. Twisted Minds looks like they're mostly scouting their next move more than really wanting to take a fight, any type of fight, to Alcacia right off the bat. Here, Buriram. See them missing one player. Khan doing a little scouting of his own, but they are dead center.
Yep.
They just don't really have I mean, there's some ridges and dips that they can play around there.
They're chilling. They are top 8 guaranteed territory, I think, is what they're playing for. No reason to fight now, and we know the edges are going to be lit on fire with the next circle shift coming through. Na'Vi is also feeling their way towards the west, where we just saw both Alcacia and Twisted Minds sitting. Twisted being as split as they are, I don't think they're going to go for any fights soon, but Lou is shooting at Alcacia on rotation, so Na'Vi have a good opportunity here to try and engage. Issue is they're not in a position themselves from where they can really probably take a fight. Now, you know what, they hear those shots and they leave immediately. It's not a good spot for them to try and take a fight in.
Yeah, and on the other hand, Alcacia, they did have that compound, but as you said, it's all the way at the far western side of the circle. So just scouting out a little bit ahead to see if they can maybe get a little bit further of a foothold inside the zone. Unfortunately, it was not to be, as Na'Vi will get very close to 17. No shots coming from 17 just yet. These are shots coming from Gen G.
Uncharted.
They're going to get really close now, and 17 has to be ready.
This nade looks real good. Get out on the other side of the car. You might be going down with it. A 7-7 finds one. Lilghost finds the other. Kickstart from a distance finds one as well. And Na'Vi, full-on blind entry to the compound. They came in from effectively the only place you really could, but just one compound too deep on this one. Ferris is able to get one, but yeah, traded immediately thereafter. And good job on 17 Gaming for doing this as clean as they did, because you have Falcons on one side, you have 4AM just across the road. Very easy to pull up on you had they got 2 players down, but good job on 17 to do it nicely so no one even considers it.
Yeah. You know, we talk a lot about the teams that are kind of on the lower half of the leaderboard that we didn't expect to be there. Na'Vi
definitely
can't really escape that criticism either. I mean, we saw them have an amazing game yesterday to start things off, and it looked like the ball was rolling in the right direction. But then, you know, next game you see a rotation like this where it's just blind into a full four-man squad.
And this is the one thing where I feel like, I mean, as incredible as a team this Na'Vi roster is, because they show us time and time again how capable they are, sometimes I feel like their playbook is a bit too thin. Like, they'll go for these edge plays, which are really, really good, but when they don't have options out there, they sometimes just commit to, you know what, we just got to try and go center, see what happens, and that's where they fall short. Where you see Twisted Minds, on the other hand, even in situations like these, they still keep their composure, they still do the wise edge plays. As we now see next circle puppet is going to go out towards the east, out towards the open on that southeastern side. VP opting to come in on the southern side, but look at how many teams are north. We're talking 12 of our 14 teams.
Yeah, this is a weird one for sure. This is a hard shift down to the south after things were looking like they might be going to Cruda Valle, but now it's going to have that trench, that death trench between running west of El Azhar involved as Falcons going to run into Alcacia, man. Alcacia playing with Jam, and he is fitting right in very nicely to start things off. But Falcons, you know, they said, you know, first or eighth.
Yeah.
And I don't think what they meant by that is to lose 2 in rotation a couple of times here.
It was an interesting pathing. I mean, they both went for the same spot there. I mean, Falcons, they knew Alcacia was set on the southern side. They were literally, I mean, shooting at them when they tried to make it back to that compound just moments ago. So they saw that already, tried to contest the spot immediately right thereafter, and got punished. So good on Alcacia once again, coming out victorious in these fights. It's not something you often see for LAN rookies, but of course carried by the likes of Roth and Relo. That's a good motivator on it.
That's the big thing.
That's the revenge you get.
Oh my goodness.
A little tick mortar to the face.
Yep, and Relo will be the one that pays the price, as Jam will survive just a little bit longer. Roth going to keep dancing around, and Alcacia will play with 3.
Now, for Falcon, man, I'm wondering with Alcacia, because Falcons...
They're going for the... No way.
Nah, they're leaving.
Yeah,
they're leaving.
No shot.
Falcons lost players literally 100 meters away from a rest station. So are they just sat here waiting around for Alcacia to leave? So
Whoa! Whoa!
What just happened? No, don't stay upside down. You have got to be kidding me.
Oh.
They have no more vehicles. Tick blew it up.
And so endeth...
Disaster.
So endeth the Alcacia space program. Oh, you hate to see it, man. That sucks. Twisted Minds still trying to fight their way in from the blue as they continue to wrap down to the south, all the way down through Truck Stop. They still have all 4 alive, but and this is, I mean, you talk about patience. That when you're comparing Twisted to Na'Vi, I mean, this is a full 4-man squad that's not afraid to just eat a whole bunch of blue zone damage just to make sure that they come in at a nicer spot.
Their understanding of the heat map, their understanding of where the pressure is inside circle is so incredibly high.
They actually did.
They do wrap around. Yeah, Alcacia will try and get the rest when they have to run to the circle, but possible. But yeah, I mean, as you say, for Twisted Minds, they know full well the circle hard shifted east. There wasn't a lot of pressure coming in from the south, so if we hard wrap all the way around it, we should have an entry point. If this next circle goes south, Twisted is golden. It doesn't, but look at that compound. They don't know it yet that it's free for the taking, but once they realize they're going to take it, and they're going to be able to shoot at literally everything on the northern side of this one. Twisted should very well get top 8 in this one too.
Well, Alcacia, they get Relo back temporarily, but that just draws the attention of a full 4-man 17 squad. As Alcacia hiding behind a burnt-out husk of a upside-down vehicle, and oh my goodness, they get so lucky that 7700
coming in.
does not peek over the top of that ridge line. And now they might be able to spot him out. They got the news from Relo that this full squad was here, and Roth will find the opening knock.
Yep, they get the drop on him. Thought it was going to be Lilghost and the boys from 17 to have the advantage in this one, but not quite the case. Good return, though, from 7-7 to find Jam again. Alcacia is playing in the blue, and it's phase 4, so it hurts quite a bit. You got to commit to these heals as fast as you can. You can see Jam dropping it there. Once it's phase 4, you can't rest in the blue if you don't have a jammer pack, and I don't think Jam, ironically enough, do.
And Relo, I don't think has any weapons yet, so he can't even serve as a flanker. The only thing they got to hope for is maybe Begopa starting to creep over in this direction. Maybe they hear this fight going on and will third-party 17.
This is very unlike
Nicely
17
done,
as
D.
guy. Yeah, able to get the last one with an 8 to confirm on the 2. And again, we're talking about games that are not going to go your way because not every game will. So for them to get the 4 points off of this and then be able to continue moving forward in games to come, that is honestly everything they could hope for.
How often do you see 17? I mean, they had Alcacia dead to rights. That's the fight they wanted. Exactly. They had him pinned against the blue, and instead they end up losing 2. As Relo just in survival mode at this point. Tiggleton kind of in the same boat as he is the last player left alive for Falcons.
Yeah, I saw H-Win get knocked.
Look at D again.
Fall damage. I'm not sure exactly how that happened, but he continues, man. Either it's Cowboy or it's D. These LAN rookies make it happen when it matters most. This 17 got to go somewhere, and they are now running into the Gen G split again. Gen G with a 4th of this next circle under their control. Their edge control play has been so dominant throughout these grand finals.
It is just like entire sectors of the map.
It's incredible to
unavailable to teams to make their way through just because Gen G, the comms are so crisp and clean. And Relo, he does find a gun in the end and will take out Xiao Wu before going down himself. Alcacia, they still have a couple of guys left alive, but they are eating a bunch of blue zone damage. And yeah, if I'm Roth, I'm like, you know what, D, you're on one right now. I'm going to give you all my heals. See if you can spot out a con, get us another point. As Tiggleton going to spot him out as well, but goes down to Purdy Curdy.
They get one more. We could hear it through our noise canceling headsets. The excitement that they got it.
Oh my goodness.
Alcacia again. Nothing. No room for them to maneuver. Still are going to come out of this game with 6 points. That is incredibly hard fought for.
And you can hear Roth just pumping his boys up. I mean, between D and Cam, like every time they get a kill, it's just screams from the background. Roth just being that guy that he needs to be.
Could have easily been a 1 or 0 pointer, but they made something of nothing. It's 4 AM now. Been successful so far today, but on the struggle bus here, you have a Tongmu MP5 in hand stuck behind a rock as the solo player left alive for the team.
And the Expendables creeping down from the south as well, but they're going to be spotting out Gen G instead, so fortunate there for Tongmu as Orca will go down, hiding behind the tree. Begopa finally getting finished off by Alo as Team Liquid still have 4 up. They got a little something working here for them.
Yeah, up on the northern side, outside circle for now, but with a chance to maneuver further forward. 4 AM winners of the previous game will go down in 10th place as Expendables continue to try and deny Gen G any space in this northern side. The thing is, as much as they're looking south right now, Liquid realizes this and they're now trying to third-party this fight.
Have to. Buriram also looking over in that direction too, so Team Liquid does need to be careful about how aggressive they want to be here and what angles they decide to peek. The Expendables hear all of this and they know that they've got multiple fronts to defend. As you can see, Delwyn already throwing out the Molotov, already throwing out the smoke. Clories will hide behind the angle. Gen G still in trouble, but they immediately, Liquid getting shot in the back by FaZe. They're like, it's not there, let's pull away.
Great disengage from Delwyn there as well, understanding exactly where to play this one from, staying alive and backing off because their flank would have been extremely open had he gone down. There's Tanvu, finds the double onto Gen G. We're watching Twisted Minds rotate again. Their expertise, I mean, literally it's everything at this point, but especially is third-party pull-ups. And they might be set up for one right here as Perfectix finds Tozy and Gen G goes out.
There you go, and Batulin's the last player to arrive. Virtus Pro were spraying Twisted Minds down as they made their way across the street, but weren't able to get any of the guys out of that 3-man Bronco. Batulin's on the bike, a little bit more of a difficult target as Twisted Minds now getting a good read of the situation that's happening up here. They know that the Expendables are there. They know where Virtus Pro is. but might not know about Buriram. That's the only question mark that may be on their screen.
Credit to Gen G for that play on the western side as well, but they got surprised by Expendables. I think that was the caveat they weren't ready for, and when they got stuck in that position, there was no backing off, there's no running away from it. No matter where you go, you're exposed to teams around you, and they just got picked apart one by one, as it's now on the Expendables to try and make their way inside circle. They've been able, through being shot at by 4 different teams, to stay alive with all 4 up, and they're not done just yet. A knock from way across this one. Fex from the opposite side of the remaining circle finds Sparking. That could be an opportunity for Expendables to make a play north.
Just shows you how weird the angles and lines of sight are in this part of the map. The Expendables, this is looking like a classic Expendables type game if they can pull it off, playing from the edge. But now that the circle has shifted, they've got to find a way in with Buriram, Twisted Minds looking off in that direction. Team Liquid still off to the north. There's just not a lot of real estate left to play on the west. And FaZe, meanwhile, with that high ground, it seems that they have angles on just about everybody.
Yep. The rich get richer with a circle like this. Twisted Minds outside circle still, but Virtus Pro is set on that southern side. FaZe have to make their way in from the east as well. So VP is full on EMEA controlled, whereas the north has to be fought for in the open. Full Send still with control of that compound could come to be fruitful, but it's out here on the west where it matters most right now. Expendables, Buriram, and Twisted Minds.
Yeah, see all the utility being sent in over towards Eaddy. He's got the jammer pack, so that's going to keep him safe for the time being. As that blue zone grenade will tick him down. We'll get the heal off, but he stays alive. Khan and Demasti looking over in that direction. James getting the angle onto Clories. As we said, FaZe is just, they're just controlling, they're dictating how all of these teams have to approach these fights against each other.
They're the mosquito on the wall, but these are mosquitoes with DMRs. You can't do anything about them. You can't see them because you're looking at teams right in front of you, but constantly these shots are coming in from long distance, and they are connecting. Tanwu forced to prone down in the smoke, healing up. That's going to delay their push even more. As Delwyn finally able to get around the shack here, but Eaddy should have ears on him.
All right, what is Twisted going to do? They're starting to sneak over in this direction as well. Delwyn will spot out Khan, and now immediately, as soon as they engage, that's when Twisted strikes at the perfect possible time. Corexi will get a knock on a Perfectix. They have the smoke cloud laid down already. Hood should hopefully get him back on his feet. How aggressive do you want to be if you're Virtus Pro here, knowing that that's Twisted Minds? That's the team you're chasing.
I mean, if you want to, sure you do, but you know full well that FaZe is set on that eastern side as well, and as soon as you peek over the hillside proper to try and take a fight against Twisted Minds of all teams, FaZe will be shooting you in the back as well, so I think the risk outweighs the reward in this one right now. I think Twisted is going to play it slow at least for a little while longer, wait for that next circle, and hopefully see Team Liquid do something to dislodge Twisted Minds. Coming in, finds, yeah, that's Eaddy down. Buriram out in 7th.
There you go, Alo clean pickup on Eaddy.
Do they continue this? They have to, right?
Alo is definitely continuing. The rest of the team might be pulling away, but Alo, he's going to bite off a little bit more than he can chew. Will get the knock onto Example. Actually, no, that wasn't even Alo that got that knock. Somebody else got it, but you can see the smoke wall starting to die down. Twisted maybe starting to run a little bit low on utility here, and that might be a problem.
Yeah, we talked about their 4-point average they want to get. So far, they've claimed 7. This game looking to get even more purdy. Barely peeks his head over him. Lou is able to find the double headshot of Sparking. Luke, they have to leave the man behind. Man, I say that maybe too soon. Could run back for the rest, but the circle now. Just the northern tip of the compound in. Outside of that, everyone is forced out into the open.
Let's see if they can get Example up. It looks like they should have a little bit of safety here to play around, but Virtus Pro still peeking around that direction. Again, as you said, not wanting to be over-aggressive here. This is looking like it could be a win if they're able to keep all 4 alive. If they can take out these guys on the side, great, but don't lose anybody in the process. FaZe still has that high ground, as you said, which is a huge, huge problem.
With this circle in particular, VP should have 1 job right now. Make that 2, actually. Make sure Twisted doesn't go in front of them and force FaZe north. If you allow them to come in on the top side of the hill and hold you out in the south, you are going to be in so much trouble. They need to clear one side and claim it quickly. And by quickly, I mean practically instantly. You see here Fex looking their direction, but now Lukarux is looking the other way. It is traded immediately. Corexy able to get one, but here comes the follow-up.
Exactly. You see those knocks instantly. FaZe starting to look back in this direction. They were looking north until this fight broke down, and now they're coming back down south. They want to take out these guys as quickly as possible. Lukarux almost down. Corexy down to half HP, but Tulins will take him down as well as Virtus Pro starting to fall apart at the seams here. Beamy has the smoke wall to play around. Nixie, though, on the hard cover down south, as Liquid also down to just Luke 12, but Luke 12 trying to get points.
And this is the issue, and they knew it was going to happen too. As soon as they look to the west, as soon as they engage, FaZe will collapse because they have no other play to make in that northern side. As Beamy runs around the side, will be able to take out Twisted Minds, but not before they claim 9 points in this game. We'll see now what more they can make of it, though. It's only them two left alive. Nixie, though, stuck inside the building with 3 FaZe players looking his way.
And that's the unfortunate part for Virtus Pro, is the damage may already have been done. Nixie, oh, Belmoth! Actually, was that Beamy? Okay, Beamy got Vard. Belmoth gets Fex. So FaZe now just down to Jeems, as mutually assured European destruction happening on this south side, opening up the game for Full Sense and E-Arena off in the north.
You say destruction. If Virtus Pro can come out victorious here, take out Jeems and still stay alive as 2, that E-Arena Full Sense fight has to happen.
About to go away.
So there might be a world in which they win it. I don't think Nixie knows that Jeems is down here still. He's looking the other way. His back is completely turned. Now he's... Nope. They're looking for him. He should be in and around here, but
well, he's got Beamy. He's got Beamy spying for him, so he was able to make his way up.
Saw him.
Yep, he should see him. There you go. Jeems will get taken down. And now, once again, down to a duo for Virtus Pro, but we've seen how effective they can be in the past.
Definitely. We talked about VP needing success on Miramar. That is their best map, and they're doing exactly that right here. As Beamy opens up, finds Jacob. We thought it was going to be a fight between E-Arena and Full Sense, but Virtus Pro wants a piece of this one as well.
They've got a lot of real estate down there. Nice grenade from Belmoth. Finishes off Jacob, takes down Lyrics. As Full Sense, they've sent Thanadol down.
I like it.
Off on the eastern side to see if they can get a flanking angle. But this is Full Sense essentially taking 2 fights at once. Thanadol taking the highest ground available now in this zone, while E-Arena will go for the res, but they're outside of zone.
You say taking 2 fights as one. I said avoid being the team that gets collapsed upon.
Fair enough.
They need to reposition. They need to get that high ground under control. It's not inside circle yet, but have Flash play the low ground. And if Thanadol can get over the top proper, which he has now, he spots one, but he wants to confirm on where the second player is before he shoots. Did Beamy just spot him, though? I'm not fully sure. It looked like he was looking his way. I swap back over to the Orc. I don't think he has eyes on.
We'll see these Util getting thrown out from E-Arena. Not going to find a home here. Just Nixie has the angle on Opons. It looks like everybody in the lobby right now looking over towards E-Arena. Thanadol will get that knock onto Lyrics. Opons will slowly succumb to the blue behind this Dorito.
Yeah.
And that is most likely just going to be him donating his point over, as there is just nowhere left to run.
You know what? It's 6th place denying 7th place. It makes perfect sense not to give points over to a team that is literally right behind you on the leaderboard. So mature decision made there by E-Arena to die to the blue, as Beamy and Nixie now had hoped that more of a fight would have happened in the north that they could engage upon. Now they find themselves in a 2v3 once again, sat in the top.
If they can get Thanadol here, they've got him isolated. Yep. They know exactly where he is. If they can take him down, turn this into a straight-up 2v2, they've got some decent terrain to work with here, some decent ridge lines. It looks like Full Sense have kind of left Thanadol to his own devices, while Flash takes the better cover. Belmoth has a little bit of a ridge line to work with himself.
Belmoth is playing the dot right now. I like that. I mean, have one player that doesn't have to move anywhere, can just lay a low Flash with a Lynx in hand as well. They're just waiting for these silhouettes to peek over the top, but Beamy, he doesn't care to peek. That issue is Flash will connect and return through the edge of the smoke, finds Nixie now a 3v1. You do not give Beamy opportunities to make this happen on his own, which he will. Flash got into the car to get over to Belmoth, but he's been taken down.
I like the play from Full Sense. You got the knock. You know it's just one left. Try to go for the drive-by, but Beamy just picked him out as Thanadol will continue to hide behind the smoke, but he gets flanked, and Full Sense get the win in match number 2.
Great read by Belmoth there. Didn't even see him, but he saw the flashbang thrown forward, read exactly the only place he could be in the aftermath, and takes him down with it. Great effort by Full Sense to come out victorious, but again, great effort too by Virtus Pro. 2 games in a row now on Miramar. Miramar, they find success. Issue is, so did Twisted Minds.
That's, I mean, same old story from game one, isn't it? Like, no matter how well you perform, Twisted Minds is performing just as well. Well, let's throw it over the desk to break down that game and get us ready for Taego.
Full Sense with the fight back here for game number 2 of day 3 for the grand final, as they are able to round out Miramar in clean fashion against Virtus.pro towards the very end. The Lynx AMR going bang across the circle and then finish them off. Avenger, Toffee's joining me to talk about this one. Avenger, it is Full Sense all the way.
Yeah, a little bit of a resurgence from what we saw in the group stage, of course. I was actually quite, again, happy to see that, but then we looked at the statistic. Every single group stage they performed well. They did not end in the top 8 in the final.
No.
Right? So they've been having some, fantastic group stages, but the finals are just played so differently. It really comes down to how they play regionally. And as I'm watering you down a little bit, Toffee.
Watering me down.
But I will say this, though.
Got a hot take.
It is way more linear and static in the finals, and they have not been prepared for that as much here. But this is a fight up, and this pushes them into the top 6.
Yeah, and I think for them that's a success, right? If they can finish this, tournament in that top 5, then it shows that they're not maybe just group stage heroes. They put up a good play there. I think Nixie was as shocked as anyone was to see that Lynx come out with the headshot there at the end. They played it really well. They held a good spread. They locked down their positions. I do also think the fact that it's a bit of a chaotic lobby at the moment because of what Twisted Minds has done to it does favor teams like Full Sense and 4AM, who are able to sort of like maybe find some extra position, maybe move a little bit early. And let's be honest, Twisted Minds is just doing whatever they want to, right? Like,
yes, we were saying it back in the back, right? It's not only that they're doing whatever they want. It's like even every time they get a knock, you just straight flush it. It doesn't matter. It is really kind of the ball is in their park. Really.
We also have to consider the fact that when the circle went south, VP started taking space, and they were like, "There's a big chance that Twisted Minds might be making a big sort of rotation." Nixie was out in the blue, shooting at all 4 Twisted Minds players, trying to kind of hurt them further away, but they still managed to get in as Circle kind of come in the direction of VP again, and they still managed to get into a good spot and get kills from there once again.
Here's the interesting thing about it. It really does feel like Virtus.pro is trying to emulate what happened yesterday when it comes to results. However, as we take a look at the overall numbers here, we have Asia fighting back. Yesterday was very much an EMEA day to get things rolling there, Toffees, but now with 4AM with a win, Full Sense with a win, Virtus.pro still in the mix. They don't count, but yeah, Asia's on the
problem
fight
is
back.
Asia's fighting back one team per one game at a time.
Yeah.
Whereas EMEA is just flooding the key over and over again.
I'm so happy you said that,
It's
otherwise
true,
I
though.
had to.
I mean, they were all up. The other 4 teams are EMEA. You can't ignore it anymore. I have to say positive things. You guys put me in timeout over there, and they deserve it. Now, I will give Full Sense some love. They came into that game. They said, hey, even we are here still. Don't forget about us. We know how to play. Thanadol and the boys have done this before, though it was not what I would call an overwhelming victory. Kylars.
No, I don't think so. Man of the match, though, will be Flash, as he's able to move up the board. I will say, though, when I was looking at I want to see the overalls, basically, because midway through that I saw, Full Sense at 77 points, and they were right down at the bottom, alongside some of the teams that were having a bit of a hard time in that day 1. But they're definitely kind of ramping things up as the day goes on.
It's just because the sponging and the soaking at the top has been completely different. Here for this match, though, Elo and D does get the very top beanies also in there. Teams, though, with a bit of a step up here for FaZe, that was great. They did have that eastern side for quite a long time. I was surprised to see VP leave the premises of the gas station, kind of opening the door for FaZe to kind of backstep them a little bit. But then again, they were focused mainly on trying to get Twisted Mind out of the lobby as soon as possible.
We've also seen a few. We see Team Liquid have kind of a glow up here. We saw Al-Qadsiya have a bit of a glow up in that game. It's nice to see because remember, PGS 10 is around the corner, so having those big moments now gives you excitement for the next one. Obviously, when looking at those, specifically the Team Liquid's position, it just feels like we're salvaging, we're learning for the next one. it is what it is. But it was nice to see Alo have a big moment.
I'm scared to see these overalls. Morales, take a look. It's going to be 141 points for Twisted Minds at number 1. 118. Virtus Pro is still trying tooth and nail to try and catch up here.
I mean, they were 25 points ahead before. Now they're 23 points ahead. And if they keep that, you know, getting 2 or 3 points more than Twisted Minds per game, they're still not going to make it. Although it makes it interesting. It makes it close here. What they need is to get them out early. But Twisted Minds, especially this game here, they moved so slow, so meticulously through the southern circle. They didn't get into the circle until we almost had that 4th circle pop. Like, it is extremely late.
Day 1, we had Genji and Full Sense having a terrible day of it in Grand Finals. Now they're in 5th and 6th position.
Not bad.
Big jumps happening there. Potential big ramifications for those PGS points if they're able to attain these top spots.
Again, I think Genji in particular is this story where they want... They're fabled. They've been to every single world championship that we have had, and when we came to this event, they're not qualified for the next one. And so for them, they need to put up those numbers as a GPT team to prove, hey, this is our renaissance period. We're doing great. But I will return to VP for just a second, because for me, they have been the best, I don't want to say surprise, but best thing in this event. At EWC, they had the new roster. They were sort of dealing with how our coaching system's going to work. They figured it out. They came here, and VP is looking on an improvement basis like they are going to peak at the perfect time as PGC approaches.
If they continue on this kind of trajectory.
100%.
Yeah, scary stuff. They are the one that is currently trying to catch up with Twisted Minds when we thought it might be completely insurmountable. But thank you very much, gentlemen. It is time to go to a short break. When we return, we have just 4 more games. The goalpost keeps moving, but these teams are trying to catch up.
You got to make the best of what you can with shotguns and SMGs at close range.
Heaven in a beautiful position.
It's going to give Mir the chance to push up the Shrimp. Stepping up as well. Vixen's caught on.
Julian Green gets the headshot. Tiggleton repeaks at Tripsy.
Not landing, that is very, very hard.
Give away those triple points.
Twisted Mind has made history, becoming the first team to claim the championship 3 times in a row.
Really impactful. A couple grenades side of here. They lose a player, but it doesn't matter.
PGC champions, the Expendables!
别人铲血，火，这个火真的太好了！哇，就抽一个，就来，哎呦！
피하면서
이거는 뭐, 자, 같이 가자!
이집을 이제!
안 돼요!
Aggressiveness for control. Overlooking over onto that stone as well, and View.
Successful BWD making mad dash for it. He goes.
They're moving towards the middle, just onto the controller. Don't take that level, and he's going to have to get it back on because Nader's good.
Oh, the Panzerfell from Alo. Hurt back behind.
Will make their crossing. Pipa gets a great knock, actually.
One more, you better know you got this. One more, you better know you got this.
4 more matches left of PGS 9 before we can crown the champion of the second to last PGS of the 2025 season. I'm Toby, joined by Poro. And Poro, while everything looked, I want to say, somewhat controlled, despite it being rough circles on Miramar, now we're headed over to anything can happen land of Taeko and Rondo. And if anything can happen, we know what needs to happen. Somebody, somewhere,
anybody
needs to stop Twisted Minds. Will it happen? Well, let's hop on over to Taeko and find that out.
They can't keep getting away with it, yet they continue to keep getting away with it. Hey.
Chicken. Yeah, it is. You're not wrong.
There you go.
It definitely was a chicken. Well, one thing I would like to chicken out of is this plane path, because we are going hard southeast with it. Maybe a little, not as bad as I make it sound, but there's definitely some spots towards the northwest that are going to be hard to reach. So some ulterior drop spots maybe being put into use. And again, if there's time to do it, now is it. Try and see if you can catch those boys and Twisted out early.
Yeah, this is where you start thinking about, like, okay, what can we do to try to climb, right?
Yeah.
Regardless of what our position is. Obviously, Virtus Pro, Falcons still in the hunt, right, for first place. Everybody else, though, I mean, every position on this leaderboard has so much at stake with it, you know, be it money, be it PGC points. So everybody is looking to do what they can to climb in these final 4 games. Yeah. And I mean, it seems like an obvious thing to say, doesn't it? But you feel like you can throw a little bit more caution to the wind, maybe take a little bit more of those high risk plays now.
Definitely. See everyone get down on the ground. So far, no big contests taking place. And that's, again, the paradox of PUBG, right? Everyone knows where Twisted Minds lands.
Sure.
Like, everyone knows exactly what it takes, but no one wants to be the ones to risk it, especially, as you said, when there's so much on the line here with only 4 matches left to play. We saw Gen G getting a few parting bullets thrown their way from Twisted Minds as this first circle takes us to an area of the map, Poro, that we have been to a trillion times before. Kanyong-esque ending out towards the east, looking very likely.
Yeah, those high ground, those hills, gotta imagine going to be big players. That river that runs through, or, well, like, do we even call it a river? It's more of a creek, isn't it?
Yeah.
Like a babbling brook. But, you know, it still could come into play. We'll see as we check in with Gen G, who have stuck to their guns, for sure. Their guns got them here. And we'll see where they decide to go as they are making their way, looks like, over towards Godok. Are they going to go that far, though?
Yeah, I mean, they might as well. They
might
have
as
plenty
well,
of time. They know they're going to be late. They know, I mean, we all know that they're going to be playing Edge anyway. So whether you come in 1 or 2 minutes later should not, especially in this circle, make the biggest difference. Because everyone that's out on the western side of the current circle, we know are going to be eyeing center compounds. They have a chance right now to rotate in there. So you should be good on the side of Gen G to come in later. You know what? We have a little listening from Beamy the Dane. Let's hear what he has to say.
Hi, I'm Lisa. I'm here with Beamy from Virtus Pro. So you guys have overtaken Falcons right now, being in the 2nd place and chasing Twisted Minds real hard. Do you think that you can overtake Twisted Minds and any further worse to them?
Usually we have like a pretty bad start to the days. So now with a good start, I think we have a very good chance of overtaking them. So they need to be careful.
Oh, they need to be careful. Great. Let's get back to the games.
They need to be careful. You know what? I mean, a confident player is scary. A confident Beamy, that's scary in a whole other way because he doesn't only kill you with guns, he kills you with medkits too.
See, Lisa got caught off guard.
Whoa, whoa.
Come get him, okay?
Feeling confident. I like it. Well, I mean, we can chalk it up here. What do they have? It's 23 points up.
Yeah. How ridiculous is that, man?
Sounds like a long stretch, but I mean, again, any 0-pointer. The thing is, we're 15 matches into this. The worst game Twisted has had so far was a 3-point game.
I mean,
and anything after that is 5 points or more.
We're on the final day of the final stage, and they've still kept up their average of 10 points a game. Like, how nuts is that?
And against a lobby of this caliber where we've talked about, oh wait, you know what, let's hold that thought for a second, because we might just see a team opt to sacrifice themselves in taking out the giant on top, but as always, and this is again the thing, Twisted Minds just play flawless. Even when they get pulled up on, they get away. I say that, and I might have spoken too soon. But Tulens is found with the first bullet's a headshot. You know the second one should be that easier. And the captain goes down, but is there a follow-up fight to come? Or are they leaving this one be? I think they're going to leave Batulens down.
Okay. That might be okay. You talk about it coming in, all right? Everybody knows what Twisted Minds does on the drop. They do the split going just off to the east of Terminal, and so it takes them a little bit of time before they get back up. So 17 getting a really good read on catching Batulens out.
And so to add a little more spice to this curry we're currently brewing up, we have got Falcons just east of this. They heard it. They probably saw it. I mean, they guaranteed they saw it in the kill feed, but maybe saw some of the action up on the hillside too. Can figure out exactly where this is taking place. So if they are, in fact, playing a 1st or 8th, they know now full well where they have them and with a chance to maybe make a play for themselves.
And Virtus Pro going to see that too, although they are way off to the south, not really.
Guys, I know where they are.
Let's go. They're going in. They're just running past the south side of Buksansa where, well, everybody knows now. After, well, especially Buriram knows.
They learned the hard way.
The hard way that that is where FaZe likes to set up shop early on here, as we see all of our beautiful gliders scrolling through the air. Fairest doing a little bit of scouting for his team. We saw Roth on the E pickup by himself doing a little scouting for Alcatia, making their way across. But now Roth might be in a little bit of trouble as Liquid is just hovering around, but the engines of Alcatia will force Liquid to get on the move once again.
Yep, Relo able to get to the ground, unfortunately, in time with the cavalry arriving. So Roth sitting tight, sparking, missing a few shots initially, but does get the knock in the end of it. Does this dissuade Alcatia? Are they going to stick around? We heard from Roth that he was going to play aggressive. They were going to play aggressive, so I wouldn't be surprised if they opt to stick around. Indeed, they do, but D already gone down. One more could be to follow if Jam gets found by this one, and this nade looks good.
And
boom, there you go. One more down. Alcatia in trouble.
Yeah, this was always going to be rough for Alcatia. I mean, just from having Roth be out of play for the first kind of part of it, Team Liquid, just a beautiful job of setting that up immediately, just with very little information about what was going on over here. And now it's just down to Relo, who looks like he is okay. We're a bush. We are a bush.
This is, you know what? This could get scary. If at any point Liquid oversteps their boundaries, if they don't make sure to be in positions from where they can instantly trade one another. Because one thing is if one gets knocked in the bush. Second thing is there's no guarantee that you immediately spot him just because he's shooting at you. I mean, being able to track a player in those bushes, they are actually looking for him. You can only have gotten so far. But Relo, I mean, the worst thing that could possibly happen for Liquid here is a line where a flush to come through now. Wait, that was not Liquid shooting at him. That is somewhere else. That is somewhere else, I think.
No, I think that was Purdy Curdy. Got the shots, but didn't realize he
was
hitting somebody.
No, you would see the blood. Like, you would see something.
Is Relo that
There's
ice
no
cold?
way they saw him and
shot
at
it
him.
again.
That would be insane. Was that just pot shots?
Oh, there it is. Sparking spotted.
Finally. I was going to say, if that was just pot shots and he hit him without knowing, that's not something you see too often. But they do get him in the end. A little smile on the face of Spark in there as well. As Alcatia do get eliminated.
There you go. Team Liquid, they could use all the points they can get, and that's 4 right off the bat. And not too bad when it's the team that's right in front of you that you're chasing. Gen.G, that's a curb. Don't want to hit that the wrong way. Gen.G making their way across off to the north, so they are already inside the zone. Nobody really anywhere near them here, but we've seen this happen before with Gen.G. They like to find a spot, spread out, control, and then just wait for teams to make their way into their zone. So we'll see how they play this one out. As Full Sense, they're being very cautious about how they push in. Virtus Pro doing the same.
I mean, they're coming up over a hillside. They have literally zero intel on what's been happening in front of them. So smart on them to take their time. And as you said, Virtus Pro 2 coming over this hill, not knowing what's awaiting them on the other side. And Virtus Pro, I mean, in tournaments past, I feel like every tournament they've struggled in, especially in globals, it has come from them taking casualties in the early game in situations where there just weren't a whole lot to do. So here the moment earlier, Vex spotting Nixon again, just these double headshots. There is a 0.0001 time to react and make a counterplay. And unless if you're Flame in that game 1 on Miramar, you're not going to make that happen.
Flame just built diff.
suppose so. I suppose so.
E-Arena, they are coming in on the far, far south end, just kind of hugging that edge of unplayable. Meanwhile, 17, after picking off Batulins, they've kind of remained in the same spot. They have a good idea where Twisted Minds is, as the two teams were trading shots a little earlier. And so now it's pretty much just keep an eye on everything going off to your south and west.
This is, everyone seeing Batulins fall early is even more a reason for teams to play it slower. Like, great, now they're already weakened. Does that mean, like, if we go YOLO now trying to surpass them and then we get taken out before them, that'd be disastrous. So let's see if for one time they can actually find a way to get themselves eliminated. Hakatory, he's being chased right now by the entirety of Full Sense. He is running over to his teammates, and good thing that the shots are coming in from that side because it was just so sat. There's a circle swings north. Gen G, from being the last team in, is blessed with a shift gone their way. As we've seen on the southern side, E-Arena, Virtus Pro driving side by side. Shots fired, but nothing connecting as far as I can see. Oh, I say that.
There it is. Beamy actually going to go down, jumping out of the vehicle, but he had no choice really at that point. Jacob had him lined up, so another loss here for Virtus Pro. They're going to be down to 2. And the
migration.
We saw 17 kind of working around Twisted Minds, but I think they were just passing by the compound more than anything. Twisted just kind of hanging out and seeing if they can maybe take some shots at anybody passing through. Phil Send, after forcing Navi to regroup, are just going to pass underneath 17 here, and that should be safe.
The migration to this circle is almost exclusively coming in from the hard south, and you're running through these open waters, you're going over the hillsides with no intel of what's happening on the other side. It's only Expendables that have been able to wrap north around this one, surprisingly enough, given the situation here. Full Sense running alongside the creek are going to be not only met by bullets from Buran, but soon will fall into an open fight with Peekaboo as well.
They're all pushing over here towards Gen G territory, which is extremely weird, seeing Gen G 4 deep in a compound, but that is what the circle has provided us. Full Sense will pull underneath the bridge and try to set up a little bit of a shop here. You can see the emergency cover will get dropped down as Flash will reposition his vehicle, try to keep those tires safe, knowing that Buriram is taking shots at him from the west side of the creek.
The balance in this circle is so awkward because you have teams sat way closer to one another than what normally would be the case. You have, as you said, Gen G sat pretty much dead center in the circle. There's just 2 teams north of them. It's only Expendables and Team Liquid up there. The remaining 13 are all in the southern half of the circle. So in terms of expecting what's around, you're taking fights and whatnot. Even though it's only phase 2, on the bottom side of this, it plays like a phase 4.
Checking on Forest. They're setting up shop just east of Gen G. Meanwhile, E-Arena coming in from the south. They've got Opons as their spearhead, and he comes very, very close to FaZe, but it looks like he should avoid them for now. Navi was popping a emergency pickup earlier on the circle pop, but did not take it. Instead, they're going to hold on to that high ground on the west side and see if they can get as much as they can off of them. And fortunately for them, it looks like they're going to get a care package drop as well.
Trigonometry has been deployed. He's looking 300 meters out. I think that's a Peekaboo dip. Could be Full Sense down by the water as well. Not up there to shoot just yet. He has Shrimsy running further forward alongside Kickstart to try and get intel. Maybe put a pin down and tell them exactly where to go, but it's taking too long. He's sat around here waiting like, come on, boys. I need an angle. I need to know what I'm shooting at. And there we go. First tick mortar is in.
No shot.
Oh my God. There goes the vehicle. The second one about to go as well. Bit short on that one too, but with literally no intel of his own, shooting blind over the hill. If you're a Peekaboo, you've got to feel like someone's put a tracker on you.
God bless, man. He's just putting them, he puts them in pockets.
Oh, yes.
I mean, and all credit due to his teammates that are spotting his range. Sure. I mean, these ranges are just beautiful as the circle hard shift again now back down to the south. So we've been seeing these. We talk about them a lot, the hard shifts, but the worst ones are the ones that go one way on the first one and then followed up by a hard shift in the opposite direction the next time around.
The only difference being in this game is that, as we said just before, almost everyone was south already. So there's not the big migration back and forth that we've seen in the past. Here, the majority are going to stick around. Issue is when you have the circle center be a hilltop, effectively looking like potato, very open, not too many trees to play around. No one can really try and claim it early on. It functions like an Everest circle where the team that goes up there early, unless they can take control, you can't really play from there, so everyone's going to be fighting on the edges now. This could be big. Na'Vi positioned up right next to Twisted Minds, just inside circle.
You see Ferris drop down from the skies, but he's been
Where's
spotted
he
out
going?
from range, and Longs is going to be the one that gets the knock.
Landed there.
Oh, I think he was trying to avoid line of sight from Twisted without realizing that 4AM had full vision off to the south, and Ferris will go down, so that's Na'Vi down to 3, trying to still take this fight with Twisted Minds. So it's a 3v3 with no Batulans.
Exactly, they know now exactly who they're up against. Spotting one, Soset able to find Perfectix. Can we get a 0-pointer for Twisted Minds? The lobby would cheer. I'm sure Twisted Minds fans would be sad, but Soset falls. Now shots coming in that sort of distance, trying to see if they can steal this one away.
Okay, and just on the other side of the street, though, example, they did not expect that coming as Hakatory goes down, and all of a sudden it's just down to Extends. The rookie trying to make a decision here. Do we go for the res? Lou is going to go for the res on the Perfectix.
This is such a headshot play by Example, let alone him taking shots from that northern side. Even if he hadn't gotten the knock, now Na'Vi has to play worried. He could be anywhere along the stretch and land on the other side. And from a fight that looked to go 100% Twisted, Na'Vi's way, now that has completely been flopped upside down. You have Soset and Extends trying to heal up, but this is Twisted Minds written all over, and it all stems from that peek around on the side from one, and just like that, Twisted Minds to 3 points already.
Just another bad game here for Na'Vi.
Yep.
They have just not been able to get any type of momentum going. Gen G, meanwhile, with Team Liquid, they had that great compound in the middle, but we haven't seen them play that kind of style of gameplay in a while. And now Team Liquid taking advantage, as although it's just down to Alo now. Bean and Orca, they're on the clock.
Yep, trying to make this fight happen up on that northern side. Whoever comes out victorious will have space to maneuver, and there is a rest station nearby too. Orca able to fight the last of Liquid with the nade in hand as Gen G push on in. Should be able to get the chips here and go for a rest, but time is working against them. Phase 4 about to pop.
I'm kind of looking around to see any other teams that might see that res beacon pop and be aggressive. The Expendables may be the only one, but now that that circle's popped, it might be a little bit more complicated.
Yeah.
As you still got the duo from Virtus Pro. You see them meeting blue. That's their comfort zone. They are ready to play from that position. But Buriram, the Expendables, they have to go somewhere. Twisted Minds, after winning that fight against Na'Vi, have to make their way across, knowing full well that 4AM has been looking in that direction.
And that's the thing. I mean, this could be a great case, a great masterclass case of look at how Twisted Minds are shifted out of this one. Yes, they quote-unquote just have to get across the water, but they know what's happening over there. They know there are fights taking place. As soon as this 17E Arena 4AM fight pops off, which it should any moment now, look to Twisted Minds and see. I could only imagine how quickly they're going to try and engage on this. Maybe wrap on the inside of the circle to set up for a third party, because other teams could easily crumble out here in the west, but Twisted Minds, look at what they, I could only imagine, about to do.
Well, they have the additional problem of Buriram now.
They've wrapped underneath Smart.
So Buriram gets there first. Well, meanwhile, the Arena, they still are trying to take out 17. Xiaowu trying to make that flanking run. Oh, good shot from Nurens. Gets him low. That might be enough to have him go down to the zone, and it is. As, well, can he spot out the body? He sure can.
He has
Get
the
that
tree.
point.
Oh,
There
didn't
you
see
go.
him. Should be doable.
Important point.
Definitely. That mid-pack as close as ever. As much as we focus on the top, there is so much moving on the middle of the leaderboard as the three-man vehicle comes in from 17 Gaming. 7-7, first one to fall. Xiao Bei able to make it over on the other side, but the vehicle is about to blow up, and one more bullet should be enough to take him down. No! Takes him down to 1 health, but Shen in the end will find him. 4AM continuing to reign supreme as the best Chinese team on the server.
Jeez. 17 just having those issues once again. Gen G does manage to get their revive off as Orca retreats to retrieve his vehicle, and Lukarux right there and just manages to stay alive. This is sneaky Virtus Pro trying to play for late game as a duo.
Yep. Expendables backfilling up on that northern side, able to take out 2 from full send. So Tigger now the only remaining player on the Tide team. But for Expendables, as much as they get the 2, hard for them to maneuver further forward.
And meanwhile, while all that action was going on the south side, Twisted does manage to make their way over to the compound where Longs has heard their arrival. And he's waiting for some support, but the problem is Xiaolu and Shen, they're kind of in the mix with E-Arena up to the top. So 4 AM split in 2 different directions. Long's going to hop in a vehicle and try to escape before Twisted can catch him.
Oh, you know what? As much as I like him trying to get out of here, and the timing couldn't be any worse, I really wanted the fight to pop off earlier up on the hilltop proper because he knows he has them there. If they start fighting, you know they're going to be running uphill. He spots 2 with their backs turned. That would have been a great opportunity. But now the fight starts. Had it been 5 seconds later that he tried to leave, that could have been points in the back for 4 AM. Instead, they get collapsed upon from both sides. And as much as I hate to say it, Twisted Minds should be able to claim this south side for themselves. They have wounded teams down here now trying to take the fight to one another as well.
Shen dancing around while Example stealing kills away. 4 Angry Man does get eliminated as E-Arena will lose 1 in the process. But again, Twisted Minds, even when they lose Batulins early, even when the circle is shifting away from them, even when all hope seems lost, they still have 6 kills, 3 alive, and they're still fighting their way here. They are just not giving an inch of room to anybody that's in the hunt.
They might have 6 kills, but you know what? They don't have 33 first states. And that's exactly what Correction Lukarux is working with right now. So we'll see if maybe somehow the boys from VP can outlive Twisted Minds, who are about to go for yet another fight. Again, they want to clear their side of the circle. They've already forced off the teams to the north. That's why they were looking up along the river for as long as they were. They don't want to allow for anyone a chance to backfill the south alongside them. So now with 4 AM out, they're looking to take the fight to E-Arena. Shots already being fired. It's Opons to open up first. Spotted Lu, so he's going to slow things down for a bit.
Okay, Twisted making their way in. Gen G, meanwhile,
first knock.
Have got everybody back. E-Arena will get that knock onto Lu. He was the front man here. As perfect an example. They're going to trade back. They're going to find Nurens, who was on that flanking angle. So now it's just Opons and Jacob. They've got a little bit of hard cover to play around, but Twisted should be able to get their fallen man down, although as he's running for Lu, he's getting shot at here.
They're being blessed by the fact that FaZe are currently occupied elsewhere. They're looking at the compound northeast, and for good reason, because Forest has to get out of there real soon, and FaZe are sat there waiting for that to happen. Had they had one more player down here, they could have made a run up the hillside from the east themselves and maybe caught Twisted Minds here, but this fight should be for Twisted Minds and E-Arena to fight on their own.
Scary news for everybody in the lobby is Example seems to be playing like Example today, and that is
robot mode.
Terrifying. Already up to 5 kills, 418 damage. He's going to spot out Opons, and he's got a pretty good inkling that Jacob is hiding behind that Dorito, although doesn't look like the angle is presenting itself right now. Gen G, meanwhile, on that northern side, once they got everybody back up, they're taking the fight right to Bagopa.
Yep.
As all this is happening, Falcons still 4 strong, still have the compound. They don't have any, well, they've got 3 kills, which is pretty nice, as Tig will try to add to 1, but it gets stolen away by Fex. But this could be a big Falcons game if they play their cards right.
Very well could be. So hard to fight up on these open hillsides, though, as Twisted Minds continue. 8 kills already, now with placement points to boot as well. This nade looks good. Sends Pons down to just over half health. 1 more lopped on in, not going to find a target. Now it's on Lu to take him out. There's only one place he can be in, but they're going to flank around the side instead. No solo peeks needed. You have Opons here on one side. Goes for the prone, but the backpack is all that's revealed, and in the end he will find him. 9 kills for Twisted Minds. They are playing perfect PUBG.
They are just on a different level right now. As FaZe, I think they hear that fight. They're going to start making their way wrap around to the south again. Buriram was thinking about it and then got pushed away, as Corexi will still try to heal through the blue, see if he can survive just a little bit longer. Falcons are going to keep holding on to their hard cover position, their high ground position here for a little bit longer. At some point, though, you got to imagine they're going to get out and get involved.
Effectix down, big for FaZe. They know that Batulins is down as well. These should issues. I was just going to say, once they peek over this hilltop, they are going to be in the lines of sight of Falcons, and that first headshot is definitely going to slow this down.
Example. Spotted out Fex, but that smoke should allow him to escape.
Good flank.
Lu goes around. Nice flank there from Vard. And it's all down to Example. and he will go down to a nice grenade. So Twisted out in 6th place, but man, damage already done.
Exactly. For the teams live here on the server, though, big points able to be accrued. Look at this, Gen G, FaZe, and Buran with a chance to climb further up that leaderboard. Buran 4 alive still, haven't been too active in the north as of late, but now with a chance to take the fight to FaZe. If they can win this fight, they have a really good position on that south side of the circle.
This is a big one right here. Falcons starting to think about leaving their compound as they're realizing that the amount of points that are left available to be gotten here is starting to dwindle. Buriram playing that low side. FaZe, can they get their knockman up? It doesn't look like they're going to try. And Gen G, they've got the Angs onto Buriram. They're going to force Ruse to push up in, and that's going to mean he's going to be right in the eyes of Fex.
See, Falcons being surprisingly passive right now, but it stems from the fact that Gen G always plays with an anchor. They always play with one open on the northern side, holding him, and they're expecting this. FaZe likes to do the same thing. Little do they know, they're all sat in these positions. That's Eaddy now, solo player left alive from Buriram, trying to make something happen. Will spot one, gets the knock on him as well. Only 25 health to lurk with as Fex goes for the rest inside the smoke. We'll get out on the backside of it, down to half HP once more. He finds him as well. Eaddy out victorious. Buriram stays alive.
Beautiful shooting from Eaddy. And now Gen G, they're continuing to wrap up in this direction, although, as you mentioned, Tosi staying behind as that anchor, while Falcons are just kind of listening to this whole game play out in their headphones. They have not seen anything in forever. They've just been holding down this compound. At some point, you gotta think they're gonna leave, but they would love to see maybe Gen G lose one more, make it a 4v2, but Bean won't let that happen, takes down Eaddy.
Finds him in the end. Falcons now going, wait, there's only 2 teams left? We'll come out of the compound now. Everything is good. Honestly, though, for Falcons, again, you saw as soon as teams took fights up on this hill, there was instantly a team to follow. Falcons had a chance to claim this entire hillside early, but they knew the risk involved. When you have a team like Twisted Minds that continue to farm points even when games go against them, you need to be so conservative, so smart, and take the safe points. So once again, like we said on day 1 in their Miramar win, a very mature decision made here by Falcons to play it slow, outlive Twisted Minds, and try and see if you can win this game against Gen G.
And at the end, you know, if you get this win, it's a win plus 6 kills.
Exactly.
That is more than enough to be happy about, but you got to be careful. They're moving as a pack. They know that Gen G will play as solos, and they feel very, very comfortable doing that. Tosi and Bean are going to be about the closest to each other. Orca, meanwhile, has that long flank. We'll see if he comes to play, but this hill is so dangerous. Yes. They get spotted. Tosi will get knocked down to about 10 HP by Shrimzy. The grenade follow-up is going to be just a little. The Tingleton one will hit, though, as Bean retreats.
Loved the immediate reaction to that play as well. As soon as he took damage, as soon as they saw him, look at what they did. They immediately backed off. They anticipated the nade barrage from Gen G. Again, wise decision-making here on the side of Falcons, sorry. It might be a slower play, but they're doing everything to securely claim this victory as Orca now with a golden angle. Issue is he's soon to be spotted by the entire team of Gen G, who is now down to 2.
Play it slow, play it clean.
Exactly.
Don't take risks. That's the name of the game. Bean, they know exactly where he is. Spray comes through. Kickstart will go down as
good angle.
Now has the angle, but that hillside just makes things so difficult to play around. Tig gets left behind to keep an eye on that flanking move from Orca. It hasn't come in just yet. Bean will try to sneak out of the smoke.
Spotted.
Gets spotted by H-Win. The spray not coming through, though.
They have the info now. They know exactly where they are. Issue is they are revealed. Bean able to, Orca able to find one. Bean goes down and returns, so a 1v2 now in favor for Falcons. The smoke is going to fade real soon, and while that has taken place, Orca is trying to reposition. They should know this now. They do, obviously, with the shots coming through. Falcons, you cannot allow for Orca to make this into 2 separate peak battles. Smart decision again here in going for the rest. Enough smokes that for Orca to land this one is like playing the lottery.
Yeah, and Tingleton just hold on to the rock, but Orca gets that low ground. That hill just proving to be such a pain, but it's not going to be close enough to take down Shrimzy before he can run away as Orca just continues to prowl around the edge of this zone.
The one area of the map that they wouldn't anticipate him coming from, closer to them, where they just were, is exactly where he's headed. He has so much space to maneuver on the south. He has crates and everything he can go towards. Does Tick spot him? I think he's looking way further towards the south right now. In the end, does get eyes on. Damage done. Tick finds him, and Falcons out victorious in a very, very wise endgame there.
Absolutely. Look, the argument is that they could have left the compound earlier. They could have maybe tried to get involved and get some more points off of kills. But you know what? At the end of the day, 6 kills plus the 10 from a win, that is more than enough. That more than they could ask for there. And at the end, Gen G, that is still, I mean, you saw, that is still a very, very difficult team to take down, even if you have 4 alive.
There were no great opportunities for them to engage earlier. And in the end, especially at this stage of a tournament, PUBG is all about risk management. They knew they had an end game guarantee. They knew they had a good position as long as they could lay low, and they claimed every bit of it. Great win there for the Falcons.
Well, everybody might have come in thinking that it's going to be a foregone conclusion for Twisted Minds, but these teams on the hunt sure are making it exciting as a cast of Falcons are able to make it out alive here against Gen G at the very end. And of course, we have Martin, but more importantly, we have Toffees here to talk about cool Falcons.
We did it!
Hooray!
We did it! You know, at the end of the day, though, it comes down to VP. Falcons are making this exciting. Falcons had a great game here. They said if we're not first, we're 8th. They're putting everything on the line. Currently, they were sitting in 3rd, which I think is the least hopeful outcome for them. So I'm glad to see them walk away with a good win.
If you ask them at the start of this tournament, what's your hope of placing then this tournament here? The answer is going to be not 3rd.
Right?
Correct. But it could be done. And as we continue to fight and kind of see what happens here, the fight for 2nd place continues, guys.
But also Gen G, again, they are showing up in the top 4s over and over and over again. And this one wasn't just on the back of Orca. The whole team was making plays. They're playing boldly. They're looking for fights. It is like Gen G woke up before EWC and said, you know what? Let's be a new team. And just somehow did it. And it's been really exciting to watch.
Yep, they're definitely giving all of these teams a run for their money, as Falcons, of course, does walk away with the win for that one. And, of course, even for our fantasy teams, Mr. Martin, it was getting a little bit dicey towards the end. Shrimmers was down. We were scared. Tiggleton was alive, but you were scared at moments.
I was not scared at all. I have Tiggleton instead of Shrimsy today.
I know,
the big one. That's good. I will say this, though, guys.
Yes.
I was a little bit cheering for Navi in that moment where they had Twisted Minds out. I don't know what's the boxing term, out on the
ropes.
On the ropes. Yeah, they had them on the ropes, but then they still showed up here and absolutely dominated that game. They had 9 kills. They got placement points. Like another double-digit game here for them.
But
it's just unbelievable, man.
Falcons and VP could not actually do more. Like they're doing everything you can ask of them to close this gap, and then Twisted Minds is like, we still got 9. Like there's just nothing that you can do to stop it.
Still 10-point over average in 15 games, which is just barbaric for a lobby like this.
Way to put it.
As we got Falcons with 6 kills going forward. Gen G's able to try and challenge for these top spots as well. FaZe once again, actually, they had a pretty good game in the previous one, and now 10 kills, Martin, going for the FaZe boys.
Yeah, able to step off from this. The kind of rich that they had in, so they had to push into, you know, either Falcons or anyone else coming in from the southern side. But they swept. They got all the way around and actually managed to frag out Fix. Getting 6 kills here, but Tig and Example close by here with 5 each.
Also, big shout out to Tiggleton. Not only did they get the win, but he got 300 kills over all PGSs. So it's fun to set a personal record while also winning a game at the same time.
That's pretty cool to see. Now he's only 100 kills behind Example.
Why you gotta do us like that, man?
Just reminding you.
We're just trying to find ways not to talk about Twisted Minds for a second.
Reminding everyone who's the GOAT.
To be fair, Tiggleton was an absolute menace in this one, right? He was almost all the kills for Falcons. 16 points will go their way. Gen G with the 14. FaZe with the 14 as well. The fight back's on for the FaZe
Gustav
boys.
should be proud of the way these guys are playing right now. They
Proud
look good out there.
and delightful, like his hairstyle. Just very elegant, very smart, very suave. As you doing all right there, Gustav? You good? You
I'd
want to
like
see
to
the
see
leaderboard?
Here we go.
Ah, there it is. 98 points, 48. What do you think? No, 89 points.
What's the
Doable,
aim
he
for
says.
today? What's the? It's winnable. He says it's winnable. Very, very. Yeah. I mean, even if they won with 15 kills in the next 3 games, they still wouldn't catch up to Twisted Minds if they got 0 points.
But let's be a little more realistic. Let's look at this board right now. Okay, so Twisted Minds versus Pro Team Falcons. They're all making this push. The crazy thing for me is you brought this up last time, Martin. The fact that our top 3 and even Gen G teams all have that many points. They only have it because they've made the bottom half of this lobby feel silly. Twisted Minds has almost tripled the points of our bottom team.
Yeah.
The issue is that you see them walking up to their station there, and they make it look effortless as we are now getting into our 4th game of the day. All of our players getting back to stations, ready to go as we go on to Rondo.
I don't expect a lot to change there. I think our top 3 teams will still continue to put points up on top of Rondo. You can see players running back to their spots because everyone's excited to play. I will say, I think it is going to start to become a little bit more unhinged, Martin, as this continues.
Let's get to it. It's time. Our last Rondo of the tournament, PGS 9. Let's head to the casters as we descend.
Halfway through the final day of PGS 9, and the question still remains: how do you take down the Titans at the top in Twisted Minds? You can't even really say anything against the teams trying, because we are seeing so incredible PUBG right now, and yet always, every single game, Twisted is there alongside them.
I mean, right now, your top 3. You've got Lou, Example, Perfectix, all at 27 kills.
Absurd.
The only person that's got more is Orca, who's got 28.
And that's the big thing right there. You can't just shut down one guy and go, haha, now they have no power left. Like so many teams' hopes live and die with 1 or maybe 2 players. Twisted Minds, they're all equally capable of going out and putting up big performances. Here we have a Northern Plane to start this one off. And I like that what we were hearing from the desk there in the end of it, Poro, them saying, you think now it's going to maybe be a bit more unhinged? As I say that...
And we're out. Okay.
Okay. As I say that, that is the only time I ever see Twisted Minds in trouble. Twisted, I mean, there's a reason their logo is a big, big brain, because they are so cerebral. They're so data-dependent in their playstyle. Whenever you have these, I don't want to call them open qualifier lobbies, but open qualifier mentality lobbies where things get a little wilder at the end of tournament stages, that's where Twisted Minds can sometimes struggle when the game becomes too unpredictable.
Sure.
So maybe that's what it takes, a little Apex spice to throw in there for Twisted to fall short. And you know what? Honestly, the thing is, even if they don't, they have played so out of this world impressive in this tournament that they deserve every bit of the success they're having.
Absolutely. And unfortunately, APAC hadn't been too spicy in this grand finals.
Yet.
There's still 3 games left to play. But I mean, at this point, when you're 15 games in and you still got a team that's averaging 10+ points a game, it's just absolutely filthy, disgusting stuff. Looks like Guyon will manage to escape Team Liquid.
Yeah. The wild thing is they're finally getting it together. I mean, on the side of Virtus Pro and Falcons, had we erased Twisted Minds from the equation, had this been any other tournament and VP were set with 124, they would probably be in first place. Had it been any other tournament and Falcons were set with 122 in Game 15, they would probably be in first place. Twisted Minds have just been able to outdo the top teams by such a margin that they're looking practically unreachable. Having said that...
Oh, look how happy he is.
There you go.
It's been a while since we've seen the Tickleton man of the match, but it's always a threat. Always a threat. 5 kills, 372 damage. We've seen him do more than that, but you know what? At the end of the day, I think he's more happy about getting that win.
Oh, for sure.
And getting 2 points back from VP now.
For sure. Damage and kills, they are appreciated. Wins, especially given the position they were in. They are needed. As we now get a little listening from Nixie, hearing what he thinks coming into today.
I think the biggest factor in our performance was that we talk things through after each day, and we make sure that we know what are our mistakes. So when we go into next day, that we're full ready, that everyone's on the same page, they know what we need to do, and yeah, just play how we practice. Of course, I want to win. I want to end Twisted Minds' PGS dynasty by winning. So I would say I'm very confident in winning, but we'll see tomorrow.
Amazing to hear some words from Nixie here. Ever since he started playing alongside some of the top teams, I mean, everyone always knew that he was a mechanical powerhouse. And I feel like with every global event he's attended, that LAN veterancy, that LAN experience is only making him stronger. He's already individually as capable as anyone in the world. But now, with a couple of tournaments in his belt, he's just getting that much more dangerous.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, a lot of high expectations, high hopes for that VP team, and it started off a little bit slow, but it really feels like they're finding their groove here, especially at the right time of the year. As we check back in with those Falcons, slowly making their way closer towards center just to see what they can find here. They did spot out Gen G, took a few shots, but Gen G is a spooky team.
Definitely.
I don't know if you want to, I don't know if you want to poke that bear too much.
And he's poking it on his own as well. He is sat there kickstart pretty isolated from the rest of his teammates. Take somewhere in between, and then you have Shrimsy and Atron all the way down in Yulin. So
Na'Vi not
sometimes a bit scary trying to pop up fishes. Na'Vi now trying to path out. I mean, they've done these rotations out of Neox Factory a trillion times in the past, and oftentimes without any issues. This time around, though, met by a hail of bullets from Olympus, who luckily for Na'Vi and all their fans did not connect.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I'd just love to see Na'Vi be able to make a rotation without losing somebody. It has just been
Did you just curse them?
really, really tough. I've never cursed a team in my life. If I cursed a team, that just means that they blew an easily winnable situation, but here's the problem.
Hakatory is doing everything he can to bait a shot, bait a peek, bait anything, but they ain't doing it. Fortunately now, heard the footsteps on the inside. JS9 waiting, but Luke is there with the pants on the other side. Don't want to blame it on you, Poro, but Na'Vi running into trouble once again.
Hey, look. You know what? Stop on the hill and scout out the compound better than pulling right up immediately by yourself. Sparking will get embarrassed. The rest of the boys for Na'Vi, looks like Sosid's down as well. So all of a sudden, Na'Vi once again finding themselves down to just one. And it's going to be Extends, and Liquid will not waste time getting rid of him. They'll get one knock, two knocks. Okay, Extends. We see it's all down to Purdy. Curdy can Extends get these flushes. Good flash, but look at this. Kiss and Forrest, who were just taking shots at Na'Vi, are going to steal those away. And oh no, Team Liquid, just what do you do here?
I mean, you know what, in Extends' case right now, he doesn't really care that those knocks were taken away. All he wanted was to get a chance to get his teammates back up, but it ain't gonna happen. Na'Vi falls short here once again, sat in 14th place. We know they're a team capable of
Twisted
much more,
too?
but not able to make a whole lot of it. And now, as you say, Twisted Minds coming in here with a chance to third party. Might as well try and see if you can go for it, but stay at a distance. Not gonna risk anything, but if you catch a guy running in the open, might as well see if you can get a freebie.
Only the duo from Twisted as well as Alo gets spotted out a little bit low, and there you go. The Molotov will be enough to finish him off, and Team Liquid goes down in 15th. So a bloody and violent start here at Rondo.
We're 7 minutes in, and Perfectix already has full level 3 gear and a FAMAS. I mean, they're... Come on, guys! We're trying to make this exciting! Stop giving them all this.
They can't keep getting away.
No,
example in Batula is still a test track.
With this. No, it is true. It is true. And again, this is the thing. They do this, and you go, oh, they're going to get aggressive early. No. There was little to literally zero risk involved with them making that peak there. They knew exactly where the fight was taking place. They knew exactly from what angle they could come in from without being vulnerable. They do so, they come in, they take a freebie, and then they don't overstay their welcome. They back off, and they play it smart.
Exactly. That's the thing,
So
right?
wise.
Having that timer in your head to say, like, okay, we've been hanging out on this hill for a minute. We still know that there's a number of teams off to the east that have to rotate, and if they hear this, they may rotate in this direction, i.e. 4 a.m., Buriram. So sticking around, getting that knock, realizing that the likelihood of getting a knock and a flush in that situation when Forrest had all that cover to use and all the buildings to hide in, they know. So they get the knock, they pull away, and all is well and good. They don't get the point, but, you know, damage done.
Definitely. And that's another thing we don't talk too much about in, I mean, a game of global PUBG. As much as you, of course, make it to the top based on your own success, you also indirectly rely heavily on other teams making mistakes.
Exactly. Yeah,
struggling in the early game, getting those 0-point games that you might not have had any impact in whatsoever, but still you rely on those teams to have that happen. I can safely say, though, that through 16 matches, or make it 15 and a half, Twisted Minds has... I can't point out a thing. I can't point out a point where it's like, Twisted, you could have done better. Because even in the games where they got 2 or 3 points and finished in 8th, I believe, in the end of day 1 and the first game of day 2, those were situations where every other team in that position would have got a 0-point game. They still made it a 3-point game, a 5-point game. So it's just, they are, I mean, and we say it every single tournament that, now they're as good as they can ever be. And then come next tournament, they keep finding that new level of play where right now, I can't even come up with things they could be doing better. They are just perfect on all fronts right now.
I mean, they've always said the ultimate goal is PGC. And
they're
making PGS, they're always going to be. You're never not going to be happy about a PGS win
for sure.
I mean, but they got 3 in a row, and going into PGC, nobody looked hotter, and they just couldn't find their footing that tournament. And in the end, the Expendables. But that just goes to show the kind of lobbies that we're dealing with when we get to that high level. Is that you could win 3 in a row and then come in the next time and just not find that same success.
And I think the interesting thing is that maybe what teams should be looking at if we get situations like this where Twisted Minds get a hit like this again, is they also didn't qualify for grand finals at the first TWC. So what is it that happened that made them not qualify? Is there anything we can do to try and replicate that spike strip effectively, try and stop them with that? That would be much needed for anyone.
I don't know, man. I feel like the only team that's going to be Twisted is Twisted.
Twisted, yeah, that's exactly it. That's exactly it. As now, Expendables, well, they might not be Twisted, but we'll see if they can beat them here. They have a potential skirmish coming up as they rotate straight through Petulance. We saw what Twisted could do without him moments ago in the previous game, and what a great drive-by from Tanvu finding him.
And they're going to stick around for this too. Like, this is something that the Expendables could desperately use. Just something to get their ball rolling in the right direction. Perfectix takes the spray, doesn't get the knock though, and the Expendables will take 1 and move on.
They've been wise decision making on their front too, because they know they got to go somewhere.
Not very Expendables of them though, is it?
You know what? I mean, I don't dislike it. They're set so far down the leaderboard right now that you might want to try and see if you can make late game for once. We get a cinematic flyby. I'm not even sure who it was coming through. Was it Relo in the glider? I think it was. As Top Gun as can be, as the fight continues down in the low ground. 17 Gaming down to just a single player. Alcatsia struggling here to stay alive as well.
Relo looking like he's trying to go for the clips here. Rules will find Lilghost, and 17's bad day just kind of continuing. They've only got 1 player left up, and that's going to be Xiao Wu.
Struggling to get a foot in. They've been finally trying to vie more for these center positions, but they're occupied very early on. Alcatsia able to reset, get Roth back up alive. Should be all right for now. Relo has made landfall as well. We heard with the glider collapsing on the ground, but Xiao Wu throws a dime. And just like that, Alcatsia is down to 1.
And Eaddy will get the return one. So Buriram has to know that these guys are very, very close. They continue to push in. Yep, Eaddy, will that be enough? Will it find the mark? It will, and it gets the flush onto D as Relo just has to run away and escape.
Not a whole lot you can do in Relo's case here. Just back off, lie low. I mean, there are a lot of games that have come here early on have ended quite literally exactly where Relo is prone. So who knows? Maybe that burned out vehicle is going to be enough to get him into placement points. I'm a little concerned, though, given that, as you said, Buriram knows exactly where he is, that they might want to try and claim this for themselves.
This is setting the tone for the remainder of the day here. 47 alive.
Wild.
And we have not even seen Phase 3 pop as... Creepy crawl. Goodness.
If there's one team I don't want to have any more issues with vehicles in this tournament, then it's Alcatsia. First they shut down their space program, now they're making matters even worse.
What are we
it's
doing?
a tick. I'm just assuming. I'm instantly just taking for granted that it is tick, but no, as a matter of fact, it's Flash lobbing a few over. See if he can get the spot. And honestly, if he finds him here, if they wipe Relo, which they very well could, a bit off to the side. If they find him here, full sense, I mean, that's a hill for the taking. They split that 2-2, and they're looking real good as well. So not too bad an idea. Try and see if you can find the final player with that there.
Well, Buriram gets the pull away, which is pretty nice for them as they still have a compound. As you see that nasty little drive-by spray from Tanvu as Petulance goes out early again. But we saw what Twisted can do with 3 players just one game before.
And that's the wild thing about tournaments such as these. I don't think a lot of people understand the individual mechanical skill set on this server as we see the circle go south. The fact that you can have a player like Tanvu hit shots like that and they're still sat second to last, it's insane. We are blessed to have some of the most mechanically skilled players in all of shooters in our game.
Well, that's I mean, the crazy part about it, you look at it, the Expendables, I mean, obviously 15th place, but one win, and they're like up in the middle of the pack again. So it's just wild what we're seeing here at PGS 9, and don't expect we'll see anything different at PGS 10.
Oh no, even more so.
Yeah, we got, it looks like actually Twisted Mind's able to get Batulins back too, so back up to full strength.
Oh, he joins them. I'm stupid.
There you go.
They're out there to the east. Yep, easy enough.
They're fine.
Easy enough, because why wouldn't we want to have Twisted back up to 4 when we finally get them wounded early on? Expendables will see the E pickup, will maybe see the player parachuting in as well, but there's a circle to play for, I think, and they are gonna try and look for it, cutting underneath Twisted Minds. And for Twisted, I think they're just gonna continue their journey south. They're gonna try and see if they can wrap all the way around. Example is actually already all the way down there. Free compound for them, entry position to the circle, and now they're on the quiet side of things. Just 2 teams down here, FaZe and Twisted, as we take to the north once more, where Bago Pa is trying to fend off against Expendables.
Spots out Del, and Tombu is a million miles away from this as well, so Duck Shoes is going to go down, and there's not going to be any real clapback from the Expendables as Tanvu is going to just continue to hide out on the north side. Meanwhile, Falcons, they still have a nice little compound here to play around towards the center of the circle. They've been able to hold Gen G at bay, hold Forest at bay. E-Arena also knows what's up, but they've got the BRDM that's trailing slowly. Perfectic's just going to lay some rounds into it just so they know that they are there.
Where does Twisted go with this circle shift?
I mean, they've got a lot of room on the side.
Well, I mean, yes, theoretically there's room, but that room is open fields for the most part. So unless, of course, if the circle comes straight back towards them, then they don't have to go too far. But if it goes, honestly, anywhere a couple of 100 meters out of that southeast, they have a decision to make. They have a pull-up to make. There is a couple of hills you can play on the southern side of where Falcons are currently located, but with Phase 4 coming up, I mean, this one should shift northwest.
All right,
with the unplayable on the south.
Gave Vard the bullet hose at MG3. We've seen that gun come into play a couple of times this tournament.
The anti-pull-up gun.
Oh boy, is it ever. But I mean, look at all the room that FaZe has to work around here on this south side. Now, 4 a.m., they're full grouped, kind of making their way in from that southwest, and I think they know that FaZe is around here, that they're just being very, very cautious about how to pull through here.
And James is set up on the hillside, like way up on the hilltop, and it's going to be on him to spot them. Actually, Fex spots them already. We're seeing that in the feed. There's now new circle pops. Again, I'm assuming it's going to be north, depending on how James's position gets shifted out. No, it goes southeast, despite there being a couple of unplayables there too. It does shift in that direction, and you could only imagine Twisted is going to play just there on the southern side of the compound. Indeed, they're looking for it. They're scouting it. That is a free compound in the circle center for the taking.
Yeah, this is definitely a tough one to
If Falcons get a knock here, if they realize this is Twisted, is there a world where the 1st or 8th that they dare to collapse? They have the compound in this circle.
So. They've got the best compound that they can
really
hope for
do
right now. I see them sticking around there. If they get the knock, it'll be nice, but it'll let them know at least that they've got Twisted on their south side. Meanwhile, he doesn't know if James knows that Clories is all of a sudden sharing the same mountaintop with him. I think that's actually a completely naked Clories as well.
It is.
Coming from a revive drop.
Yeah, it is. I mean, the parachutes make such loud sounds that you can only imagine, unless if there was very hectic comms going through, they would have heard it. 4 a.m. knew that there was nothing else they could do but try and bomb its center. Falcons, though, already in position to try and defend this. Tosi is going to be the one to find the initial nugget. Xiao Lu goes down. Longs over the rock will go further forward. Run into by his teammates, but it's going to be Baron to find that nugget now. Here falls the last. I say that maybe too soon, as H-Win is the one to go down.
He gets the knock, but he tries to go in for the flush. Good job from Shrimsy to get there quickly and defend his captain, so they'll get him back on his feet. And nobody else really taking advantage of that knock. They're not in a position to.
Clutch play for them to finish that so quickly. Again, so easy to pull up on this compound. There's so many different avenues of approach, but Falcons deny any thought of that with how quickly they took them out. A little help on the side of Forest, but Falcons very good in defending this time around, as it's now Virtus Pro up on the northern side, outside circle. Important fight here against Buriram.
Very important stuff, and you see Begopa actually also third-partying Buriram, so they've got to be careful about the angles that they peek. Nice grenade from Corexi will get that knock onto Ruse, as Eaddy will try to go for the flush as the red zone continues to drop around him.
Us now to blue zone nade right where it has to be. That's the mask down. Rivs, you'd have to imagine, is going to bleed out as well, so it's on once again on the shoulders of Eaddy to make this happen. Khan is alive still, but outside circle. Issue with this position is, if you come out in this fight, you have to come out with literally no casualties, because you're rotating into a circle where everyone is dug in so deep that no matter where you go, you're going to be at a disadvantage.
Yeah, Khan was getting pinned by Begopa, so he's never even able to cross the road to get involved in this. So now Eaddy all by himself, but Virtus Pro stick around a little bit too long, and now Nixie's going down. Corexi just going to go for the push, and that is aggressive. Eaddy will eat that up, and all of a sudden, Virtus Pro now down to 2.
Yeah, got to try and make something happen. I'm not sure if maybe Corexi was out of meds or something like that. Try to go for more. Knew that he was going to be down here somewhere. Khan is going to fall to blue. Eaddy is going to, of course, get the point off of him gone down, as Cloris now falls to blue as well. He was set up on the rock forever. Tried to stay alive for as long as could be, but with nothing to play with, quite literally. There wasn't really a whole lot for him to do.
Unfortunately for the Expendables, Tanvu was able to make his way into the circle, so he'll be lying prone for the foreseeable future. Virtus Pro, meanwhile, you know, we talked about Falcons with that, if we're not first, we're 8th mentality coming in. It really feels like VP has kind of picked up on that same idea. They are going for these fights on the edge, and whether or not they work, they're still trying to get as many points as they can, because they know that is the only possible way that they are going to catch up to Twisted.
The issue right now for Virtus Pro, you can literally see it in the way they maneuver. No one can see them on the east, but they know Eaddy is alive somewhere behind them. It's like, oh, we can't have him do what we do to people to us. So as much as they want to look forward, trying to find anywhere to go, they have to respect the fact that there's a snake behind them. Even if you get a knock here, what do you do with it? We'll see if they can find him. Lukarux sending one more player down to low HP.
Well, they are causing so many problems here for Full Sense as Thanadol gets flushed out by Flame. So FS now down to just 2. Tigger a little bit closer towards the zone. The return grenade going to get Lukarux pretty low.
So tough.
Remember, he's still got Eaddy back there, but he's at this point just healing, as Belmoth will find Luka with that grenade. And Full Sense, they've got a lot of room to maneuver around here, so it's very tough to hit those utility.
A big fight potentially in the making here. No, actually, I speak too soon. I thought FaZe were maybe going to pull up on Twisted Minds, but they're looking to go north. They're hearing all the commotion up here, and they're saying that's much better than the team dug into the compounds. We have a chance to pull up on this dip and maybe take out the teams that are alongside here. They're driving on forward, looking for any opportunity to get points with it. It's going to be James running up first. He's going to go down. Vart able to find one in return, though.
Beautiful stuff from FaZe, as they will get James. They will get the flush, but Tigger now the last player left alive, and Vard will flush him out, and that's it for Full Sense. But Vard getting picked out by a Khan now. Begopa, they had the slow play coming from the north as well, so they're in perfect position to third party this fight, as Eaddy will get spotted, and that's Buriram down in 11th.
Theme going, I wonder how many first sets he had. Let me just go up and check real quick, because I'm going to be out here for a bit. He's down to just 2 of his own, but if there's a guy that knows how to maneuver the waters of outside circle, that is Bloomy.
My favorite thing about it is he's not trying to run towards the circle.
No, he's going
running
back
to where the crates
He knows where the mitts are. He knows where the mitts are. As here we have a fist fight, it would seem, between Tanvu and Akan, at least one that will happen as soon as this fades out. Oh, did he get tagged by that? He did indeed. Tanvu down to low HP. He's going to be Song Young's. No, Akan trying to jump through the molly. Little did he know that's going to find him. We'll find Tanvu in the end of it. Those Expendables go down. Beamy and Virtus Pro out as well, making matters even worse.
Yeah, but Begopa just getting picked apart now by Forest.
See, Nick's like, what can we do? There's nothing to do in that
nothing
game.
Really.
Once you keep shifting east, which we continue to do.
Goodness gracious, Falcons.
It's not going to be easy. Yep, Falcons, I mean, honestly, they can take matters into their own hands here. Shut down Twisted Minds. They're in placement points now. They don't have too many kills, actually make it 0. So if they fight them as the next down team, that could be a 1-point game and a chance for Falcons to make something big happen here.
Yeah, Falcons only with 2, make it 3 as they finish off Sungjang. But you see Gen.G still full strength, Twisted still full strength.
This Rich is so good.
Yeah,
I mean,
this is awesome for Twisted Minds as they continue to play this. Gen.G will spot out Beam, will spot out Baron as Forrest is starting to get picked down now.
Yeah, Forrest making big claim for this one. 7 kills already. They are taking casualties, unfortunately, but regardless of whether or not they fall here, it's been a good game for them. Not easy for them to fight through then once again, as we've seen so many times before. Kiss comes out, finds the knock onto one. Can he get Orca as well? No, not enough bullets in the chamber.
But look at that. I mean, it's getting third party by Twisted Minds.
Yeah.
They were stealing away kills from this. Alcatsia, Relo, the only player left alive for his team, steals one away.
How is Relo still alive?
Don't know, but he got another point for Alcatsia, and that's huge.
I forgot about him.
I think everybody did. Bagel Pie, not a bad game so far here. As they got 6 kills, but they are just down to Guyon. As you see, look at our leaderboard, man. You've got such a logjam down there at the bottom.
I love how the Southeast is all 4-mans left alive, and then the Northwest is literally 4 solos. We've split the game modes diagonally on this server as the 4 solos all try to move together further forward. Maybe they just go over, shake hands, and say, guys, we are a team now. Let's just take off our headsets, yell to each other when the team comes out, and then make our way in together. As fun as that will be, not going to be the case.
Oh, can't recruit. I'm not Guyon gonna take the run, and he gets in as Relo looks like he's going to try to be a little bit more active, take the shots. You got Kissed over there. Okay, Tosi will spot him out. Guyon with the blue at his heels. Kiss just in front of them. And Fex still alive out in the back. As our solos, feels like we're about to see them depart this lobby.
You can heal phase 6, well, as long as a first aid, an 8 doesn't land in your face. You can heal your way through phase 6. It's phase 7. That's going to take you down as Fex doing exactly that. 2 ticks and then instantly off to the first aids. I don't know how many more he has, but the solos are being cleaned out by this second.
He got in top 5.
Yeah,
that's
you know
all you
what?
can ask for.
You know what? Again, make something out of your bad games. In top 5, that's 3 placement points.
Falcons.
Not going to complain about that. Big fight happening here between first and second place, though, but it couldn't get any worse than this before it even happens. Strimsy falls to Tosi.
Just the angles are so tough to work around here as Gen.G are down to 2 again, but causing so much problems for everybody else. E-Arena also off in the distance, and yeah, I mean, E-Arena's looking fantastic right now.
Exactly.
If Twisted can clean this up quickly, looks like Shrimsy should get back on his feet. Yep, Falcons will reset as Twisted's just slowly moving into this zone, not trying to overpeak, not trying to overstay their welcome, just take what's available.
Falcons needs to instantly shut down Gen.G, and I just don't see it happening. This ridge line they're playing behind is so hard for, I mean, so again, we talk about risk and reward, right? For Falcons to aggressively push out and take this fight to Gen.G, it's nigh on impossible with the lines of sight that you could have in Twisted on the hills.
And the biggest problem, like, just with this many players left alive, this short, you can't play the roofs.
Yeah.
So, you know, you don't have any of the information about where these guys are moving around to. As example, we'll show right there, gets the knock onto H-Win as Twisted Minds doing what they do best, just methodically pushing through.
Yep, finding knocks, making their way further forward. And to make matters even worse, H-Win is the one isolated from the other guys across the courtyard of this compound. So he's not going to get up anytime soon, and I believe it is knock number 2 or 3 on him. So if they want to go for him, they got to go now. But they know full well that Twisted Minds has control over the crossover. I say that, smoke's deployed. Tick is going for it. He has to get in there quickly, though. Able to find him.
Very nicely done by Falcons. Make sure they lay that smoke wall down as, grenade. You got lucky on that one. Perfected, give him a second shot at it. It's just not getting through the shed, it looks like. So, almost did, though. That was very close. Perfectix trying to thread the needle. And fortunately for Falcons, it's just not able to happen.
And Twisted Minds, they're playing this slow because they know they have Gen.G suppressing from the other side. There's no route in which Falcons can make a surprise wrap on Twisted in this without them being warned first. Either Gen.G will shoot from the west, or if they wrap north around E-Arena, will see the whole thing and shut them down before they even get to Twisted. So Twisted Minds can just lean back and say, hey, we have ourselves a solid 20-plus buffer. We'll let you make the first move.
We're vibing.
Yeah.
I mean, you got to feel good about E-Arena's chances in this one.
Oh, for sure.
As they have basically, I mean, the entire eastern side, they don't have, I think this might be the first time I've seen somebody take a shot over towards them as Lou with that Dragon off will force him to pull back behind their hill, but this three-way fight in the compound is going to settle everything, it feels like.
My main concern for E-Arena is, do they get complacent? Do they assume things are going to go their way with the circle now, and then end up throwing it in the end? I want to see them aggressive, not necessarily pull up in the compound, but I want to see them be in a position from where they can take matters into their own hand. HWin able to get Orca down swiftly. No response time for Twisted Minds to try and make a play. Who two have to make a move.
That's a big knock and a big flush.
11 nades for E-Arena as well.
Exactly, yeah. And you can see the utility in the back for the rest of this squad. 7 still for Twisted Minds, so they're still looking pretty good. Gen G, they're about tapped out as Tosi, the last player left alive.
He has a Panzer.
He does have a Panzer, and he's got double shields to protect himself for the time being, but that blue zone is coming quickly. And it'll be nipping at his heels very shortly as Tig will swap over to the ump.
Yep, might as well. Close quarters. No reason for DMR at this point in the game.
Oh.
Lobs the Panzer through the window.
Kickstart felt the wind of that one on his ear, man.
Just
Holy
12
moly.
damage done, able to dug out of that one.
Okay. He does still have some smokes to play around with.
Everything.
Yeah, just keep throwing the flashes. Try to keep him blind and don't let him peek that windows. But
First down.
will get the knock onto Tiggleton, and that might open the door here. But Lou will go down as he gets spotted out by Nurens.
Exactly, Arena holding the crossfire angles here. No one can path their way through, but Twisted Minds, they are just unstoppable. Nope, doesn't matter if it's edge play or if it's close quarter fighting. They are so incredibly good at any facet of the game as they find one more. Gen G gone down, but Fecting's continuing to find points here.
At this point, Twisted don't even care about the win. They just want to get rid of Falcons.
Yes.
Don't let Falcons win. That is the mandate as E-Arena continues to wrap around. They would love to be able to get some of these kills, some of these points. And if they can get Perfectix back on his feet, they might actually still stand a chance in this one because they still have some hard cover to play around.
Twisted are the aggressors. Twisted are the ones coming in at a disadvantage, and Twisted are the ones that come out of that compound fight without taking any casualties. This is utterly insane. And now a 4v4, make it a 4v3 as Lou finds the first one. I said it before, E-Arena needs to put themselves in a position from where they can claim the win, from where they can aggress on this. Once the fights come to people, they played it slow. They sat in their tracks, and now Twisted, despite being at a disadvantaged position, comes in with the upper hand.
Just methodical stuff coming out from Twisted Minds once again. Example will go down, though, as Nurens will pick him. And that is a 1-1 trade, essentially. So a 3v3 to end things off here. Perfectix using the opportunity to make a move, get a little bit closer, but Opons, I think he read that. That's a good grenade. Gets Perfectix down to half.
And Example crawling for info already. No point in trying to see if they can get him back up as the nade comes open. Perfectix.
Oh my goodness.
Body shot, headshot, takes down Opons. That is the entire south side flank opened up. Lyrics will have to move across that bridge sooner rather than later.
And
so it's just him and Norrens trying to stay put. And as you said, again, up to 4 alive once more as Norrens doing everything he can, going, wait, I've knocked this guy 3 times already. How are they continuing to stay put in it?
Norrens has next to no HP. He's going to find Example again. So E-Arena, they're fighting back, but Perfectix gets the side angle, and Twisted Minds might have just locked it up.
Literally unfreaking beatable. Put them as hard up against the wall as you can, and they will find ways that were never on any piece of paper, never in any playbook, to come out with more points than you could fathom.
I mean, I don't know what else you could ask for if you're E-Arena in that situation. The problem was for them that nobody was able to take one off of Twisted Minds. They were able to keep 4 strong going through that situation. Unbelievable stuff from them.
Falcons know it too. They saw them winning that game. They probably stayed on the in-game screens through the end of it. They knew it. And, I mean, as much as they are forever second, this might be yet another one.
Well, that...
Just take the trophy and run home.
Yeah, thanks, Avenger. Yeah, of course, that is Twisted Minds.
I didn't hear anything.
Yeah, I know, you're hyped, you're hyped. We have got ourselves Twisted Minds here, absolutely blasting. And ladies and gentlemen, they're not sharing. They They do what they want. Twisted Minds with a win after getting 7 kills, 6 kills, 9 kills, whatever it be. Twisted Minds, it feels like the Twisted era might be back.
The Twisted era, I mean, the Twisted era started last year. There was a little Twisted error in the middle, but they were inevitably going to fix that, and here they are to dominate again. This is one of those situations where, yes, it's the Twisted era, but when we've talked about PUBG 8 years in, there's always these sort of like GOAT conversations. People come and go. Does a GOAT get replaced? This is a roster that I think may become or is the GOATed roster, right? That we're going to talk about them. If there's a PUBG 2, 3, 4, 5, 27, we're still going to go back and talk about this roster and how prolific they are.
I've never seen Batulans more excited, and on the other side of things, Exam will be like, oh, yeah, I got knocked 2 times there. I should have won that. He was more sad about not winning that final engagement than them winning the whole game there. And potentially, I would say, with the amount of points they have right now, even though they're going to get more points in the next few games here, guys, I still think the amount of points that they have right now, I still think that's going to be more than what second place has at the end of the day.
I do wonder if there's a world where they could even just break 200 points and just say, you know what, screw it, let's just go for the big one. That would be absolutely crazy. But that trophy right there, it's going to be painted pink as Twisted Minds looks to be taking that away with them. The question, of course, though, is from a game like this on Rondo, Falcons, they had such a good, well, a central position, I want to say, for a lot of this game. The collapse onto them, though, you know, you've got Twisted Minds of all teams collapsing in on you here. As Falcons wanted to make this mad dash to try and challenge Twisted Minds, it was supplanted.
I mean, that compound's a hard place to hold. They did it perfectly. They collapsed at the right time. They did everything that they could. It's just, at the end of the day, how do you stop Twisted Minds? They're coming in aggressive, and to their credit, E-Arena had them in a sandwich between Twisted Minds and the Rabbits. There wasn't much that you could do. There was no peek. There was no push out of the building, so all they had to do was sort of sit there and wait for the chaos to come to them, and that's never a way to win.
And once they see this first circle here, like you make a 2-2 split, you either it goes middle or it goes south. They bet on it going this way here, and eventually, like, once you see that second and third circle pop, you know exactly where it's going to go because of how land ratio works, especially in this area here. And yeah, Perfectix with another 600 damage and 4 kills. Yeah, massive.
Crazy. I mean, we were talking
Look at the
about
damage taken, though, guys.
Yeah, no, exactly.
That's insane, actually.
They're going through the wars and still being able to kind of come out on top here with these kinds of numbers. We started the tournament off looking at our MVPs. It will be Perfectix taking man of the match here. He took the MVP basically at PEC.
He did, yeah.
And it does feel like he's on track to take it here for PGS9.
Yeah, it would have been insane. He had 41 kills in 18 games in PC. Yeah. By far outperformed anyone, even his teammates. And yeah, and you know, I saw when they walked in today, like, Perfectix has been smiling. He's been laughing. He loves
I wonder why.
He loves winning tournaments, guys.
It does feel a bit like, I mean, it's ridiculous to say a torch pass, but it's like from one player on the same team to another, right? It's crazy to me just how good they have become. But I do want to give some love to Kiss. 5 kills, Forest Natural.
He was banging.
Anytime that we get to see a team besides Twisted Minds up here, we got to give them a little bit of love because
what a lovely treat.
There's no points out there. Like, Twisted Minds is soaking it up every 19 points.
I will say, though, as much as we have watched this roster win 3 PGSs back to back to back, mind you.
Yes.
This PGS, this grand final, every single game, Twisted Minds has been on your lips. Every single game, it has been. It's going to be another championship, but it has been one of the most consistent tournaments of all time for a roster.
And you know what I love about that? Compared to what we saw at Esports World Cup, this is the level of dominance that they wanted to assert here.
Yes.
They didn't want it to be close. They didn't want to be nervous.
They're not sharing.
40 points difference here with 2 games to go, Tough.
With 171 points. One could argue that they have gone back to back to back. Yes, they won those. But in some ways, other teams lost them. They gave up points here and there. They let Twisted Minds get ahead by a couple. This is Twisted Minds managing this win from the very start of this event. No one else messed up to let them get ahead. They have just been engineered and dominant from the beginning.
To peel back the curtain, there's a reason at the beginning of the show you didn't see any specific Twisted Minds graphics or anything like that, because we said we know we're going to end up having to talk about them throughout the day and them being a focal point. And you can see it right there. On the second position, Falcons, who was looking for that catch-up. 40 points behind, as you say, 131 points. That, if we were looking back at other PGSs, we'd be like, holy moly, Falcons is playing amazing. And they are.
They are. And, you know, it's 9 points in placement only more that they have. but the kills is what is outfragging them. They have 31 more kills than second place. That is just insane. In the course of 16 games, guys. 1, 2, 6, 7, I don't know. It's like, it's more than plenty of points there.
I just think they could break 200, and I think now that you said that, like, it's not that far.
They didn't do it in PEC, and that was one of the most dominant performances ever. They had, I think, 191 points. But here, if they continue, they could do it.
All right, break time. We still technically, ladies and gentlemen, have 2 more games remaining, and we are going to be on the grassy pastures. So don't go anywhere here as we witness what on earth is going on here at PGS9. See you soon.
Balance changes for SMGs in the Panzerfaust, some updates to the recall system, and a PvE collaboration flush with interesting enemies. All this and more as we dive into the Update 38.1 patch report. First up, we're doing a balance shuffle for SMGs in the Panzerfaust this update. Across the board, SMGs will have less accurate hipfire, and the MP5K is also seeing a slight reduction in damage. For the Panzerfaust, players will now be restricted from running, jumping, and vaulting while wielding this powerful weapon. And players inside a vehicle will be protected a bit, taking reduced damage from its blast. There are a couple more changes as well to make sure there's enough risk to the Panzerfaust's reward. So let us know how these changes feel. Next, the recall system is getting some alterations. Time required to register boot chips beyond the first will now increase by 5 seconds for each additional chip being registered. We've also added information about how many players are returning to the battlegrounds with each recall, and have removed the Phase 6 recall on 8x8 maps. Once again, let us know how these changes feel once you get in-game. Next, we're dressing up a bit for spooky season with an arcade mode that gives new meaning to the term crapshoot. In this collaboration with the popular internet show Skibidi Toilet, you'll assemble your squad of 4 and plunge into Miramar to clench victory against the toilet invasion. Collect chemical cans to upgrade your weaponry and make flushing your enemy that much easier. Can your squad save Bidet? Or will you get wiped and end up number 2? Will this announcer ever run out of crappy puns? Log in and put a lid on the invasion starting October 22nd on PC and October 30th on console. We've also added destructible terrain to Miramar, which doesn't include building destruction, and updated the pass system to allow for multiple passes at once. This allows us to introduce an event pass tied to the new arcade mode, while still launching a new survivor pass. Now you can work on both at the same time. There's also a new ranked season, destructible gas tanks on Destin, map bug fixes, and more. So be sure to check out the patch notes for full details. Update 38.1 is here, so recall some friends, aim down the sights of those SMGs, and dump some rounds into the Skibidi toilets. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Standing in the shadow of a Colossus, somebody's going to have to try and expose some extreme weakness somewhere. However, it looks almost insurmountable. Falcons walks past me and say, easy, 50 points on the way here for our next 2 games. But first and foremost, a huge thank you to Crafton as well as Heroes Esports for making everything happen here behind us, behind the production, and all the games that are going to be coming up as well. We also have op.gg. You can overpower your game if you head over to op.gg and check out all the stats from the tournament as a whole. Boys, some thoughts coming into Erangel. Avenger, I will start with you.
Yeah, as we said it for the most time here, Erangel is very static. It's very well calculated, and as one of the most calculated teams in the game right now, Twisted Minds, I don't see a way where they don't get just a little bit of points. And even though, as I said before, even if a team comes out, gets 15 kills per game and win both games, I don't see a world where they don't get enough points, and it's going to be enough to kind of reach that.
Let me give 2 quick ones. Quick shout to Gen G, still finishing in the top 4 in almost every game. That's cool to watch. Second, VP and Falcons have been on fire. And if we had shown up today and Twisted Minds had done the 3 points per game average that we had talked about, it would actually be only about 6 points from them catching them to take the lead. But because they're unstoppable, it seems like Twisted Minds is just too far and away, and that is the crazy thing about this roster.
Definitely Team Liquid here looking for a little bit more room as well. There is still a lot to play for these teams to try and attain a higher placement, higher PGS points, higher prize pools. But now we move over to the grassy pastures. The penultimate game of PGS 9 starts now.
2 more matches left to play. Twisted Minds is running away with it, and we can only be impressed. To paint the picture for you guys to fully understand how utterly insane of a performance these boys have pulled off right now, if we were to finish a tournament here, if we cancel this game, skip the last 2,
right now,
with the points that they have accrued, the 171, they would have won 6 of the last 8 PGSs. They would have tied their own PGS 6 performance at 171, and only PGS 4 did they get bested at 177 by themselves, Twisted Minds, which means they are 6 points away now, effectively, from breaking the all-time PGS record of most points garnered in a grand finals. 6 points away. And the thing is, they said it on the desk too, where some of their previous tournament wins have come off of other teams underperforming. We are seeing some of the best PUBG, not only from Twisted Minds, Poro, but from literally all the teams on the server that we've ever seen, and even then, they're able to perform at this level.
It's just been beautiful to watch. Like, I mean, you can't help, even if you're not a Twisted Minds fan, you can't help but just sit back and admire what's happening as Lou has to have the happy feet here. They were dropping for vehicles, and it looks like Khan got away with it, and he's just going to let him go. So there you go. Example was rushing up, so makes no never mind to the Twisted Minds boys. But that is a circle. Okay, I heard. Let's go all the way to the top left.
I heard some screaming in the stands behind me. I was looking over my shoulder. I think I heard Burr and one of the players just yelling, "You're stealing my car!" Ain't no way he's stealing that car. That's right. Are able to get it, are able to get away safely.
Small victories.
You know what? That's fine. There's still a tournament to come. They're setting up the banter for PGS 10. But hey, I mean, if there's a team we probably don't want to have too much banter with right now, then there's a team that's 40 points ahead of second place.
That might be it. That might be it. I have no doubt that Twisted is going to break that record.
No, I mean, and even if they don't, I mean, this is looking nigh on inevitable.
Ain't even a question in my mind.
Yeah, there's nothing. There's no statistical evidence to support the notion that they should not surpass 177.
There you go. See, that's math, man.
We can do desk. We can do numbers.
That is math and science. Well, see E-Arena popping the E-Pickup. They're all the way down in Novo, so it makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
They make their way all the way up. So still the farthest north teams we've got is Bagopod doing a little bit of looting around Severny and shooting range. And then you've got, who is that? Forest up in North George. But as of that, farther north than that, Zarky completely available.
Now, as much as we talk Twisted Minds, because again, of course they deserve all the mention and all the accolades that we're giving them. Look at almost, I mean, literally 5th place down to the very bottom. 1.5 good game for Expendables. Might not be enough for top 4,
but we're talking top 8. We're talking within those areas of. I mean, and that's the thing about this specific tournament to me is every single team we have on this server have shown proof that they're capable, even in a lobby like this, whether it be in the grand finals or in the group stages, to pull off big-time games. And with 2 matches left to play on a Wrangle, it's literally anyone's game to finish in the top 5.
I mean, I'm telling you one thing that I'm keeping a very close eye on right now. Toby, I swear to you, if Falcons finish 3rd again, I don't
want to say again. Talking about statistical evidence and likelihoods, there's there is something to be said that could end up happening.
I mean, look, they've got a 4-point lead, and they've been looking very, very good. And but at the same time, man, you know, you finished 3rd 4 times in a row. That is just, I mean, while saying like, damn, that's like really, really good and impressive. You're just kind of like, geez, when are we gonna break that cycle? You know, I mean, I feel like it was 17 a few years back that was kind of in that same boat, right? Like they kept finishing second, and then finally they jump over and took the championship. So maybe that's something that Falcons have to look forward to. But right now, I know that they're hoping that they can finish with a firm hold on second.
Yeah, Falcons wish they were playing PGS 5 right now because Twisted won that with 133. That's a little easier of a gap to close than the one they're set at right now.
Hey, you can only do what you can do, man. Can't control Twisted just being absolute demons.
Exactly. Well, as you said before, Circle has sent us far enough up towards the north, that I honestly don't expect too many teams opting to stick around the southern side. Of course, Expendables on a wide Everest split right now will maintain control of this area, but expect to see a lot of teams wrapping all the way northeastern. We're already starting to see the migration on the map right now. By the way, guys, I've said it before, you will step on Lilghost if you don't have the map feed open, so get it up.
Don't step on Lilghost.
A lot of teams are going to be pathing north over Yasnaya, maybe even all the way up towards Stelpa and Seruni to try and cross in from the very northern side of this circle. So if we see a south circle to follow this one, not necessarily all the way Everest south, but just anywhere down towards North George, the amount of teams stuck up on that north is going to make things very difficult.
And, you know, obviously we can't not talk about Twisted Minds, man. This is the performance of a lifetime, right? But look down the leaderboard and how close all these teams are.
Exactly.
I mean, you've got a 3-way tie for 8th at 84 points right now.
Yep.
The difference between the money and the PGC points between 10th and 8th is huge. So, I mean, we've still got a lot left to play for up and down this lobby.
Oh, definitely.
Even when Twisted Minds has just been looking so dominant.
Definitely. First fight of the game here between Virtus Pro and Team Liquid. Lukarux were able to hit the first one, not this time around. Now they're hearing vehicles coming in. That's 4 a.m. driving through a red zone just on their northern side. So it's going to force VP to slow things down at least a little bit. Very brave for them to run around here in the red zone, take fights in the open. But hey, no fear.
Hey.
As Forest also on this one, Twisted Minds. Liquid, they just can't catch a break.
They sure can't, man. And Kiss is going to go down there, and that's going to let VP know that there's another team just kind of hanging out over here, as Purdy Curdy will try to at least flush out that kill and get the point for himself. Scappy will be the one to do that. Kiss just dodging, dip, dive, dodge, weave. Let's try to stay alive. Kurt is one shot away. There it is. Okay. You at least get a point and a P90. I mean, you prefer to have Alo and Sparking, but, you know, if you got to play as a duo, that's a pretty good loadout to have.
Saving Private Kisses blue chip confirmed. I think Scappy went over there. Now he's running for it, trying to get back to his teammates. Being shot at while doing so. Expendables actually pulling up on his teammates now. So from one fight straight, potentially into another. You can see Virtus Pro, any chance they're given to try and get some free points. They're going to go for it. Algatzia able to find Fix. It's Faceland that was set up here in a camp, and they're the ones taking casualties right now.
Jam. Almost got VAR'd. Yeah, this was definitely a phase camp. And it's paying off for them right now. If they can get the res on Effects, then everything should be well and good. As you can see, it looks like they're just going to dip on out. Relo down to half HP. They're going to lose Jam, but well, now you're kind of in a standoff here.
Yeah.
As you wait for the blue zone to arrive. Hopefully they can maybe flush out Fex, but it looks like James is doing a little body blocking.
Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if FaZe, once they get the rest, you just leave and then go for a new position from where they do the exact same once again. You drive away and say, no, okay, you know what, we tried. We'll go circle, and then you set up a new hill just 1 kilometer further north and do the exact same thing over again.
Why not?
if you're Alcatia here, I think you're wise in just making a big old wrap around this whole thing, because you don't really know where they're potentially setting up. As we go back to Plane Crash once more, VP still up here now, 17. The team looking over the hillside, but thinking better of it and dipping.
Pretty sure FaZe just stopped to get Jam's blue chip as well as they had the smoke cover. So
why
a little
not?
insult to injury there onto old Alcatia as Orca up in the sky. That's not where whales belong. And the Expendables taking offense to that. They'll take a few shots over in his direction.
Yeah, Tanvu. Shots fired, hitting the glider, but not able to connect. I say that, but now that's one, that's two. Orca, they have you zeroed in. That's the Mayday's call come through as well as the engine blows out. Might want to jump out of this one and try to make it down to the ground.
He's going to try to see if he can get as far as he can away from the close range fire at least. And yep, just going to
don't get hit by it.
Jump out. Yeah, we
parachute.
Parachute? Fine.
Parachute? Oh, okay. I got a little worried there for a second.
Call those halo jumps, baby.
Yeah.
High altitude, low opening.
There you go. Able to make it down to the ground. And again, just to paint the picture of what these guys are vying for, from 16th all the way up to 5th, we're talking 125 PGS or PGC point difference. Huge. I know there's one more tournament to play and the numbers are going to be increased by then, but if you can set yourself up now to not need a top 3 finish at PGS 10 come a week and a half from now, you are going to be in a much, much better place.
Falcons doing a little bit of aggressive posturing here on the edge as well, trying to catch teams making their way through. Unfortunately for them, FaZe too good. They will make sure that they keep Gustav alive and they will avoid the fire. And now you can see James, in fact, set up on the bridge waiting for that inevitable push. They know where Falcons was, and Circle will cut all the way north as Virtus Pro looking pretty nice in that plane crash area.
Exactly. Twisted sending one into the sky. Perfect Dix. No, actually, no. Going to stay on the ground here. As a Bago Pop, they're in a wide 2-2 split, and with so many teams in between them now, I don't see how they end up grouping.
That's going to be tough.
Yeah.
Just going to try to make their way through. The Expendables still also kind of rolling around in that area. Duck Juice will take a few shots. E-Arena looks like they should be okay, though. Going to play the cliff side for the time being. Fortunately for them, Full Sense already have 2 up there as well, so they need to be careful about the lines of sight that they allow.
Definitely. Na'Vi looks strong to kick things off here in the grand finals, but it's not been easy sledding the last 2 days for them, and things aren't going to be any easier when you lose Hakatory like that. Khan well-placed shots there. Is now Lukarux from the opposite angle, able to find extends.
Just, man. I mean, yeah, Na'Vi, we got a week between till PGS 10. Na'Vi going to have to spend a lot of time at the drawing board figuring out these rotation issues that they keep running into, as Eaddy will get the flush onto Extends and Hakatory. And now Ferris and Sosed left to fight on their own.
Yep, Twisted Minds opening up towards 4 a.m. Damage done, Tongmu down to low HP, but no knocks just yet. They have revealed their position, though, and good for them is that there's no one around them. FaZe, though, are creeping in from the east, and as of right now, with how Twisted are currently split, it's not looking too easy for them to really group up if anything happens here.
Good thing for them is that it looks like FaZe, while they are working their way in, they're also still kind of hovering around to see if they can maybe catch Falcons.
Yeah.
But Falcons being very slow and very methodical about how they make their way into the lobby as the
spread out.
I'm not sure. nothing landing on them just yet, but you got to be having the happy feet right now, especially.
Definitely. Can't even really look into the sky and try and predict them just like you can with the mortars. It's one little bit of a different beast. Of course, FaZe would have heard the shots fired over here just moments ago, so they know full well there's teams in and around shooting range, because, I mean, why wouldn't that be? Issue is how much you're willing to risk to go for it early on. You're sat in 6th place right now, 1 point out of top 5, and still within reach of Gen G if you can get a good game going here. So why it's on them to slow things down a bit. Falcons doing the same thing, not taking any risks, but Fex will have heard these vehicles coming in.
Yeah, FaZe has been slowly waiting for this. Meanwhile, Kiss down for Forrest. Looks like Scappy's going to go for that revive, so Forrest should be able to get 4 up once again. But if he gets to the ground, that's going to be another question, because the Expendables have a nice wide split on that mountaintop. Meanwhile, 4 a.m. Waiting for the inevitable push here from Twisted Minds. I'm not sure if it's been spotted out just yet, but this is what I was worried about. Full Sense had that high ground off to the north, and yep, they're going to finally get the angle onto Lou.
So FaZe find one of Falcons. Full Sense finds Twisted Minds. A lot of info available now in the kill feed for teams around them to try and see if they can have any impact off of it. Honestly, I'm a bit surprised to see Twisted Minds opting to play this split this early on. Usually they wouldn't be in and around this area, but opting to commit early on. And while the knock did come through so far, they have yet to be punished.
I can tell you, man, Twisted Minds does not let a man stay down for long. They immediately go for that res. And they should be able to get him back on his feet, back up to full strength as the new circle pops. And you see all these teams down to the south having to make their way in. Alcacia, after losing one to FaZe early, they're going to be making their way just past Virtus Pro, just past Falcons.
Are they collapsing?
And it looks like they're going to survive for the time being, but how far north do they want to continue to go?
Yeah, I was thinking Alcacia might go all the way now. They might just go to the hills or the rolls instead on the western side of shooting range. As Gen G come flying on in, they will be landing safely out on the western side. Orca in a vehicle, able to path through as well. And Alcacia, as expected, not committing too hard into shooting range proper, but they will stay in the hills outside.
Go for the hills at this point. Yeah, that's
open, though.
Not a terrible play. It is very open. And we did see Mortars already on the field, so we'll see if we see him any further as James going to run right down into no man's land. Example just ready and waiting for it.
Yeah, awkward angle to be coming in from. I'm not sure you could see the vehicle early on in the rundown, but then once he was halfway down, it's like, yep, I can't really go back now. I mean, I have to kind of commit to it. Great timing, for example, to peek up Batulin, shooting early, baiting the attention for teams to look the other way. Example saying Peekaboo, able to find one.
Unfortunately for FaZe, they still have this dip to play on the side of shooting range, out of the line of sight of Full Sense for the time being. Now, Full Sense, they've got their hands full on the northern coast as well with E-Arena, so they're going to send Thanadol over there, and it looks like Belmoth might be the one that's left behind. Meanwhile, Alcacia just trying to find somewhere to play inside these hills. Perfectix and Lou. Yeah, this is safe.
Yeah, safe. This is fine. Well, as I said, that'll speak too soon. Rob actually found by Eaddy up on the hillside. As Falcons now again continuing their southern rap here. Spot 17 Gaming finds the knock on Xiaowu now as well, so they know full well what team they're running in behind. Get the knock, instantly try and reposition.
Moving as a three-man dog pack.
I like
they
it.
Left Tiggleton behind to watch their backs, and they continue to just kind of work around the edges. Now they get that knock, but aren't able to get that flush, as they have not been able to pick out exactly where all the members of 17 are.
That's why it was
a little bit dangerous, but yep, this is a good place for Tig to play.
Let's try and see if you can get the flush.
Just don't get your own guys.
Trigonometry at .1 again. What does that say? 536? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. A little short, maybe?
Oh.
Nope. Looking good. A little far in between, actually. Perfectly in between the three.
I mean, you can't ask for more than that. Well, hell, okay.
What am I doing? Second guessing his, his length and his mortar shots
Don't
there.
do that.
Yeah,
Lilghost, you can see Lilghost way out in the blue now, still holding that kind of side flanking angle to slow Falcons down, and it appears to be working for the time being, as they aren't pushing directly into 17 while Xiaowu is still down, and they're able to get him back up.
Main worry right now, obviously Falcons might not know this, but they have VPs at literally 100 meters to the north. And if a knock comes through, especially with this circle, if this becomes a full-on fight between 17 and Falcons, VP has to collapse on it. They are in a perfect position to try and engage from the north, maybe even wrap around the backside of Falcons, and this will be a proper fight. Xiao Bei able to find H1 early.
And VP, as soon as they see Falcon's name in the kill feed, they know they've got to come over here in third party. Lilghost will get the knock on Tiggleton before he can get to the rest of the boys, as he had that high angle. Strimzy, though, he's got the car for it to work around, but Beamy finds the angle as VP starts to come alive.
If you get a chance to take down the team that is sat just ahead of you in the kill feed, you will do everything in your power to take them out. Kickstart doing what he can to at least get something to show for in this game. A single point is where he's at for now, but do you already, I mean, in phase 4, deny? What do you do here? You know that you have an entire team of Virtus Pro sat just over the hill.
I think you got to hope for what's exactly happening right now. Virtus Pro turning their attention back over towards 17, so Falcons Kickstart can stay alive a little bit longer. Xiao Bei still looking over in that direction. He knows where he is, but that leaves Xiaowu all by himself to hold off the push from Virtus Pro. Xiao Bei with the shots will find the headshot, and that'll do it for Team Falcons.
If there was any hope that Falcons could potentially surpass Twisted Minds, I think it fell with the fall of them here in the second to last game, as now Forest Gaming a 4x MP5. Not something you see too often, but look at that spray control from Kiss, making it work to perfection.
I love this MP5 meta, man. It's kicking.
fun.
Xiaobei's still alive. He'll try to survive a little bit longer, see if he can get a few more points. They are still in the depths of trying to make a run for 10th place, but Full Sense is well ahead of them, 12 points. So it's going to take some work. And this is definitely not the game they needed. This Full Sense will try to send it right into Example. That's a scary proposition. What are you doing? Example will get 2. Will spot out Belmoth as well. Takes the shots, not going to find him.
Unstoppable Example. Nice approach from Full Sense and trying to wrap around the side of that one, but he will not miss anything. As Gustav gets into the vehicle, tries to reposition it, but Twisted Minds continue to do what they do best, punish teams out of position, and Gustav falls as well.
Just the trapdoor spiders striking at the worst time for FaZe. Well, Vard still alive, but he's got a lot of work to do. E-Arena trying to make their way across, and they are getting eaten alive by Gen G, who is still scrapping and fighting on the northwestern side.
Finally, a bit of a revenge play coming through from Vard as he finds a double flush onto Perfectix and Lou. Twisted Mind down to the 2 of Example and Batulans out in the blue now as well. And 4AM obviously have heard all of this, but they're playing inside circle, making the wise decision of not going too aggressive outside with the risk of losing one. So they'll just be sat here waiting for the first place team to come to them.
And FaZe still in that hunt for 4th place. I mean, Gen G is within reach, but Gen G still 4 alive. They're also trying to stay ahead of 4AM, but 4AM with 4 up. They see FaZe go down. That's good news for them. E-Arena is eliminated. They're out in 15th place. We're down to 37 alive, Toby. We still have 14 teams up.
Oh, yeah. Open field endings, open hill endings, I should say, on a angle will do that to you. VP is in a position now to claim a ton of points this game. If they can clean their south, if they can take out the remaining players up in and around Plain Cash Forest and Full Sense, that is, they have the high ground. They have the hilltop proper for where they can look down to teams fighting one another. This could be an incredible game for Virtus.pro if they can make that happen.
All right, Twisted trying to fight their way through shooting range, just healing, but 4AM, they are just hanging out, waiting for that push. This is a tough sell for Twisted. That might be a good grenade. Oh, just falls just short. As they got a good read on where he is, but the utility from 4AM, that's another thing they're going to have to work on in the bye week.
Don't count out Vard either, because he's at an angle where he could pretty easily find some of these 4AM players. They are, of course, many. He is one, but he does go for the shot. Not going to happen. As a matter of fact, it's going to be Example to get one, to get the second as well. Again, Twisted Minds in games where nothing should go their way, they're still able to make it happen. 6 points in this one already. And just like that, they have now successfully tied the all-time PGS record, their own all-time PGS record at 177, still with 1 match left to play.
Example is the damn Baba Yaga right now. You cannot get anywhere within sight of him. He is absolutely feeling it. Bagel Pa trying to make their way in as Gen G still pushing around on that side, collecting a few more points. They've got their eyes on 3rd, but Virtus.pro, as you said, still full strength, still at the top of the hill, looking really good for them. But this is how Gen G's been playing.
Oh yeah,
they're taking every fight.
In order for VP to make use of this position, though, they need to take out teams. They need to be able to spread out and take control. If they're sat on top of each other with 1 or 2 trees to hide behind together, they won't be able to make much of it. As a matter of fact, it could be a disadvantage for them to get down. But let's see now.
Come on.
Example, you're not really supposed to win this. And he will, of course he will. And there you have it. Record officially broken by the record holders themselves. Twisted Minds riding PGS history at 178.
Just built different, man.
Absurd.
I mean, it is unreal what Twisted Minds has been able to do, what each of these players individually have been able to do. Every single member has been contributing in a huge way, as VP will collect another point, and that's going to put them above Falcons and in hold of 2nd place now.
Beamy's read was good on that one. He was scoping right down in the feet of Luke behind that vehicle, but didn't see him. He's still looking that way, so maybe he knows he just doesn't want to spend util to try to find him. He is at a bit of a distance, so I don't think he was going to be able to hit him regardless. But Circle once again goes uphill, and for Virtus.pro, seeing Twisted Minds take casualties, knowing that Falcons fell, they want to separate themselves as hard as they can from 3rd place. Twisted do fall in the end. No one can take them out but the blue.
Only 7 points. What are they doing? Washed.
10th place, Lul's not even placement points.
What can you say, man? Goodness gracious. We're going to be singing their praises
for
the foreseeable future as we see Gen G continue to try to add more to their kill total, see if they can get a little bit closer, but now they're going to lose Orca, and that's going to put them in a bind because they are right up against the blue right now with the Expendables staring right down at them.
It's such a hot run downhill from up there. You have Expendables in position, Begopar as well, sat here just waiting for them to make that run happen. For Gen G, good thing for them is they have a bit of a spread on the kill feed, on the leaderboard down to the teams below, but even then, you don't want to feed anything over. Got to try and see if they can rep the Northeast, and I think that's exactly what they're doing right now, going for Sonyang.
All right, VP laying the smokes down, being methodical about it. Gen G turn their attention over to Songjang, but he doesn't go down too quick. And they've got the blue right on their backs.
It's a
that
good
Molotov could spread. It's not going to, though. And Guyon will defend his teammate, and that's it for Gen G.
Yep, Korea on Korea action. They eliminate the north side. Begopar now with more room to maneuver, successfully able to keep Sonyang alive. Did not expect that to be the case, but a good push in from them. Their next opponent should be the Expendables. So don't think Buriram is really in a position for when they can engage on this from the dip there, because they also have opponents nearby. As we see here, Expendables finally spotting Begopar.
Here we go. Buriram will clean out Akatsuya, so now they have control over those waves, but Na'Vi had the angle. Gonna find the knock on a con onto Eaddy as the Expendables still continue to try to take out Begopar, but Begopar with the better angles will find Eaddy, or Glories rather.
Yeah, so said. I mean, it was a solo for Na'Vi for quite a while there, but able to get into placement points, get a kill to follow with it as well. That's all he could do in this one as Begopar continuing to run on forward, and finally Lukarux does spot Luke down below. It's going to be Corexi to get the point. Virtus Pro 7 kills in this game. You can't help but think, had they not had such a forgettable day one, Virtus Pro could be in the running for that tops, but it's been day 2, and here on day 3 they have stepped up, they've risen to the occasion. But what more can they make of it?
Can't let them be completely outshined by the performance that Twisted has put in. It has been an absolute revelation to see Virtus Pro just put together the finals that they have been able to do. And now they have a 6 points clear of Falcons with that hold on to second place and looking to add even more now that they've got the Expendables pinned up against the wall.
Important role for Nixie here holding that south side of zone. You're seeing Flash currently trying to flank his way south around. If Nixie falls here, that opens up an opportunity for Full Sense to flank around that side. But look at this great read on where they have the opponents down in the northern side. 2 players down already, just 1 left alive, and Corexi makes an end of him as Expendables fall in 4th.
10 kills now for Virtus Pro as the Expendables once again learning that lying prone on your stomach will keep you alive for a little bit longer, but it's not going to win you the fight. As Virtus Pro just cleaning house on the western edge. They still have Nixie on the north or on the south uphill, making sure that the flank doesn't come in. But yeah, why not give them a P90?
Is that the third P90?
That's another one.
I think it's the third P90 for Virtus Pro. They have 2. They only have 2. Don't worry. Let's not get out of hand here.
Okay.
Only 2 P90s. After all, it isn't Tago. So gotta keep it fair for as long as we can.
Goodness. Well, okay. Looks like they're gonna call Nixie back to rejoin the group.
Smart.
As Flash is just kind of keeping eyes on the high ground as long as he can. Belmoth kind of dead center dot. Buriram still playing around in those hills. Nobody having any vision on anybody else right now. It's just kind of a symptom of the circle that we have.
Oh, that's the exact reason Nixie backs off. He says, I could hold this, but I do not know what's waiting on the other side. I'm sat here alone. There's no one to trade me. I just got a P90 of all things. I mean, we know we have the numbers advantage. They've been tracking the kill feed, and with no rests come through here in the end game, it should be possible for them to calculate that it's a 4v3v2. If you have cleared the north side, which they did in taking out Expendables, just swipe it together and see what you can make of it. Nixie is playing the inside position here, throwing flashes forward, allowing for his teammates to run on through.
I think Rue's calling for backup as he's the forward position. They're not going to see him. Good flash, though, is going to get Rue's gets the first knock, gets traded. Demasti will find Corexi, and that's 2 down now for Virtus Pro, but Nixie still has that P90 in hand. Will get the flush on the Rue's, and Demasti and Khan are going to pull off.
Look at this. I mean, understandably so. They know Full Sense of that. Look at the leaderboard right now, 9th and 7th. 4 points in between the two. This could be the difference maker on whether or not you finish in the top or not for the 2 teams here on the hunt in Full Sense and Buriram.
Getting Corexi back on his feet, so Virtus Pro going to be back up to full strength after that first double knock from Buriram. And now it's Khan.
Nice.
Demasti going to get spotted out by Flash. Nice spray by him. The follow-up Molotov. See if he can get the flush as Khan is on the tree. and Flash will at least make sure that they secure that point off of Demasti.
And this couldn't be any better for Virtus.pro, pushing on forward now. Nixie able to find Belmuth with the P90. Beamy goes for the second, that's Khan down, make it now 4v1. Flash doing such a good job on the edge of this one to try and sweep around the southern side. Didn't make it happen. Now spots Lukarux. Should be able to find him as well. Nope, not quite so.
Oh my God.
Goes for the tap with the M4, takes him down, but what was one P90 now becomes yet another, and Nixie will clean it up. Virtus.pro still overshadowed by Twisted Minds, but are putting on an incredible effort to stay in the race.
Look, they're doing what they need to do. If you're going to try to make a run at the King, getting a 14-15 kill win here with one game remaining, you're at least putting yourself in range, and if nothing else, you're getting secure hold on that second place spot.
And that's exactly it, right? They were part of taking down Falcons early, and they know full well that with them out early, every single point we get here is them not getting anything. So even if you don't catch the Kings in the top, you separate yourself further from that third place team.
They're looking real scary, but Twisted Minds has a chokehold with one game to play in PGS 9.
Well, of all the teams to be able to try and challenge for that top spot, Virtus.pro maybe has an outside shot to make a run of it as they find themselves in second place. A big chicken dinner here on Erangel. And yesterday, they proved that they can make the back-to-back happen in this lobby. Maybe we're not all done and said just yet. Joining me, Toffees as well as Avenger, to talk about this one here. Virtus.pro, Martin, was looking banging.
Yeah, man, they're looking down the plane, crash from a very early stage here, and, you know, doing that aggressively against Liquid, pushing them out, taking control on all this, but also aggressively going out for the kills, going for the hunt here, taking on our PGC 2024 defending champions, quite easily wiped off the map here, but I'm not sure it's going to be enough, guys. But it's looking good for them in terms of second place.
Yeah, I think they went aggressive. They hunted the 17 fight. They hunted Falcons. They went after as much as they possibly could. The problem is, when we started the day, we said, oh, if everyone's lucky and, you know, like, Twisted Minds gets an average of 3 to 5 points a day, VP would literally be 4 points from taking over. If Twisted Minds had a normal human day, then VP is still in the hunt right now. The problem is Twisted Minds has ascended beyond anything that I have ever seen before. Even in this game, they broke off into a salvage where they were split, 3 guys completely separated from each other, and they still mopped up points because they just can't be stopped. There's no kryptonite. There's nothing short of like locking them in their rooms and jamming the door and hoping they don't make it to the first game to stop these guys.
But unfortunately, they are making it back to those seats, and they are still looking good regardless. I mean, Twisted Minds in this game was split across so many locations and still racking up kills.
Yeah, man. Even when they're losing, they're winning, you know? Like the amount of... I think it was 5 kills Exam got from a salvage game, from a position where they're getting locked out, where 2 or 3 teams are fighting them. Full sense in the top there, knocking multiple of the guys. You had to see Perfectus coming in to save Lou as well. But still, Example picks 5 rabbits out of the hat outside the blue, getting 2 of the 4 a.m. guys from outside of the blue. Like, just impossible things. And it's just insane.
Well, that is 14 kills going the way of Virtus.pro, with that 1,900 damage going their way. Now, Martin, you said something to the effect of a win and 17 kills for the next one. However, that's only 3 more than this.
Yeah, and to do it back-to-back and do it again on our angle, it's...
Come on.
It's possible.
Come on.
You also have to remember all the other teams we have in our mid-pack here. They are looking for, you know, a few more. It's because they've been so soaky at the top. It's been so spongy at the top.
So soaky.
I think the FaZe camp on QAD is the biggest indicator in that game, right? It was like they literally went out of their way to say, we're going to mop up 4 extra points here. Example pulls in 6, but again, VP right behind them gets everything else. Lukarux with a devilish game as they come out, and they did not get first place for lack of trying. And to be honest, again, I stand by this. VP is looking like this incredibly strong breath of fresh air coming out of your region with whatever this change-up that they got up and running before EWC. Watching them in this game, the confidence, the willingness to go aggressive and come out of fights, even in 2v situations, has been really, really, really cool. I remember going back to when Beamy was living in the blue to now is like a shocking pivot.
They're the complete package for
they
sure
are.
with what we're seeing on internationals. But the Bears go beast mode with 24 points for this one. Buriram makes a 13-point little push here for all of this, and Thailand follows it up with another full sense double digits, Martin.
Yeah, it's good to see full sense kind of reeling it back in today, having 2 good games. It's good. Again, what we saw on the group stage was not close to what they have done so far in the finals, so not really what I've been hoping for. But 24 points here. Again, as you said, I think it was 27 or 28 points. I said it's going to have to be 28 points. Actually, they have more placement points now than Twisted Minds. They have just been fragging out. So actually, they would win the tiebreak in this case here. So they don't need a 17-kill win and Twisted Minds to have 0 points.
So is there a world where Twisted Minds gets hit with a 0-point game, and then these two insane things align? Batulin's just said no to me off camera, so there you go. Although he did previously say, before I'd cursed him, and it says whenever I ask for a 200 points, they always start doing badly, so I'm not sure.
In the words of Hypoc, there's always a chance, but at the end of the day, I think there's a better chance that Twisted Minds breaks 200 than Virtus Pro beats Twisted Minds.
We also got to look at from 5th place down to 9th place, guys. There's 4 placement points difference. That's a huge amount of PGS points difference. There's a huge amount of prize pool to come their way for sure. But yeah, man, even for Falcons, it's looking like another third.
The problem is everyone in the middle needs that shift, that just little bit of a jump up. But if you looked at the last game, everybody from, I think it was 7th and below, couldn't get more than 4 points. No one in this lobby can find a way to find 6+ points on average because everything is getting soaked up by the VP chase and the twisted defense.
Unless we have, I think you're right, unless we have at the top Divine Intervention here at PGS 9, I think a lot of our focus is going to be on that mid-pack. How close it is, how many PGS points are on the line, how much prize pool is on the line here for what is the penultimate PGS for the year.
No matter what here, like, stars would have to align. But also, we have to recognize Twisted Minds already. They've already broken, with 1 game to go, the record of most PGS points gotten in a PGS here.
I am excited about how crazy the mid-pack is because the seeding for the next PGS is going to be fantastic with how many good teams are spread throughout that middle pack.
Oh, yeah. That's
Groups are going to be very unique.
True, true. Well, do the constellations appear for our final game on Erangel for PGS 9, or does Twisted Minds walk away with it? It's all on this. Could we see Divine Intervention?
Divine Intervention or not, one task stands before Virtus Pro, and that is a 17-kill chicken dinner with Twisted dying out with nothing. That is the only way that they take down the Titans, the owners of PGS at this point.
That might be, if that happens, or if even comes close, that might be an all-time just competition moment for me.
For sure.
And I'm old, man. That would be something that I've never in my life thought I would see. Well, there you go. Your Erangel average killers, top 4. I could see a D, the rookie, still at the top of the board.
And again, as much as many people like to focus on the champions in the top, given that we are 1.5 tournament, effectively just 1 away from PGC, and the amount of teams with something to play for in that mid-pack and trying to secure their spots for PGC, there is so much on the line with every single point if you are sat right now between 4th and 12th place.
And you see how close everybody is up and down the leaderboard.
Yes.
We're going to see some shifting, I have to imagine, with 1 game left. And, I mean, I guess the one hope here for all these guys is that a circle that will pop that's somewhat nice, somewhat calm, something that they can plan around, something that they can figure out everybody else's rotations. Will that be something that we are blessed with here? Okay, that's work with.
We've seen worse.
We've seen worse. It's not Millie.
That is not, well, I mean, you see, I'm not even going to do that.
Stop it.
I'm not even going to do that.
Stop it.
It is definitely not Millie. 17 Gaming not had the PGS. They would have won it, of course, hoping for the 3 PGS titles. Not going to happen this time around, but again, I draw your eyes to the leaderboard. They're set in 12th place with 73 points. And look at what
they have ahead of them. Just a single team. Then there's a bit of a jump up, sure, but still within reach. And then you have the 90s point bunch. You can even add Forest to that in 10th. 4 tie teams sat from 10th all the way up to 7th and just 2 points out of 4 AM in 5th. That 10th through 5th, no way of predicting how that's going to turn out.
Wild, wild stuff. So much still left to determine down the leaderboard as we go into our final game. Highest final stage points in PGS was 177 in PGS 4 by Twisted Minds. They have broken that. How much more can we expect to see off of them? How high do they want to set this bar?
The insane thing is they have broken now their own record with 178. They were sat there at 177. The team below that was themselves at 171. They are sat in the 3 highest ranked PGS tournaments ever. That is insane. The level of consistency from this team over the last year and a half or 2 years, I mean, you can track it back even further, but at least in the PGS era, is wild.
There you go. Your team stats for Virtus Pro from that big Game 17 win. Got Lukarux at the top with 4 kills and the demonic number of damage there, as he has been absolutely monstrous throughout this whole tournament. And honestly, for Virtus Pro, really, we're just kind of sitting here and hoping that we get to see this build into something else for PGS number 10.
I mean, again, I said in the previous game, and I'll say it here again, imagine if their first day of Grand Finals hadn't been a fluke. I think they finished in 14th or 13th after day one. Not what they were looking for. Had they had just remotely close to performance of yesterday or today, they would have been up there in the top. We were talking about 2 teams breaking the PGS record in the same tournament. Would have been completely insane. But nonetheless, they're come around into this, and hopefully the momentum that carries over into PGS 10, into PGC as well, would be wild for VP.
And that's what everybody's looking for at this point, right?
Oh, yeah.
Just a good performance here in the final game before the week-long break, where they can kind of have something positive to build on.
Definitely.
I think honestly, every team in this finals lobby has something like that. Like, you have positive stuff that you can kind of hang your hat on and look to capitalize and look to build off of going into the next tournament.
And that's what I was saying. I mean, even coming into the grand finals, just off of group stages, but even more so here in the finals too, the fact that we're seeing teams that we didn't expect much from come in and show up. It hasn't been a tournament where anyone has really gone out and just make big time underperformed. Yes, there were some group stage teams that have never played LAN before that might not have performed super high, but we didn't expect that either. But then you look at 4AM, look at Gen G, I mean, Forest, Buram, the list goes on. So many incredible performances. This might be the most competitive lobby in a global tournament we have ever seen.
I feel like we say that every single time.
But this time, Horo, this time,
this one's
it's true.
Well, and to be honest, I mean, there's 8 teams that aren't here today that, I mean, there's some big names in there that I would not be shocked to see kind of get their act together and turn it around with a clean slate at PGS 10.
We don't have Freaks here. That's the first one that comes to mind, right? DN Freaks not playing in this tournament. They are up there in the caliber of some of the very best in the world, have proven it time and time again. And they didn't make it this far. So again, PGS 10, it could be a whole other story. We could be seeing completely different top 8. But with how these teams are playing right now, I don't imagine 1 week of break is going to make a big change in that.
And then you got the potential return of Ike's left to Patrick.
Yeah, I mean, not potentially. I mean, it's been pretty much confirmed that he's coming back for it too. P90, are we going to give it to Twisted Minds? Nah, not this time. They're a bit far away from it.
4 AM sniffing around. They see a Tong move. He's like, yeah, that looks like a puppy.
I mean, Twisted Minds are actually driving down this direction. Buram sat close to it as well. As Delwyn now takes to the sky for one final time here at PGS 9. Again, our reigning world champions of the Expendables would really, I mean, as much as they're not going to win this one, would want to at least make the Twitter post a little more flashy. Maybe a top 6, top 7 something that you can write home about. The 11th place they're set in right now with a bit of a jump up to 10th. That's not where they want to finish.
True. But they, I mean, in fairness to them, they have done a lot today. Like, they were kind of, I think, dead last, weren't they? Coming into today. So they've already hopped up to 11th, which, considering how, like the guest said, how many points are being sponged up by these top 3 teams, that's an impressive feat in and of itself. So still a lot of stuff left to decide here as we check in with Gen G, who is really, I think, they're starting to make people think
Definitely.
that they're back, right?
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
They are really, really showing out in a big way. Orca, really especially.
Definitely. I mean, we're looking at the leaderboard, and we can see, I mean, obviously Twisted Minds, we kind of write them out of the conversation because they're so far ahead. But we're effectively splitting things into 3 packs. We have 2nd through 4th that is still contestable. Then 5th all the way down to 10th. That's contestable. So see if kill from Vart come through here. And then 11th down to 16th. Within those 3 sets of teams, anything can happen in this final game.
And just like that, FaZe hops 4 a.m. into 5th place. So
1 point.
Kind of goes to show you how much is at stake given every single point, every single kill. So if you see somebody crawling around, it's almost essential that you kind of sell out to go confirm that kill. Make sure that nobody steals your kills. Secure every point that you can.
Even more so if you see a team fighting next to you that you know is within your reach on the leaderboard.
Sure.
If you have a chance to take a third-party push, I mean, this is where you start going, maybe we don't play safe on this. Maybe we do fight for the extra spot. Are we content with where we're set on the leaderboard right now? Do we want to settle? Or do we want to try and see if we can get those extra 5, 10 PGC points that could potentially qualify us all the way through to the big one?
Yeah, at this point, you got to have that mindset. You got to have that killer
no doubt
grind set to get out there and get as many points as you can. Forest, they've been
chilling,
kind of silencing some doubters at different points here, but currently sitting in 10th place, but again, still in that log jam where there's just been so much movement.
It's I mean, whenever we saw them on day 1 on Miramar in particular, I've really liked the Forest Miramar games we've seen. I haven't been overly impressed in some of the other ones, but if they can, for next week, transfer some of the Miramar success that they've had, because a lot of what they did successfully there applies to the other maps too. If they can do anything of that here on Erangel, I mean, Tego Rondo, I think we're going to see a very warm Forest gaming coming into PGS 10.
Yeah, I mean, that's the scary thing, right? I mean, I think Kiss took a little bit of time to knock the rust off, get comfortable once again, but it feels like he's right back into that rhythm.
Oh, yeah.
So expecting big things from Forest and PGS 10 once again as we check back in with those Falcons hanging around on Prison. And pretty much just a casual 2-2 split hold. This is... I don't see anybody pressuring them anytime soon.
You know what I like, especially about this game right now? This is the least Game 6 I've ever seen Game 6
Honestly,
be. Normally, no, I mean, but it goes to show how much there is to play for. Even if Twisted Minds are maybe already written off as the winners of this one, there's so much for all these teams to fight over in trying to secure their tickets through to PGC prize pool, you name it. There's so much going on, and everyone wants every single last bit of it.
Yeah, staying alive and getting to the late game with 4 up could be the difference in 4 or 5 placement points.
No, for sure, for sure.
And that comes with a lot of money, and it comes with a lot of PGC points as we see Full Send fully sending it to the dip just south of Mansion. But Bagopa, they looking like they're feeling a little froggy, and they might just jump.
It was quiet for a bit, but eventually somebody has to engage this circle. Well, I mean, it looked and said, how can we engulf literally everyone that's already inside? Well, everyone but Gen G and Expendables have players inside circle, and Expendables doing exactly as expected, wrapping on the western side. Is now full sense. It's going to full send it towards the circle center where Twisted Minds is waiting.
It might have been better off just sticking to the dip. As
they're going back.
Kickstart. Kickstart. Has that sneaky angle. He's got the duo right there. Shen going to be running back. He might be looking to take out a Tongmu if he can get the trailing man here as example. And Twisted Mind's going to collect yet another point as they continue to make their high score even higher as Shen will get spotted out.
And Falcons with a tough task ahead of them too. They know that they have a bit of a gap down to Gen G behind him, but after that last game, Virtus Pro really separating themselves. You said it. Oh, are they really going to finish in 3rd again?
Why you got to bring that up again, man? Why you got to put me up last?
Right now, Poro, they are sat pretty solidly in that 3rd place spot, but it also means that with the gap down to Gen G, they have some buffer space to try and go aggressive in the hunt for VP.
Yeah, absolutely. At this point, I mean, why not, you know? Nothing really to lose unless Gen G can put together just a wild performance, which they are very much capable of, obviously.
Exactly.
As we check, yep, we're back to the dip. Okay.
I was going to say, I mean, if Falcons see Gen G fall early in this game, they do have opponents around them. They're sat, I mean, with both Liquid and the Arena behind them on that southern side. If Falcons see Gen G fall early, you might as well just send it. You might as well say, you know what, maybe if we pull up hard enough, we can go from fight to fight and take out multiple teams and claim that 2nd place. But We'll see. We'll see if that ends up changing their playstyle. As Tick set up a mortar. What? Never have I ever.
Who'd have thought? Who'd have thought? Well, I mean, that full sense dip is looking pretty juicy.
Mortarable.
Pretty juicy.
Yeah.
If they get a good read on that. Meanwhile, remember Team Liquid, they did a long wrap from the west, came across the bridge, the eastern bridge finally, and now they're kind of pulling into the south side. Nothing really, it looks like they found a little bit of room to work with. So Team Liquid going to be playing a little bit of an edge game here, as we see Virtus Pro still kind of owning on the north side, long-range shots over towards the expenses.
The issue is right now, this circle proves that everyone in Phase 2 can fit. Well, with the exception of Arena, who's currently outside. But everyone can fit. Issue becomes, already now, teams are so hunkered into this one. They're so locked down in their positions, whether they be in splits or not, that they can't really adjust too much. So anyone that gets shifted out with this next circle, it's going to be brutal. I mean, the Southwest is exclusively occupied by 17 Gaming. A lot of room to them to maneuver up on that dirt road there leading towards Pachinki. Now Liquid, as I say that, are going to look to go this direction, maybe up to the crater just east of Xiaowu. At least they're eyeing his position pretty heavily.
They are, and here comes the push. Xiaowu is
on his
own. Block as Purdy Kurtic immediately goes for the seed swap. Not going to get it, but Alo will follow it up. And now Team Liquid have a home to call their own.
Yep.
But 17 immediately hopping in the vehicle, starting to make their way over.
Na'Vi getting a little frisky on this one too. You're seeing Hakatory get into his vehicle, look up in this direction, maybe he can lob an 8 on over, but not going to go for it. He's going to back off and go back down to the compound once more. Luke, with Panzer in hand, is going to peek, shoot into the ground in a second. You'd imagine should have a knock to follow, unless if Util will do him dirty before.
He's dancing. He's waiting. He would love to be able to get somebody quickly and freely. Lilghost going to stop down to heal up. He's going to find 7700. Takes a little bit of damage in return, but Purdy Kurtic has to move around. No good shots from Xiaobei will take him down, and now Sparking down as well.
Yeah, and the worst thing about all of this is that as soon as they pull up on the circle swung, and it swung hard north, Na'Vi wanting to be on this edge, wanting to try and see if they can claim some points off of this one. Will get one, but it's going to be Xiaobei with the triple, taking out Team Liquid. Na'Vi sees this, they instantly dip. They have a circle to fight for as Genji now comes back in behind him.
And 17 will take 11th by 1 point as Falcons are going to be spotting down Alcacia running through. So Shrimsy will get 2. So that's another couple of points in the bag for the Falcons. Did they lose one or did they have a knock? Okay, they just have a knock, so they should be able to get them back on their feet.
Yeah, a little bit of space for them to maneuver now. As a Tongwu, though, from a distance, able to find Kickstart as well, so that's 2 players from Falcons down. And if you're a Gen G player that have just gotten inside the crater in a pretty decent position on that southern side, seeing the team in front of you take casualties, that makes you pretty happy. Having said that, if there's a mortar anywhere, that's dangerous.
That's juicy. Well, hoping to see a little bit of something from Na'Vi here, as they've just been having a rough time. They are too good to be in 16th place.
Yeah.
We'll see if they can climb out of that here, as Alcacia down to just 1 as D gets flushed out.
That's the thing, right? We say that they're too good to be in 16th place, but then you look at anyone above them, like who would you put below with how they're playing right now? That's what makes this lobby. No one really out here playing underperformance. Maybe with the exception of a few, but right now everyone well deserving of the spots there, and it extends here what we say, showing us exactly what he's capable of finding lyrics.
Right, 2 kills now for Na'Vi as Arena tries to make past the gauntlet of Gen G, and now they're going to be running right into the gauntlet of Begopa Opans. It's like, oh no! So, fortunately was able to pull out of that, but Lukarux has him in line of sight, and Arena down to just Norans. As Lukarux still has the angle. Oh, he almost got him.
Yep, trying to smoke to allow himself to wrap around the side like this. They know that they have faced towards the west. So throw a couple of smokes to allow yourself within range of that blue. So Nate is going to bounce perfectly over the car. Land here, so knock will be confirmed. Should be both of them. Yeah, there's nowhere for them to go. Great throw there by Nixie.
Hey, that's the first of the 17 that they need, right? 4 up still for Virtus Pro as they own the north.
Yep.
In full sense, I think actually lost a couple there trying to make their way around, or lost 1 at least. Yeah, they're still playing from heaven. Relo, the last player left for Alcacia, still kind of eating the blue off in the distance as we wait and see where the next zone is going to pop, and it's going to go down to the south. So Gen G in the dip looking pretty nice.
Exactly. Gen.G in a good position. FaZe, I mean, while inside circle, sat in an open position from where they shouldn't be able to get too many points. Arena has Jacob now landing going, I don't have a weapon. I don't have any mitts. The entire circle can see me, and I'm dead.
Who you don't?
Not too much to do on that one. But hey, for Arena, 7th place. It might not end that way, because look at how close it is behind him. But coming into this is a good performance on them.
Indeed it is. Falcons continue to make their reign of terror as they pull into 4 a.m. They've got Buriram off to the south, so they got to be careful about how they pull into this, as Tickleton will, or H1 rather, will finish off Longs. And I believe that 4 a.m. going to keep holding down this Hall of Fame as long as they can. Xiaolu peeking through the windows, but all 4 Falcons are on the move, looking to clean them up.
The danger right now is Falcons. They're playing with their backs open on that eastern side. Full Sense coming in on one side. Burham is looking to push in from another. They have to make a play inside this compound. They have to get inside properly. If not, then they're going to be getting shut up from multiple fronts real soon.
Yeah,
you can see right here.
Oh, here we go. Yeah, Flash. They're laying down the smokes, and that is just easy pickings as Kickstart will try to do the seat swap, but it's not going to work. Shrimsy gets down to about half HP as they're going to have to... Okay, Kickstart at least gets on the other side of the wall, so that's pretty good news. Xiaolu trying to take the spray down. Actually, Tigger going to get the knock onto Falcons because Full Sense just has angles on all of this.
Exactly. Burham spotting the crossover now on the southern side as well. Not easy for them. Should have committed to it earlier, but of course it's... I mean, that Hall of Fame is so impenetrable when you have players set up there holding you off on the side. As Gen.G now try to make matters. Alternatively, things happen. The issue is they're finding knocks on Twisted players who are sat in the center compound, so no flush to follow.
Just the 4 a.m. utility has been a problem.
Yeah.
All tournament long, really. Kickstart will at least get flushed out by that Etongmu grenade. Tickleton looks like he will get back on his feet, so Falcons still keep 3 up. Relo will get spotted, so that's it for Alcacia. Nice spray from Xiaolu. Gets Shrimsy as H-Win will have to reposition.
I'm not sure if he even saw him through that smoke. You could see him kind of looking at the smoke for a while there as the good nade comes through. Looked like he was just going, where would I be if I was in this smoke right now? Sprays him, finds him. Xiaolu should be able to go for the rest, but can they not come through on the other side?
No.
Oh, I say that! Nice open angle for Batulans on the opposite side.
Wow. Batulans finding just the narrowest of angles as VP will add to their collection. They're going to get another one off of FaZe. So they're up to 4 kills now, 155 points. As Falcons continue to try to salvage what's left of this game, they keep all 3 alive.
And again, FaZe wanting a lot going here to secure their spot for PGC. As 4 a.m. only 1 point down, but only 2 players up. Everything they can get here could be them finishing in the top 5.
Oh, Tanvu and Forest are scrapping here. Clory's already knocked as it's down to a 2v2 for the Expendables versus Forest, hiding through the smokes. Delwyn actually not anywhere near this, so he's going to be running as quickly as he can. Meanwhile, Fex hears all this going on. He's the solo player for FaZe, but would love to be able to get some more points as a nice nade from Kiss will get the flush, get the knock on a Duck Shoes, and a nice return from Delwyn will find Olympus.
When in doubt, when wanting to see things happen for Forest Gaming, Kiss is the one to provide, finds one, as Falcons now under pressure, as Burham come rocking on up, nades galore, lopped on over, able to touch most of them, but H-Win does get found.
And Buriram getting third party by Twisted Minds at range. Example does go down, so that might put a pause on things as Shrimsy will try to go for the res onto Tickleton once again. Lukarux has now arrived, and he will try to flush out Olympus, get another point. That's 7. Lukarux will go down, though, right at the same time as Nixie, Corexy, the last player left alive for Virtus Pro.
Yep, Nixie found as well. Corexy making the run over here, wants to get Kiss down, but he's retreated back to the southern side of this hill, and if he pulls over, Na'Vi is going to have a perfect line of sight on Corexy, as he does get found in the end if it extends, able to get him at a distance. Tickleton, though, making more things happen. Despite Falcons being under pressure, they're still up with 3 alive. I say that too soon, though. Try with the C4, finds himself with it. H-Win goes down. Shrimsy goes down. Third, forever third.
There you go. Falcons down and out. It looks like they should have a secure hold on third, though, as although Gen.G, they still have 4 alive, but the number of available points are diminishing rapidly as each second passes here. Perfectix and Batulans, well, why not? They're going to be the ones that eat them all
Give
up.
It to him.
Why not? As they have been collecting points all day long, all weekend long. As Corexy now the last player left alive, and Na'Vi, they look like they want a piece.
Theoretically.
Okay.
Theoretically, Correxa just needs another 21. I'm It's Gen G now, wrapping around the side. We'll see what they can do. Able to find one. That's Na'Vi. Again, slowly climbing up the board, pushing Alcatia down definitively in 16th place in this one. They have Peekaboo, though, just 1 point ahead. And then look at the sponge. 75, 75, 76, all the way up to 11th within reach for both Na'Vi and Peekaboo.
Crazy stuff here as Twisted Minds trying to make the push in the open field over towards Full Sense. That grenade not cooked enough, and it'll be a little bit raw as Buriram's Ruse will try to make his way through 4. I mean, he does! More kills, points picked up for Buriram as we see Virtus Pro celebrating what was a phenomenal performance.
Definitely. Love seeing the good vibes on the roster there. 159 is something you can definitely be proud of. An incredible tournament from VP. Could have easily won them the whole thing had it not been because the masterclass were being shown by Twisted Minds.
All right, Na'Vi, Peekaboo down towards the bottom of the leaderboard, still trying to grind their way a little bit higher. Tough send here for Na'Vi as Peekaboo has beautiful position right there on the ridgeline. They've got the Panzerfaust ready just in case of a full-on crash from the lads in yellow, but it doesn't look like it's coming just yet.
With this circle popping, the question now becomes, are Twisted Minds actually breaking 200? It is within reach. There's more placement points available, and definitely kills through if they can find them. xmpl able to steal it, setting them up now at 182.
The point thievery has been absolutely integral in this tournament here as Hakatory, he's got that P90 in hand. 500 damage and not a kill in the bag yet. They've all been going over to extends as Akan, very, very low here. Good grenade might be enough to seal the deal.
Oh, yeah. This is so close between these teams. Burr and Falls pushing Full Sense above FaZe, pushing Full Sense above Buriram, proving them to be the best tie team here in this tournament. Sat now at 6th place, 1 point behind 4AM in 5th.
Na'Vi still fighting their way in behind their point man, Hakatory, who's been delivering a great performance despite the struggles of his squad. And a good grenade from Sosid will spot out Park Pro. Gen G, meanwhile, they're going to take a knock onto Orca as they still have to make their way in.
Yep, they've sent B up over the hilltop, trying to get an angle on Na'Vi. Able to do so, but now, of course, revealed his position. I mean, Gen G, I feel like they've been shooting through this entire endgame, just have not been able to find a single point. It's so hard for them to commit to the flush. It says B now finds extends as the opposing team Na'Vi is getting on the low ground. Soset finds one with the M249, but still two more players left to be found. As Song Yang and Guyan, great crossfire set up here, anticipating the push come through.
Beautiful stuff from Peekaboo. Now Hakatory with half HP and a P90, the last one to come through, but Songjang ain't having it, and that will do it for Na'Vi.
Yep, placement points galore as well as Fun Sense. Again, tied now with 4AM, but 4AM currently winning the tiebreaker of placement points. A knock though on Perfectix could change just that. They're looking for top 5, wanting to push an APAC team in there.
Not Gen G coming immediately to try to third party here. It's Full Sense off of that knock will try to make the push, but Twisted Minds are ready and they take out Full Sense as they add even more points to their already impressive total.
188 with the rest come through soon. You'd imagine they're looking to get more points over this one as well. Gen G running forward with 1 down, make that 2 down. It's just Orca left alive, driving down, trying to make something happen. That's not going to happen either. And now Twisted Minds with a chance to win the final game of this tournament as well.
Put the exclamation point on it. 191 points. Can they break 200? I don't even know if there's enough points left available on the field, but it is going to be damn close as they make the run across the field and into Peekaboo.
Nades lopped on over. They've been sat in this compound all game long. They should have plenty of util to work with. First one down already. Just one more left to be found. Akan sat on his own in a 1 versus 3, and there he falls.
And there you have it with a new PGS point record. Your 4-time PUBG Global Series champion, Twisted Minds.
Please join me in welcoming your PGS Night champion, Twisted Mind. Now it's time for you to lift that trophy. Once again, they've done it. Twisted Mind has repeated history again and again, bringing home their fourth PGS trophy. They've proven that the Twisted era was never gone. It's all back. All right, it's time to hear from the winners. All right, congratulations so much on gaining this PGS Night champion. It is actually my second time interviewing Twisted Minds as champion and your fourth time standing on the PGS trophy stage. Congratulations to all of you. And now we're gonna hear from you guys. So first, Patulans, I know you might have heard it for a lot of times, but you know, gaining this back-to-back trophy, how are you feeling right now?
Well, we didn't reach 200 points, so it's kind of unlucky. Yeah. And also, of course, I'm happy that we won this tournament. We were better. That's all.
But you've actually break the record of the PGS stage, you know, the final stage.
Yeah, I know. It's fine.
Yeah, it's a record created by you, and you break it one more time. All right, next we're coming to example. Actually, we know that you've been in this team for 2 years, and 2 years, 5 titles. You know, your teamwork was amazing. You created the Twisted era. So how did you describe your synergy between your team and all of your teamwork?
I don't know, my team is just has the best game understanding. I'm just feel that pattern, I don't know, and that's it.
Oh, you're just the best. You're just the best team. Best four to come to the PGS stage. All right, we're coming to our next players. I think we're coming to Luke first. Yeah. So we know you've has gained a lot from EWC to Force PGS, but there's one that you haven't really gained. That is the Ultimate PGC. And just with 1 month coming, how confident are you to achieve this Grand Slam run?
Короче, мы там выиграли все, что только можно, но не выиграли PGC. Насколько ты уверен в наших силах на этом турнире, на PGC? Что вообще скажешь по этому поводу?
Я как бы уверен за свою команду, за себя не могу ручаться, в принципе. Ну, каждый турнир это что-то новое. Я не могу гарантировать, что мы победим, но мы, я считаю, подготовимся на максимум и покажем, на что способны.
Okay, so he said like he's confident in our team, not in himself. And any new tournament is basically just another tournament, so he can't say like we're gonna win it or not. We're just gonna do our best, like prepare the best we can, and like show the performance we could show. That's all.
All right, thank you for the translation, Patulans, and that is very modest, and we are so looking forward to your performance in PGC. And finally, we're coming to Perfectus. As you mentioned in the interview actually yesterday, you said you were not looking too much in the status and the leaderboard app, but actually you fours are always the man on the top damage dealers. So why you guys are so strong among all the PUBG esports? Just why? We're all very curious about that.
Just, we are just better.
You're just the best. You're just the best. All right, thank you. And finally, we're coming to the tab. You know, the championship teams always comes with the champion coach. So, like, any words you want to say to the four boys and for all the fans watching right now?
I'm glad to share this arena with our rivals, and also want to say big thank you for the crowd, for our fans, and like just thank you. And also, big thanks for my team. I'm really proud that also I'll share this stage with my boys. And like this job which we did for this season, we'll see what's gonna be like at the next tournament and then PGC, yeah.
That is very sincere and a very huge thank you, all right? Congratulations again to Twisted Minds for having their PGS9 champion. And thank you everyone for watching around the globe. And we are looking forward to seeing you and everyone on PGSN. But before that, we're heading back to NS for the final games.
Twisted Minds casts a daunting shadow over the rest of the teams here for PGS9. The question remains for everybody here in 2025, how do you kill the Immortal? Because Twisted Minds looks undefeatable here. They not only get themselves a record-breaking PGS victory, they also round it out with another win at the very end of the tournament. Toffee's Twisted Minds looks unbelievable.
They are the unstoppable force. They are the immovable object for these four men. Winning has become a habit. And you saw their faces. When they took that trophy, when they lifted it, it said, we knew this was ours and so is the next one. This is a journey that they have been fighting for years and they are at the apex. True predators in PUBG history and a genuine masterclass every time they take the field.
And this is just the first step on the road towards their final goal. They want to get one more PGS, but
they do.
Ultimate goal of the year is PGC. And wouldn't that be incredible? Esports World Cup, a PGS and PGC. I'm pretty sure next week or in a couple weeks here, they're probably going to try to run it back again. And wouldn't that be more insane if they could win half of 10 PGSs now already, having won 4 out of 9?
A terrifying prospect when we look back at 2024 and we thought to ourselves, a back-to-back-to-back PGS was going to be one of the greatest performances of all time. It was arguably the greatest performance of all time in terms of that caliber of play on an international stage. And if they could do that, if they string that together, suddenly they beat 2024.
Whew. Well, I thought that back-to-back was going to lead to a PGC championship. It didn't. But what it did set us up for was the perfect triple crown to go back-to-back-to-back, to get the EWC next, the next crown, the jewel in it. And then now, PGC on the horizon, peaking at the right time to hit the triple crown, to get all of the big wins, sets them in motion to be the most legendary roster in the history of PUBG Esports.
I mean, it goes beyond that. Let's be real, it goes beyond that. When you look at a team like this, when you look at dominance like this, to be able to string these results together as well, it kind of transcends just PUBG esports. And then you're suddenly talking about an esports legacy, which it transcends a lot of what we're seeing here. It's kind of crazy what we've witnessed here, Martin.
Yeah, for me, it's kind of unbelievable, right? Because we saw shimmers of hope for other teams at Esports World Cup. Like, okay, teams are catching on. It was closer than ever here, but for PGS9, it was just dominance. We even saw, as I kind of pointed out, I was expecting, with 3 games to go, is second place actually going to beat the amount of points they had with 3 games to go, and they didn't. It's just insane. Beating their own record for PGS total points and a best of 18 here too.
The fact that they were basically 3 games in hand in a best of 18 on this stage with the caliber of players and teams that we have here as well. Virtus Pro, man, made such a good run of it, but still was nowhere near, even though they have an insane tournament anyway.
They had insane day 2 and day 3. The problem for Virtus Pro was Twisted Minds had 44 more points than Virtus Pro on day 1. And those 44 points is the difference maker, is the reason why the consistency for Twisted Minds really were able to come through here.
I do got to say, you got to give so many props to VP. They showed up, Virtus Pro put in the work. With the exception of this, 3 and 4 in the PGS era, they would have won every other PGS with this point total. This was an incredible tournament for them. It just didn't work because it was the Twisted era, and there's nothing that anyone has figured out to stop them. You could steal their calling system. You could steal their rotation functionality.
We've seen it.
It doesn't matter. They do it better than you, and when you steal it, they adapt and get stronger.
Yeah, a lot of the times we've always posed the question of like, okay, yeah, well, they're at the top, and then people are watching them, and then they have to constantly innovate, and somehow they've done it again here in 2025, which is crazy. Do want to draw your attention, though, once again, It's another third place for Falcons. It's just never ending. Third place. Yes, they've won PGIS. Yes, they've won EWCs. They've won twice in Riyadh. Third place constantly this year. I think for any other team that's kind of on lower caliber than them, they'd be like, oh, third place 4 times in a row. Great, brilliant.
For us, right? But
for Falcons, that's not enough.
No, the Bronze Brotherhood is furious. They want to get out of that clutch. They want to show 2-1. They want to show that their big world championship isn't a fluke. We're the best of the best. Yeah. This was not their opportunity. I mean, they still played an incredible event. The problem is, EMA is evolving faster, and I have to admit that, and I have to say that. I hope that at PGS 10 we see adjustments, but right now, you guys, EMEA is looking incredibly powerful.
And also, I mean, I heard from Nixie, after day one, they were like, they walked back and they looked at Twisted Minds games and like, they are getting an incredible amount of space and taking advantage of that. And the timing and opportunity that they have and the timing into the circles that they get is just unparalleled for any team right now for Twisted Minds. And they were like, okay, there's actually some of the adaptations they could take into day 2. That worked for Virtus Pro. The problem is, Twisted Mind figured this out before the final started and adapted and applied that to their game and their strategy for the whole 3 days.
There's definitely a hunger from the EMEA teams to try and catch up, but especially because they get to truly kind of hone down and practice with them in their region as well. You know, that rises all ships across our region, having Twisted Minds constantly there. But look at that, a final game of the tournament, and it is 19 points going the way of Twisted Minds here in the last game of PGS 9, which then means that their total for that record-setting point score is even higher. And I don't know if even Twisted Minds can beat that. It was 3 points of 200 for Twisted Minds. That's an insane lead on the international soil.
And it's 6 more points, but they did it in PEC. They even beat, you know, playing in regionals should be easier, but here at Global,
in theory,
they got 6 more points than their record that they just did in PEC Fall 2025.
What is that?
They're almost a full day and a half ahead of third place in terms of play.
What is that?
Here's the
oh, by the way, they got 69 points in day 1. Nice. I could see it ended on 69 points.
Yes. And the MVP example back on top. Oh, wow. What a performance coming out. I mean, I bet if you look across all of the numbers from Twisted Minds, we're going to see very, very close numbers, but example's back.
39 kills for example, 33 for Perfectix, 32 for Lu.
Really?
Top 3 players of total kills is Twisted Minds.
How saw the score? It had to be.
How many MVPs on PGSs is that, for example, now? It's like 3 or... regardless of what it may be.
No?
Yeah, well...
I think he did. He also won the
triple. I think it was the triple. Anyway, $100,000 will go the way of Twisted Minds, of course. Virtus Pro takes away 40,000. And once again, Falcons with 20,000. I do feel for them. Because the thing is, as much as they've constantly been third place, as we take a look at those PGS points, all important PGS points, they're still a contender for me for PGC. Falcons. They've shown unbelievable consistency.
Absolutely. I think all of these teams are very, very, very much in that hunt. Falcons secured for PGC. Remember, they did not qualify out of the regional series, so they are going to go to PGC. I cannot see them, even if they bomb out in the next one, they're going.
There's no way.
And also Genji looking good for PGS 10, right? They're also a team that needs to come in and do well. Of course, BB team not playing here at PGS 10 either, so that's going to be interesting to see if that 420 is going to be the cutoff mark or if it's going to be 9th or below.
I have to agree. What a redemption, really, for Genji. I think a lot of us had been like, we were genuinely, why are they GP team? For a year or two there. However, this roster, fantastic.
I've literally had resting on their laurels in my book for 3 years, it feels like.
It's been a while.
And then all of a sudden, EWC sparked something new, whether it's a flame that was lit under them or not, the spark is there, and I love it.
Well, gentlemen, thank you very much for joining me. That does it here. PGS 9 wraps up, of course, as we are going to head to the stage once again. Twisted Minds is immortal. Who can take them down here for the rest of 2025?
On behalf of everyone here at PGS9 in Malaysia, thank you for tuning in. We will see you again at PGS9 coming your way from October 27th to November the 3rd. Until then, keep your sights sharp and we will see you on the battleground.
I did say we'd win round, so let's round
Бля, как я сумкой за импакт.